Welcome to basketballnews.com's 2021 NBA Draft Show presented by Panini. We're very excited. I'm joined by Matt Babcock, our senior NBA draft analyst for basketballnews.com, and Derek Murray, our NBA draft writer. These guys have been scouting these players since high school, and they've also been traveling across the country, watching these guys do their pre-draft workouts. So I'm very excited to pick both your brains. How you guys doing?
Yeah, I'm doing great. I mean, I would say it's been a full year, but it's only been since November 18th. But it's felt like a full year.
Yeah, I mean, the 2020 draft, nothing will compare to that. We had over 500 days in between draft classes, and this one, I believe, we're in the low 300s. So we still know them pretty well, but nothing will compare to last year.
We're going to be on all night breaking down every pick, every rumor, every trade. We're very excited. We also have video highlights for every single player, so check those out throughout the show. And one of the big things we're hearing leading up to this draft has been tons of trade talks. I feel like, Matt, every time we've talked over the last few days, it's just a million trade rumors. What's the latest that you're hearing on the trade front, and do you still expect there to be a ton of activity tonight?
Yeah, I do. I mean, we just had Derek. You just notified me about Detroit trade trade their second round pick and flip flop with Charlotte. And so I'm expecting a lot of trades. And I actually got a text message from two different NBA personnel. They wouldn't tell me exactly what's going on, but both said something big is coming. So we'll see what that is, But it's anyway. There's been a lot of chatter the last week or two, and it seems like we're up for a big night.
For sure. We're hearing Russell Westbrook, Buddy Hield, some other players could be on the move as well, in addition to draft picks. Before we get into some specific players and their fits on their new teams and things like that, I want your guys' thoughts on the class as a whole. Your thoughts on how many possible stars come out of this class, how deep it is. Derek, let's start with you. What are your thoughts on the class as a whole?
This class, I think you are superstar heavy at the top. I think the top three all have opportunities to become legitimate superstars in this league with Cunningham, Green, and Mobley. And I think you're also going to get a lot of depth in at the end of the first round. I think from 20 to 30, you're going to get some really good rotation guys, some high-end starters, especially at the guard position. I think 25 to 32 or 33, the guard position is really good. So once you get to the end of the second round, it's a little, not quite as exciting as maybe last year. But again, at the top, you're going to get some really, really high-end talent.
Matt, how about you?
Yeah, no, I'd agree with that. I mean, I think the top part of this draft is great. I mean, we've got the top three, and then sort of like, right after that, we've got another handful of guys that I think all have potential of being all-star level guys. And then the depth of the first round overall, I think, is good, which bleeds into the early part of the second round. And then, before we know it, the second round kind of dives off, and I think it's a little underwhelming. And a big part of that is there's so many international players that pull their names out of the draft, which hurt the depth. Like in most years, we've had, I don't know, something like eight international players selected. And I don't think there'll be as many this year.
Who are some of the teams that have been the most active as far as moving up, moving down? You did a great article a few days ago, Matt, for Basketball News, kind of breaking down the latest rumors on that front. We talked a little about the trade activity, but as far as pick movement, what are you hearing there? Which teams have been very active?
Yeah, I mean, we thought for a while, Memphis was chasing Giddey, and you know what? I think we were right. They traded up for 10 with exchange picks 17 to 10 with New Orleans. Seems like Giddey's their guy if he's there. Golden State's another team that's been known to be working the phones, or at least answering the phones, or maybe a little bit of both. And they've got 7 and 14. There's all these rumblings of, hey, would they be a player to get one of these big name veteran guys? I'm not quite sure what's going to happen, but I wouldn't be surprised to see Golden State do something.
I'm curious, Derek, what are some of the biggest storylines that you're looking forward to tonight that you're kind of paying attention to?
I think tonight for me, I'm looking at the Tennessee guys. I'm curious to see where Keon Johnson and Jaden Springer end up. I think both of them have a fairly wide range because while they're both, they excel in certain areas and, their micro skills, some of them are a little bit questionable. There is talk of a little bit of slippage for them. So there's a chance they both end up in the 20s. But I think that's the big storyline for me is just where the kids from Knoxville go.
How about you, Matt? What are you paying attention to? What are some storylines you're excited about?
I like to see where Kuminga goes. He's a guy it was pretty much top 5 in most people's mock drafts all year. And it seems like he possibly could be slipping a couple. I mean, I don't see him getting past 7 or 8, but it's still, when you're talking about that high profile player, slipping at all is sort of a surprise. So Kuminga is somebody that I'm keeping my eye on.
Now I'm curious, someone like Cade Cunningham, we've heard he's a generational talent. There's been a lot of talk about him. All the reports seem to indicate that he's going to the Detroit Pistons. We'll obviously break down every pick as it happens, but because there's so much talk around Cade, and we've been kind of hearing about him for a few years now, what are your guys' thoughts on Cade and his upside, just how good he could be?
Well, I mean, we've had Cade Cunningham number one all year. I think he's the safest of those, big three between, he, Jalen Green, and Evan Mobley. He's 6'8", versatile guard forward, does a little bit of everything. I think he's at the very least going to be a very good player. The guy for me that's got the most upside is Evan Mobley, and I've kind of stuck to that all year. But Cade is a safe, good pick.
It seems like all the talk has been about, the big 4 or 5. At what point in the draft do you think we're going to see some surprises? Do you think, it's going to be pretty, everything's going to kind of go as expected for the first 3 picks? Like where's that first pick that we're not really sure where it could go?
Derek, take that.
I think 7 is where the question marks really start. You've heard Giddey. We've heard Kuminga, we've heard Wagner as well as an option at 7. So that's where it kind of starts for me. 11 as well. There's been a lot of question marks with Charlotte. Is it Kai Jones? Is it Corey Kispert? Those are the 2 for me, at least in the lottery, that I really have questions about.
Matt, who are some of your biggest sleepers, guys that you're really high on? Again, as I mentioned at the beginning, for anyone that missed it, Matt and Derek have been traveling for months now, going to see these guys at their different training sites. You've been scouting them since high school. Who are some of your favorite players in this draft, guys that may be sleepers that we should pay attention to?
One guy that I think is worth keeping an eye on is Josh Christopher from Arizona State. And it pains me saying that since I'm an Arizona Wildcat, but Josh Christopher's got a lot of upside. And, he had a bad year. I mean, their team really struggled and disappointed overall. And I think Josh is looking like he's probably going to be in the late first, early second. But he's a guy that's I think has some of the most upside in the entire draft. So if it were to click with him, he could end up being somewhat of a steal.
I know Jalen Suggs was saying that he thinks this draft class could be one of the best of all time. He was comparing it to the 2003 draft class that obviously had tons of stars in it and a lot of depth. I think that talk is premature, obviously, but how does this class compare to some of the recent years that we've seen? Obviously, we did the same draft show last year. When you look at how it compares to some of the modern drafts, what are your thoughts on the comparisons there?
I think we've got a good group at the top, and then there's a lot of guys with upside. We've got a lot of freshmen, which we usually do, but all the way through the first round, even the early second, there's probably going to be some guys that are 18, 19 years old that have some upside. And so if things click 2-3 years now, we could be looking back and saying, hey, there's a number of guys that are making big impacts on teams.
And you mentioned Evan Mobley being one of your favorite players. You've been a big fan of his throughout this whole process and his upside. Someone like Jalen Green, we've heard a lot about him. There were some rumors even that the Pistons liked him a lot, but obviously they're going Cade, it seems. Green was someone that I liked in the interviews. He was saying, I want to win Rookie of the Year. I think I'm the best player in this draft. He seemed very confident and didn't mind saying that. What are your thoughts on Jalen Green and what you saw from him with the G League Ignite this past year?
Yeah, no, I've watched Jalen Green for a long time, and he's a big personality in a good way. I mean, he's got a great floor presence, and I think offensively he's going to be a dynamic player. I mean, he's got a knack to put the ball in the hole. He's got deep range. I think he's an underrated playmaker, and he's a high flyer. He's going to be a fun fan favorite type of player. I've got a funny story. When he was at Prolific Prep, it was a prep school in wine country in California. I went out there. I called his coach, told him to come to scout him. Put a chair right at half court. I got a first row seat to watch Jalen. They beat this other team by like 70 points. So I've been watching him for years, and I'm excited about Jalen.
For people that don't know, Matt, before you were an NBA draft analyst, you were an NBA agent. And so you've been through this process on both sides now, covering it, but then also representing players, helping them. I'm curious, from an agent standpoint, what is this moment typically like? The moments leading up to the draft where you've done all the work, you've worked the phones, you've scheduled all the workouts, your guys done everything you can. What's this moment like? And what are some things that are going through agents' minds right now?
I mean, it's absolutely nerve-wracking, and and it's one of those things where you're supposed to be a leader and take care of your player, and you feel this pressure that you need to do more and secure your player's spot. The fact of the matter is, the work is done, and it's just it's a vulnerable time for a player and an agent and their families for that matter. And all these players are anxious as heck, and their agents are as well.
Do you have any great draft stories from your time as an agent, either specific players that, it was a crazy night, draft trades? What's your best draft story for me?
Represented Jordan Mickey from LSU, and it was a really feel good story because when we signed him, he was sort of projected as more of like a mid-late second round pick, and we advised him, and he did a great job in the pre-draft process. He played at the combine and really did well, and moved himself up to be considered in the first round. And we had a handful of picks in the first round that we were kind of waited with bated breath, and he kept slipping, and he got to the second round. Boston had, if I remember correctly, 2 first-round picks. They took Terry Rozier and R.J. Hunter, and then they took Jordan with their first pick in the second round, the 33rd pick. So it ended up working out well. We wanted Jordan to be a first-round pick, but the irony of it was we ended up getting him the largest deal for a second-round pick in NBA history at that time. And so even though we were a little disappointed he didn't go in the first round, we got him paid more than he probably would have if he had gone in the first round. So that was a good story.
For sure. So because you've been on both sides of it, how often are you lied to as an agent? Or we always hear about smoke screens and things like that. So from a media standpoint, it can be very hard to figure out what's real, what's not. You hear so many rumors, and sometimes it's teams just trying to throw other teams off the scent. When you're an agent, do you deal with that as well? And do you think your time as an agent helped you kind of now in the media side sniff out some of that kind of stuff?
Oh, there's no doubt. I mean, I wasn't one as an agent to do the smoke screens. I was pretty straightforward and honest. But there's a lot of agents that play games too. I mean, they'll leak that they've got a guarantee when they don't. Teams do the same thing, and it's a hard thing to navigate. And I think it takes some experience of kind of going through it and figuring out different executives' styles of operating, and same thing with agents. And so I've always done my best to try and get a pulse on what the way everybody operates the best I can.
So just some housekeeping. We're going to be live all night breaking down every draft pick, every rumor, every trade. Hang out with us throughout the night. If you guys have questions or comments, drop them in there. We'll try to react to some of the questions. We'll pop them on the screen here. And we're going to break down every pick. We have highlights ready. If you go to the Basketball News YouTube channel, you can see draft highlights of every single player. We have, highlights from college. The international guys, we have highlights too. So you can do your own little scouting throughout the draft. Or if your favorite team picks a player, go ahead and pull that up. Make sure to subscribe to the YouTube as well. And download the Basketball News app. You can find all of our articles. I'm so proud of our team. First of all, Matt and Derek, you guys have been amazing on the draft side. And then so many of our writers have done interview-driven pieces. So we have scouting reports, mock drafts, interviews, anything you could possibly want about the draft at basketballnews.com. So check that out. I also want to thank our sponsor, Panini. Throughout the night, we're going to be posting some of the instant draft night cards on the screen here. Panini instant draft cards will be updated and made available on PaniniAmerica.net in real time as players are selected, meaning each new draftee's first trading card with his new NBA team logo will be available moments after his name is called. The Panini Instant Collection exists to commemorate milestones and achievements in real time, so fans don't have to wait months or even seasons to capture their favorite moments like the NBA draft. The cards will be available for a limited time, so don't miss your chance to start collecting. As I mentioned, as guys are picked, we're going to pop some of those Panini draft cards on the screen, so check those out. We'll be sharing them on Twitter as well. Seems like we're getting started here, about to get things underway. I mean, we've all seen the reports that Cade Cunningham is going number 1. Derek, when you jumped off, we were talking about a little bit. How do you think Cade fits with this Detroit Pistons team and the core they have in place?
So I actually really liked their pick of Killian Hayes last year and think that Cade will be really nice paired next to him. They're both comfortable with the ball in their hands. They're both comfortable as, in a secondary kind of ancillary role as well. And I think that versatility gives Detroit a great starting spot for this season. Again, 2 young guys who can handle the ball, but also play off. That just, all kind of versatility. It just opens up so many options for them moving forward.
Matt, what do you think about this young core Detroit has?
Well, I think Troy Weaver did a great job in last year's draft. Obviously, Killian Hayes had a rough rookie year. I think keep in mind there wasn't a summer league last year. This kid was coming from France and Germany. I wouldn't be too quick to judge him. And then the other 2 first-round picks, Isaiah Stewart, one of our favorites last year, and then Sadiq Bey were terrific. So I think Troy's done a really good job of creating a nice nucleus. And now you had the number 1 pick there. And I think Detroit Pistons fans should be excited, including our CEO, Scott Hale.
Yeah, we've been hearing a lot about Cade Cunningham and this young core from Scott, so I had to ask about it. I'm curious, Detroit, we always hear certain organizations do a better job at developing talent than others. Some organizations have guys on nutrition plans and customized development plans and things like that. Based on what you've heard or people around the league, how's Detroit's development system and, how they kind of help these guys reach their full potential, Matt?
I actually don't have too many specifics as far as the Pistons developmental program. I mean, I haven't heard anything one way or the other, to be honest with you.
No worries. We talked a little bit more about trades that could go down. Matt, any other updates that you have on the trade front or things to kind of keep an eye out for?
I mean, I'm still curious to see what goes on with Evan Mobley. I know he's been in high demand with teams behind Cleveland at 3. I mean, if I'm Cleveland, I'm probably keeping him unless it's something that's too good to pass up. But as I mentioned earlier, I am just a huge fan of Evan Mobley and his upside. And I've seen different photos and videos of him recently training in LA. It looks like he's getting a lot stronger. I just think that kid's upside is so high, and I'm curious to see if they end up keeping that pick or not.
For sure. So throughout the night, as things leak on Twitter, we are going to mention them here and talk about them. It's unavoidable these days. Things are going to leak on Twitter first before the broadcast. So as we kind of learn about these picks, we'll be discussing them here. So just know that. I'm curious, earlier, Derek, before you jumped off, we were kind of talking about some of our favorite sleepers in this class. Who are some of your favorite sleepers to keep an eye on?
I think in the first round, somebody who is probably going to go a little later than his talent-wise is Josh Christopher. If Josh Christopher goes early second, I think I would consider him a sleeper for the value you're going to get there. I also think Sandro Mamukelashvili from Seton Hall is one to watch. The 6'10 center, extremely versatile, can put the ball on the floor, can stretch the floor. He's really what you're looking for in a modern NBA big. He's not the most mobile, but he's intelligent on both ends of the floor. I think Sandro has a chance to really surprise people with where he goes tonight.
I think you picked him just so you could show off that you know how to say his last name. That's my theory. You guys have been doing mock drafts throughout this whole process. Matt, where are some differences you have in your mock draft versus maybe some other analysts? Are there certain things that either guys that you're higher on based on what you're hearing or what you've seen in person?
Well, I think one thing let's address is how we kind of evolve our mock draft and big board throughout the year. So what we do is the beginning of the season, it starts off as a big board. And it's essentially Derek and I do it. They're my decisions. Derek's sort of my right-hand man on it. And we pretty much just do our own personal rankings. And then when the NBA regular season ends, we convert it to a mock draft with somewhat of an accurate order before the lottery. And that's when we start simulating that we are each team and we make our own picks based off our own evaluations. And then a couple weeks leading up to the draft, we sort of transition to projecting the picks a little bit more. So the mock draft that we currently have up is what we think is going to happen. As far as the players in this year's draft, I'm curious of Derek's opinion of this. I think we're pretty much in line with most of NBA teams and the media as a whole. I don't feel like there's a whole lot of discrepancies this year. Last year, there seemed to be a lot more than this year.
One thing that we mentioned is that you guys have been traveling and seeing these guys at their training sites. Derek, you've been doing a lot as well. We have videos of these guys behind the scenes doing their training, showing workouts. We're going to show those throughout the night too, as those players are selected, so you guys can see what they look like in the pre-draft setting, in addition to their college film. Derek, what were some of the things that you kind of picked up as you were traveling and going to these different training sites, and either from trainers, what you saw in person? What were some things that you were kind of curious to see and learn from those trips?
When I get in the gym with prospects, what I care about very much is, one, how they move physically, like how fluid are they? Because film doesn't tell you everything in that regard. I also like to make sure they are as tall as a lot of the guides say they are. Some people are fairly dishonest with the heights, and the combine helps us with that as well. But I really want to get a feel for the kid's personality. How competitive is he? How's he wired? How does he think? Why does he think the way he does? And I think self-awareness really comes through when you're talking to kids, even the lack of. So I really enjoyed getting to know Bones Highland this year. I think he was a great young man, and I thoroughly enjoyed speaking with him. We also got to see some guys down in Miami, some guys, Zaire Williams out at Impact in Las Vegas. So again, I love being in the gym, getting a feel for their personality, how coachable are they, and stuff like that. Not even so much, what they do with the basketball in that moment.
I gotta say, Bones Highland, I interviewed him, and that kid has so much personality. He told me that when he was going to some of his workouts with NBA teams, he would just start rapping. And I guess he has, a bunch of his rap songs on YouTube and stuff. So he's like, yeah, I would do just snippets from my rap songs. He's like, I'm not shy. I can light up a room. So I loved his confidence. And I just loved how, outgoing he was. And I could talk to that kid for hours. So I'm hoping he does well tonight and goes pretty high. Just he seems like a good kid. Matt, who were some of the guys that you saw when you were kind of traveling? And what's your process when you go scout some of these guys in person?
Well, I mean, everything Derek just said, I sort of taught him that.
True.
I stole it. I stole it.
No, I mean that's my approach too. Is obviously you want to watch what the guys' skill sets are, how they're developing with their outside shooting or whatnot, what it might be with each specific prospect. But getting a feel for their personality, their body language, body movements, and body type. So I mean that's the main thing of it. And some guys we get more of a chance to get to know them than others. But that's a huge part too. Just getting a grip of them as a whole.
There are several teams with multiple draft picks. Obviously, the Thunder, the team that everyone talks about because they're hoarding draft picks. They have 6, including 3 first-rounders. Who are some teams that you have your eye on? Either they might be aggressive in trade talks or they could just really come away with a lot of good players tonight. Are there certain teams that, you have your eye on, Matt?
I mean, you always got to keep an eye on Derek's guy, Sam Presti. He's got a ton of picks. I mean, he's a wheeler dealer, and he's always capable of shaking things up. So always keep your eye on Sam Presti draft night.
We're getting some questions in the chat. We're gonna try to throw some of these up, throughout the night. We'll also have that ticker at the bottom, so you guys, if you miss a pick, you can see who was selected. We'll also be putting up some of the game film throughout the night as we talk about different prospects. So people are wondering, that the Cavs. Where there have been some reports about deals they've turned down and what they're kind of looking for. It's a great question. What is the asking price? What do they expect to get for that number 3 pick? I know Evan Mobley is a great player and has a lot of fans around the NBA. Can you answer that question?
Yeah, it's a tough question to answer. I mean, I think it's going to take a lot. I don't have a good answer there. I don't think. Would you say Cade Cunningham number 1? Well,
there we go.
Derek, we were right all year.
Wow, we nailed it.
Congratulations.
100%.
We did it.
Yeah,
we're so smart.
Us and everybody else, right? So I'll still take the win.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So we talked about this a little bit yesterday, on our rehearsal call here. But I'm curious, Cade Cunningham as an NBA player, who do you guys think he compares to? Who does he remind you of when you're watching his film?
Derek, you take that one.
Yeah, so I mean, we hear Luka a lot, and I think the way he moves a little bit, the way he can handle the ball, initiate the offense at 6'7", 6'8", that is reminiscent of him. I don't know if he's quite the shooter. I know he shot 40% from 3 this year, which was awesome because that was a big question of his coming into college, and he addressed that on a high level. He's an excellent passer. He's an excellent facilitator. I think he has some of the best vision we've seen in a while. He struggled a little bit at Oklahoma State. He got a little lackadaisical with the ball and tried to fit balls into windows for turnovers. But again, they didn't exactly have a ton of shooters, so people were collapsing on him a lot, didn't have a ton of space to work with. So I can see the Luka thing. I think Luka's shooting prowess and especially footwork as a shooter is kind of unparalleled, so that may not be fair. But in that mold, I think generally speaking is fair.
There's been a lot of talk about his basketball IQ as well. And I think, Matt, yesterday, you described this as a very safe pick. That you really can't go wrong with someone like Cade Cunningham. You said that maybe other players have some more upside, but he seems to be a sure thing, and it's hard to imagine him just failing completely. Can you kind of share your thoughts on Cade and this pick?
Yeah, no, like I said, it's a safe pick. I think he checks so many boxes: his size, his versatility, and there's nothing about him that has any real glaring weaknesses. I don't think he's a high-level shooter, sort of like Derek mentioned, but it's definitely not broken at the same time. The biggest issue I have with him that would be any kind of nitpicking criticism is that he's just not an elite athlete. He's not a quick twitch athlete, which is usually what you're expecting from a guy that's expected to be really high profile. And so that's the one thing for me that's holding back a little bit as far as the upside goes, as opposed to say a guy like Evan Mobley, who I do think has incredible upside.
So we talked a little about this young core and, the team that they've assembled there. Someone like Cade, how NBA ready is he? Do you think he can make an impact right away? And can we see Detroit's fortunes turn around sooner than later? Or what's the timeline, I guess, for someone like Cade? Derek?
I think he comes in, he gets the ball day one, in all likelihood probably gets the keys day one. But there will be some growing pains as far as the processing speed of the NBA game. Again, a lot of his questionable decision-making and turnovers, they came just, in areas where the game was moving really fast. And by no means do I think the game is too fast for him. But like any rookie, the NBA is a whole nother level. It's a whole nother game. And I think his aggressive nature will cause some problems in that area early. But again, I think he'll get the keys day one, as he should.
Now, the Houston Rockets are on the clock. They have about 3 minutes left. We're going to keep updating you guys throughout the draft, and we'll have a ticker as well so you don't miss any picks. As you said, Matt, you guys kind of analyzed the draft from an approach of if you were an NBA executive, what would you do? We've heard Jalen Green is going to be the pick here. It's not going to be a surprise. But what would you have done if you were the Rockets? Would you be going with Green?
No, I'd take Evan Mobley. I mean, I've told Derek a million times how much I love Evan Mobley. I'm sort of a broken record, but at the same time, I really like Jalen Green too. This is not a knock on Jalen by any means. I think this is still a really good pick, but my personal pick would be Evan Mobley.
Derek, do you agree, or have you guys been arguing about Mobley behind the scenes?
I would take Mobley as well. I just think a legitimate 7-footer with a 7'5" wingspan, who's fluid, runs like a deer, has touch inside and out, and protects the rim better than anybody we've seen in college basketball since Anthony Davis, is worthy of a number 1 or number 2 pick.
So Jalen Green is going to be the first G League Ignite player to take that professional path. Not bad for the G League to have their first player go number 2 overall, barring something crazy happening here in a second, but that's what's been reported. What are your thoughts on that path and kind of how we can scout players and learn about them against that competition and how it can prepare guys for the NBA? Matt?
I mean, this year was such a weird year. The G League, it didn't go as expected. I mean, the huge wrench thrown in their plans with the pandemic, but they made the most of it with the bubble, and I thought they did a good job. And in both Jalen Green and Kuminga, I thought they made the most of their limited amount of games. Both produced at a high level, playing against grown men. And so I'm really excited about this next group of guys that are going to the G League for next year. I think it's going to be a great landscape for us to evaluate them.
And then, Derek, what were your thoughts on, what you saw from Jalen Green throughout this season? We saw, I think, 15 games in the G League. What were your thoughts there?
I was really impressed. I didn't know what to expect. Again, everybody's first experience seeing these elite high school players come in and play against a condensed bubble. I think a lot of people don't remember that not every NBA team took their G League team down there. So some of the teams were actually condensed and probably a little stronger competition than in, quote, average G League team or season. Had his struggles early, but really came into his own in the second half. There were some games in the second half where not only was the athleticism there, which everybody knew about, but his ability to make plays for himself, stop on a dime, change of directions, get people off of him in various ways as a shooter, and then the ability to hit those shots, I was actually very impressed with. And again, the tough shot making is something that, there were hints of that being there, but to really see it somewhat consistently in the back half is what impressed me.
We do have a trade. Russell Westbrook has been traded to the Lakers. The deal is Russell Westbrook, a 2024 second-round pick and a 2028 second-round pick to the Lakers for Kyle Kuzma, Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, Montrezl Harrell, and number 22. So that is now official. We'll get to the Jalen Green thing here in a second. But what are your guys' thoughts on Russell Westbrook to the Lakers? I think there were some rumors about it recently. I want to say Mark Stein from the Undefeated have mentioned this as a possibility, but what are your thoughts on the fit there? Matt?
Well, I'm assuming Westbrook is really excited. Gets out a struggling team and on opposite coast of his coast, right? He's heading home. He's going back
home,
to LA. UCLA alumni and LA native. So you put him with Anthony Davis and LeBron James, and that's a dynamic trio. You'd have to imagine that puts them in a spot to possibly be contenders again.
Very interesting. So Jalen Green, we just talked about, his game and what he can be as a player. What do you think about his fit with this Rockets team? We saw last year they really struggled. They obviously dealt with some injuries too. Guys like Christian Wood looked good when he played, but had some issues staying on the floor. What are your thoughts on the fit, Derek?
I think he and Kevin Porter Jr. are going to be really nice together. Two guys who are comfortable on and off the ball, terrific athletes, excellent finishers at the rim, shot creators, shot makers. Again, those two together are going to be very, very difficult to stop. I think, Green, before he really comes into his own, is going to have to put on weight. He is pretty skinny, and I think addressing that, the physicality is something that's going to be important. But again, get him in an NBA weight room. He and KPJ together are going to be real nice.
watching his film here. As I mentioned earlier, you can find all of our game film here for every single prospect on the Basketball News YouTube channel. So go check that out. Subscribe to our YouTube. We have tons of live shows and film like this. If you want to do some deep dives on these players, if you're a Rockets fan, you're excited, go watch this and other film there. Matt, how do you think he fits with this team? And what do you think of the young core that Houston's assembled?
Yeah, I mean, I think he fits. I mean, I think they've got a long ways to go as far as, getting their team, stable and kind of creating the core that they're going to work with moving forward. But, I mean, Jalen Green's a great step in the right direction there. I mean, as I mentioned before, just a very dynamic offensive player. You can see on this film right now, he's hitting shots from all over the place, exciting finishes at the rim, above the rim. I really think he's a guy that, fits in, anywhere because he's just he's a walking bucket, which everybody could use.
For sure. So I'm curious. We kind of talked about, his game here. Upside, if everything goes well for Jalen Green, who's an NBA player you could compare him to? We kind of talked about Luka for Cade Cunningham. What do you think about Jalen Green and his NBA comparisons? Either of you?
Yeah, I'll take it. I would say probably Zach LaVine. He reminds me of Zach LaVine quite a bit as far as being a guy that could hit shots with range, and he's just a big-time athlete. I mean, just jumps with such ease. He could even possibly have even more upside than Zach LaVine. But that's the style of player that I would say he's like.
Derek, anyone that jumps out at you, or is LaVine who you see as well?
LaVine is actually one. Again, I don't like player comps. I think sometimes they could be more tricky than helpful. But I've seen LaVine, and I actually like that. I've been watching a decent amount of LaVine film lately from UCLA, and it is like watching a very, very similar player. Uber athletic, loves to attack the rim, loves to be a high flyer, but will have some question marks, if you will, about shot making and shot creation, which again is why the G League bubble impressed me when Green started doing that, because I think he's a better shot maker right now than LaVine was coming out of school.
Yeah, I feel like NBA comparisons to players, it is kind of unfair to those guys to say, hey, here's a superstar player, live up to that. So I do have a hard time. But I also understand some fans who don't pay attention to the draft. This is their first time hearing these guys. So it makes it a little more relatable, but I get what you're saying there. So real quick, let's get back to this Russell Westbrook trade. Then we'll kind of go back into draft mode. I'm curious, how does this help the Lakers? We see... first of all, I think it's going to be very interesting to see Russell Westbrook in this team. We also heard the Lakers were being linked to Buddy Hield and some other players. It seems like every time, we talk about this Lakers team, they're pursuing different stars and wheeling and dealing. So I think, first of all, we saw this Lakers team last year, I think would have been a top team if it wasn't for injuries that, really made them fall down the standings and then lose the play-in game. But what are your guys' thoughts on kind of what this means for the Lakers? Are they the favorites now? Does this put them closer to where Brooklyn, Milwaukee, some of those teams are, or do you think they just got worse? I see some people criticizing this move on Twitter saying they got worse.
Well, I definitely don't think they got worse. I mean, you had a guy that's a former MVP that's not, totally out of his prime. I mean, you get better. I think the biggest question mark is, are those stars going to be able to coexist properly? I mean, LeBron James essentially is the point guard. Even though he's a pass first guy, he's still pretty ball dominant. Does that fit Russell Westbrook? And so I think Westbrook's going to need to adapt. But I mean, if you're having to, concede to, one of the best players of all time, I think that's something that is, doable.
For sure. It'll be interesting to see, what other moves they make. I think everyone thought, this is going to be a pretty quiet offseason for Lakers. They're just going to re-sign some of their players, but here they are trading for Russell Westbrook, a big name. Now the Cleveland Cavaliers pick is in. As you guys mentioned, you're big fans of Evan Mobley. I think that has to be the pick here. And again, that was what was reported. I think come pick number 4, that's where you're going to start seeing some surprises. And there's been a lot of talk about, which direction the Raptors go in. But let's talk about Mobley. Matt, what are your thoughts on his upside? I know you've said you're a big fan of his, but, could he become a perennial all-star? What are we looking at here for Mobley in his career?
Yeah, I do think he could be an all-star. And I mean, Derek I think outlined it properly. I mean, he's long, he's mobile, he's skilled. I mean, I think he's got a chance of being an elite shot blocker, and not even just at the rim, but even on the perimeter. I mean, we did a breakdown earlier in the year, pretty much just highlighting what he brings on the defensive end. I mean, he could end up being the premier, defensive anchor in the league. And then on top of it, he's this versatile big he's not really a 4, he's not really a 5, he's just kind of just a big guy that could do a little bit of everything. And as far as going back to comparisons, even if we wanted to make one, it's hard to make one with him because he's just so unique. He's some have said he's a unicorn, and I agree with that statement.
Derek, what are your thoughts on Evan?
Yeah, just the way he moves. Again, the way he moves with that length, I think getting him at 3 honestly, the only thing I have to say is getting him at 3 is a steal. Good for the Cavaliers. I know the discourse is, what do we do with Jared Allen? Do we play him together? Do we sign him? I don't care. You take Mobley, you figure it out moving forward. You just rake up talent. Again, I think in a couple of years we could be looking at the best player from this class and one of the best players in the game. So I think at 3, it sounds crazy. I think it's a steal.
Yeah, it's very possible we look back on this and wonder why Evan Mobley went number 3. He had a great quote. He said that he wants to be a generational superstar like nothing we've ever seen before. So he's setting his sights pretty high and seems not to lack confidence there, which I think is great. How do you feel he fits with this Cavs team now? We see Colin Sexton's been mentioned in trade rumors. Darius Garland's shown, a lot. Jared Allen, restricted free agent, but is expected to be back. What are your thoughts on, Isaac Okoro as well? Your thoughts on this young core that Cleveland's built, Derek?
Yeah, I don't expect Sexton to be there long term. So just looking at Garland, Okoro, and Mobley, if that's what you envision as your core moving forward, I really like it because you have all the levels covered. You've got the guard, you've got the wing, you've got the big, and that's how a lot of people look at the NBA today, is those 3 positions. All 3 of those guys are mobile. They all have great feet. They can all operate in the half court. They can all operate in transition. And I think it sets them up really, really well and will give them flexibility, especially from a role construction standpoint moving forward.
Now, we have a trade. It's a pretty minor trade, but the number 31 pick is going to Indiana. So Milwaukee just traded the 31st pick to Indiana. We also have the number 4 pick. It is Scotty Barnes. So there were some questions. You guys were saying Scotty for much of the process. Yeah, Derek, I like that. Go ahead, celebrate a little bit. You guys were saying
I'll give Matt that. That's not me. That's Matt.
That's the team. That's basketball news right there. You guys have been saying this for a while now.
Yeah, unfortunately, we switched it back to Suggs this morning.
we
went back and forth, but we knew it was going to be between Suggs and Barnes. We picked wrong, but we did call that early. I wish we'd have stuck to our guns.
Well, Matt, what would you have done? Would you have went Suggs or would you have went Barnes?
It's tough because neither guy fits perfectly. You've got Van Vliet in place. You've got Malachi Flynn, who was one of my favorite players in last year's draft that really came on the second part of the year. So you got 2 on-ball guards that are smaller. So does Suggs fit in there perfectly? No. And then you've got Siakam, you got OG Anunoby. So Barnes, it doesn't fit perfectly either. But I think they just went with the guy they felt most comfortable with. And I wouldn't be surprised if this is potentially a trade too. I mean, this is a pick that's been discussed being moved. I don't know that to be the case, but it's not out of the question.
Yeah, I was going to ask. We heard so many rumors about teams trying to trade up for a top 3, top 4 pick. It'll be interesting to see if any more rumors come out or when that first trade does happen. Derek, I'm curious, what are your thoughts on Barnes as a player and what he could mean for this team?
Just extremely versatile. He has some things to clean up in his game. I think his footwork and his shooting mechanics need to be cleaned up. But again, a kid at his size, his length, his motor, and again, his personality, like Matt can speak to it, having known him and people close to him for years in high school. He's a great kid. And I think that being accompanied with the physical tools is something at 4, I don't think you should pass on.
Now, Toronto obviously moved up in the draft. They were very lucky on lottery night. We were, wondering what this team's going to do. Are they in win now mode? Do they try to add some young talent? How close is Scotty Barnes to competing? Because I know a lot of Raptors fans are hoping they can become a playoff team again. And, this core is pretty ready to go. We saw them win a championship not too long ago. What are your thoughts on, Barnes' NBA readiness, Matt?
Yeah, I mean, he's certainly not a finished project, but I think he's ready to go. He's so versatile. On the defensive end, you essentially could put him on just about anybody. At Florida State this year, Leonard Hamilton played him as a point guard on both ends of the ball, which I don't personally agree with, but it gives you a taste of just how versatile he is. He's 6'9", I believe, a 7'3" wingspan, really good leaper. He's got ball skills, great playmaker. The only real issue with him is his outside shooting, which I don't think it's totally broken. It's definitely never going to be like his strong suit. But the kid's got this confidence level that I think he's going to be able to get to a point where he's hitting shots at a high enough rate to where he's not a liability. So long story short, I do think he's ready to play right away.
Derek, what else should Raptors fans know about this pick? And how do you feel he fits with the other players in Toronto?
Honestly, my initial gut reaction is I wonder if he stays here or if this is a potential Golden State trade type move. There's just been so much of that out there lately that, Barnes in a Warriors uniform can make a ton of sense based on his versatility. But again, I think with Barnes, that key word versatility is if he stays in Toronto, that's what Raptors fans should be excited about. He epitomizes positionless basketball, and that's why I think he's worth taking this high.
For sure. So now, again, we kind of talked about the top four. We pretty much knew what was going to happen 1 through 3. 4, you guys have been talking about Scotty Barnes for a while. I think now potentially is where things start to get interesting over the next few picks. The Orlando Magic are going to be picking next. What are your thoughts on Orlando and what they do here? Do they go Jalen Suggs? What do you guys think the Magic should do, Matt?
Well, I mean, I think, next best player would be Jalen Suggs, and that's who we would, at this point, who we would probably project. Jonathan Kuminga is another guy to take a look at, and keep in mind, Orlando's got the 8th pick as well. And so I don't know if they were expecting Barnes to be on the board, if that changes their plans for 8. These next few picks could get a little interesting for us.
I'm curious. We heard so much about Kuminga early on being a top 5 pick. Why did he start to slip? Because I know I've seen that on Twitter. Some fans have been asking, why is he not being talked about as a top 5 pick anymore? Did he struggle in workouts? Was it meetings? Do we know why he's not going as high now?
I think there was a little negative intel. I think it sort of took on a life of its own. I don't necessarily agree with it. Derek and I had a chance to spend a lot of time with Jonathan and some of his family members and his agents and trainers. I really like him a lot. I think he's a nice kid. And I think he's a really talented guy. I mean, for what he did in the G League against grown men, I think he averaged like 16 points per game. And I think he's got some room for growth as a shooter, but it's shown he's capable right now. And he's just a big time athlete. His physical tools are off the hook. And so I think his upside is extremely high as well.
So we'll see what Orlando does. I'm curious, what are your guys' thoughts on, the Magic overall and kind of where they're at? We saw them trade away Vooch, Aaron Gordon, Evan Fournier. There's been some talk that Terrence Ross is potentially available too. They're obviously rebuilding, so they're looking for best player available and just trying to stockpile young talent. We also saw, they brought in a new coach, Jamal Mosley. What are your thoughts on kind of what the Magic have done as far as their rebuild? Derek?
I think they've done a really good job of kind of gathering players at each position as they start, their rebuild. We were doing some mock drafts. We looked at, hey, could they possibly take, Barnes and Kuminga or Kuminga and Wagner, this kind of stuff. And it's like, hey, you may already have a couple of every position on the team, but just gather in as much talent as you can grab. They have the guards, they have the bigs, they've got some good wings. I think they're in a great spot. Word is that I think Suggs is the guy here at 5. So at 8, I would expect them to go one of those wings that are available. And at that point, if you look 2 or 3 years down the road, there's not really a hole in their roster, which I think is a great place to be in.
Yeah, we have it right now from Woj and Shams that it is going to be Suggs. So let's talk about Jalen Suggs as a player. Obviously, I think the March Madness tournament helped him a ton. A lot of casual fans even were able to see a lot of his game and were really impressed. What are your thoughts on Suggs and his upside, Matt?
I don't think he's got nearly as much upside as some of those other guys we've talked about, but he's a great player. And, watching the run they made at Gonzaga this year, is a perfect example that this kid's just got so much leadership and toughness. He's got all the tools and characteristics you want from a floor general. And so, I've heard certain people, compare him to Jason Kidd. I thought, Darren Williams a little bit. He's going to be a really good point guard in the league, and he's got like the sixth sense type thing to him.
He's I feel like this always gets talked about, but for fans that maybe haven't tuned in, he used to play football, and he was actually an amazing football player as well in high school. I know he was being recruited by a number of different schools, had offers from Ohio State, Georgia, Nebraska, Iowa State, Alabama was looking at him. Nick Saban has praised him and said he was a great football player, and he actually told our Spencer Davies that he was able to take some of those things that he learned on the football field, and it's really applied, helped him. Whether it was court vision or his physicality, things like that. He said that his vision and things, because he was a quarterback and a safety. So and he was dominant. It seems like if he didn't go the basketball route, he might have been an NFL player just looking at his talent. So very athletic kid, very impressive. Derek, what are your thoughts on Suggs and what he could mean for this Magic team?
Suggs is going to be a really, really good two-way guard. He's not just going to be a guy who gives you offense and then is lazy on the other end. He's also not a guy who's a tremendous on-ball defender but then can't shoot. Suggs is really good on both sides of the floor. There are some issues with creating in the half court. Ball handling could be tightened up quite a bit. But again, as a facilitator, he's aggressive and intelligent. Not many really stupid mistakes or passes where you say, hey, Jalen, why did you do that? He knows what he's doing. Ultimate floor general, streaky shooter, but he's shown he can hit threes at large volume. And again, he's just a gamer. And that may be an overused term, but this is a player that I think it applies to. He just figures it out. His quarterback safety mentality as a football player comes in. He just knows how to win. And I think that's why he's a great pick and a great fit.
So we talked about, this Magic team and what they're doing as far as rebuilding. We saw RJ Hampton was acquired by them last year, and he started playing pretty well. They have Wendell Carter Jr. They have a number of young pieces on this team that they're hoping can develop into something. How do you feel he fits with that young core, Matt?
Well, it's interesting. They've got a lot of guards. They've got a lot of young players in general, and so I think anybody they would take, there's potential of a little bit of logjam down the road if all these guys develop properly. But you know what? Those are good problems to have when you're a developing team. Is you need talent, and if you're not there yet, you got to keep at it until you get there. And so Suggs is their one guard, even though they have a lot of them, that is a true point guard. And so I think he's going to carve out a niche of being sort of the leader, floor general, distributor, control the tempo and the pace of the game. So I really like this pick. I think it's the right move. I mean, it's the best player on the board, like I said before the pick. And so Orlando's got some time to kind of figure out who are the guys they want to commit to long term and how they want to kind of form their team. But this is a nice piece for them.
So we talked about it. Orlando also has the number 8 pick. I'm curious. We heard from Derek and kind of what he thought they might do at number 8, whether it's Franz Wagner or, Kuminga may still be there. That would be huge if they could get him there. Moses Moody is who we currently have mocked to Orlando in that second pick. How does the Suggs pick kind of affect that? And what would you do at number 8, Matt?
Well, I do think it changes things. I mean, we had them projecting taking Scotty Barnes, who's like a versatile 3-4 point forward type. So adding Moses Moody, who's a 2-3 shooter, 3-and-D type guy, makes sense. Now that they added another guard, I don't know if Moody makes quite as much sense, even though he's not an on-ball guard. They may look to go to Franz Wagner, who's a big wing. If Kuminga's there, I can't imagine them passing on him. We're expecting James Bouknight to be this next pick to Oklahoma City. 7 is where it could get interesting. There's been rumors that they like Josh Giddey, the Australian point guard, do-it-all point guard. But I mean, if Kuminga's there, they might have to take him too. So I don't know. We'll see who's left on the board.
A lot of shiny suits this year, I've noticed. Jalen Suggs has the shiny suit. I believe Cade Cunningham also had. No, it was Jalen Green had like diamonds. So very shiny here on the broadcast.
I didn't get the memo.
Yeah. We kept it boring here, but that's why we're not NBA players. We don't have the swag.
There's a lot of reasons we aren't NBA players.
That is true. That's true. No, for me, it's just the suit thing. That's the only reason. As I mentioned, those videos that we're going to be watching throughout the night, they're also on the Basketball News YouTube channel. So check that out. Make sure to subscribe. We have videos for every single prospect, even some of the guys that may be undrafted. So go spend an hour deep dive in that thing and check out all those videos. It's great stuff. And shout out to our team and Grant and people that, took care of that and put those videos together. They did an amazing job. We're going to be here through the entire draft, breaking down every pick, every rumor, every trade. Also, if you guys see any rumors, feel free to jump in the chat, or Matt, Derek, feel free to chime in. If I'm missing anything, we want to make sure we cover everything here. We appreciate everyone hanging out with us. So we just talked a lot about the Orlando situation. Let's talk about, what's next now. You said James Bouknight seems to be the pick for OKC. You guys spent time with him in the gym. We have his pre-draft video that we'll show here in a second that shows some behind-the-scenes workout. What did you see from him? I remember, you guys are pretty impressed and felt like he looked like a star player. Matt, can you kind of share what you saw from Bouknight behind the scenes?
Yeah, I mean, I'll go back even further than that. I mean, his freshman year at UConn, I was really high on him. And I remember telling Derek before, when we first got going for this year's our first big board, I mean, I think I had him as a lottery pick from the start, and I never really wavered. And you know what? I think we ultimately we're looking like we're probably going to be right. It's keeping him top 10. And when we went to go see him in Miami, I was already really impressed with him before we stepped in the gym. And then when we got in there, his presence, his aura. I mean, you felt like you're with a star player. And watching him move in person, as we both talked about before, seeing a guy up close and personal, you get a better grip of their athleticism and body movements. And Bouknight is just a big time athlete. I think he's got a chance, similar to like how I described Jalen Green. I think he's got a chance of being an extremely dynamic offensive player. I think that the knocks on him a little bit are consistency with outside shooting. that day, as you can see right here, he shot the heck out of the ball that day and really impressed both Derek and I from that standpoint. And, I think another knock on him would be he's a little bit of a tunnel vision scorer, but you know what? He's good at it. He's a hired gun. I think he's got a chance of being a big time scorer in the NBA.
Derek, what do you think of Book Knight?
I just love his edginess. He knows.
Sorry,
Oh my!
Josh Giddey to OKC. That is a surprise. So
wow.
I do want to
Wow.
shout out our Spencer Davies. He did a great article yesterday about Josh Giddey and his journey. Josh interviewed or Matt talked to Josh in March, and he even said, I didn't think I was a great player. I didn't think my basketball journey would be going that far. He didn't know if he'd be an NBA player or a pro player. But then he went to the NBA Academy, and they worked with him, and he grew 2 more inches and really developed into this great player. So now goes from a guy that, in 2018 was saying, I'm not sure if I'm going to be a pro basketball player, to now number 6 overall. How do we feel about Josh Giddey to OKC? The first big surprise of the night.
Well, that was you took the words out of my mouth. I feel surprised. It's wasn't expecting that one. Not that it's a bad pick. We just, Josh Giddey hadn't really been attached to Oklahoma City at all. And, as we mentioned before the show, Sam Presti is always the one to watch draft night. So, I wouldn't be surprised if this is a part of a trade too. Sam is known to be wheeling and dealing constantly. And there's been a number of teams that have wanted Josh Giddey and to move up to get him. This potentially could be, who knows, pick for Memphis or Houston, or I know the Lakers liked him a little bit. So we'll see. But I really like the kid. As you mentioned, I had a chance to talk to him. I can't remember when it was, 2 or 3 months back. And really nice kid. His parents were both pro players in Australia, so he grew up around the game. He's got great size. He's 6'7", 6'8". He's ambidextrous. Funny enough, his roommate in Australia is my former teammate at the University of Arizona, Daniel Dillon. So you got Josh Giddey, who's 18 years old, and my former teammate's 35 years old. And he's the old man now, and he was a freshman when I was a junior. I was the one babysitting him, but it's sort of funny how it's come full circle. And yeah, Josh Giddey's got a lot of upside. I think he's probably a year or 2 away from contributing at a high level because he's just so young and he needs to get stronger. But a lot of upside because his versatility is pretty incredible.
Matt, what are your thoughts? Derek, what are your thoughts on this and how he fits with OKC? Obviously, they're in a rebuild. They could have as many as 39 draft picks over the next 7 years, including 18 first-rounders, which is wild. So obviously, at some point, we're probably going to see them trading some of those picks and doing other things. Be very shocking if they drafted 39 players. Derek, what are your thoughts on this pick and how he fits with OKC?
Who can complain about having 2 6'7" on-ball, excellent passer and facilitating, combo guard and wings? I don't see who wouldn't want that. Giddey lacks elite athleticism, but the decision making and the vision is phenomenal. So I think as a distributor, he opens up the floor in so many ways for people. I think he and Shea can play together because I think they're both comfortable on and off the ball. And again, with both of them being such good passers with good length, I think it opens up the offense. I have some big concerns on defense, especially as an on-ball defender with his feet, lack of quickness and mobility. But again, from a mental standpoint, the intangible part of the game, he's got everything.
I'm curious, Matt, what are your thoughts on just what we've seen from OKC in general, loading up on draft picks, having 6 tonight? It seems like they've been very aggressive in trying to move up or wheel and deal. What are your thoughts on OKC and what they're doing?
Yeah, I like what Sam's doing. It's definitely aggressive. You had the 2 max players with Westbrook and George, and you kind of just went complete rebuild mode. And he's been utilizing this, this concept of, taking on bad contracts and stockpiling draft picks. And I think he's kind of utilizing some of the Sam Presti concepts and kind of putting his own spin on it. He's swinging for the fences. He's trying to get a superstar player by just getting as many irons in the fire as possible. And so he needs to strike some gold with one or a couple of these picks.
Now, I'm curious, we have some intel here from Shams, and he's kind of talking about how this came together. He said that OKC last weekend flew to California for a private meeting. They did a great job keeping it under wraps. I feel like OKC is very good about that. Sam Presti comes from that Spurs organization where they don't really let things leak. It's very quiet. You sometimes hear about what's happening from other teams that have had conversations with OKC, but something like this, they do a good job of hiding this kind of stuff in terms of who they're picking. Derek, what are your, for people that maybe haven't watched Josh Giddey, I feel like, with some of these overseas players, sometimes fans aren't really sure much about their game or how they fit. I know he was the youngest player in NBL history to record a triple-double. He actually had back-to-back triple-doubles. He beat LaMelo Ball's record from last year. He's only 18 years old. What are some things you would tell Thunder fans that are curious about Giddey?
It's aggressive from a developmental standpoint, but he has a really high ceiling. Again, not as an athlete, but as a facilitator, a passer, and a guy who can generate offense at a really high rate. He'll need to improve his shooting, especially off the dribble and off the catch. Fairly inefficient. It did come along the second half of the season, as we saw in his stats in the NBL numbers. But again, I don't know if he's a guy that really just pops the cap off of a team and says, okay, like this is now a contender in X amount of years, but he makes your offense really, really, really sound, and it makes it versatile. It just really opens up the floor so much. Again, he, Shea, Pokuševski, a bunch of tall, long youngsters who are comfortable both on and off the ball is a great place to start.
For sure. Well, we talked about teams that have a good, development staff. Derek, you're intimately familiar with this OKC organization. I've always heard that they do an amazing job of developing their players. When I think of the teams that do the best job of developing guys, OKC and Toronto come to mind for me, just in terms of putting these guys on custom plans, working with them on and off the court. They also focus on the guys' nutrition and sleep and things like that. Can you kind of provide some insight into what this Thunder team does from a developmental standpoint and just how great of a job they do of, maximizing these guys' potential?
Sorry, was that Matt or me?
Oh, you. Sorry, Derek.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. I was responding to a text there. The Thunder do a great job because they care about you off the floor just as much as they care about you on the floor. Which, again, those who may not know my background, I worked for the organization for 4.5 years. They have a whole program set up through a lady named Ayanna Lawson, who I respect very much, who really takes care of these players off the floor. So while they are developing as players, they're developing as people. And I think that helps your on-court performance. And I think that's one thing that I got to see on the inside, and something that they do very well that sets them apart.
Now we have another pick here. Golden State just picked Jonathan Kuminga. So you guys, again, another guy that you guys spent time in the gym with. We'll pull up his pre-draft footage here. You guys, we'll show his workout behind the scenes. What did you guys see from Kuminga when you were in the gym with him? And, did he impress you, Matt?
Oh, certainly. I mean, just his physical tools are the things that jump out the most. And I mean, combination of physical tools and just natural shot making ability. I mean, I think he's got a lot of room for improvement as far as becoming a consistent shooter. But he's shown promise already. And, I like this pick a lot at 7. I'm a little surprised to see Bouknight slip. I'm still trying to get over the Giddey surprise, the 6th pick. And I actually want to go back and tell you a little story there. So our CEO, Scott Hale, and I went to the Game 5 of the NBA Finals in Phoenix. And we walk in, and the first people we see is Yorgos Panu and Alex Sarasis. They're agents for Octagon. They're Giannis's agents. And we go to say hello to them. And right behind them was Daniel Moldovan, another guy with Octagon, Australian agent, with his client, Josh Giddey. And so I got a chance to chat with them. And I was asking them just how things were going, what they thought about draft night. And they said everything was going great, but they thought it was going to be a year. They didn't know where he was going probably until 10 seconds before his name was called. And it's funny enough, now he's the 6th pick in the draft.
Wow. Derek, you were at that workout as well. We saw the video right here. What were your thoughts on what you saw behind the scenes and then how he fits with his team?
Just so physically impressive. Right when we walked in the gym, Fran Fraschilla looked up at me. He said, "That is what a young NBA star looks like." Again, long legs, long arms, in tremendous shape. Not too he was skinny in the sense of he's cut, but extremely muscular. So he has all the physical tools you could want. Explosive. He'll just have to refine his game from a ball handling perspective, clean up decision making and shot selection. I don't know if you put him on an NBA floor, right now, how much value he provides you. But in year 2, 3 moving forward, I think with proper development, this kid can be an amazing player.
And watch this dunk coming right here. Oh, we just took it off. Got to put it back on. That's the best part.
Let's get. Actually, we played it before. It was a great dunk. Let's get his highlight videos up so we can see what he looks like with the G League Ignite. Again, we talked about G League, their professional path program. Now, I mean, pretty impressive. 2 picks in the first 7. What are your thoughts on how he fits with the Warriors here, Matt?
Well, I mean, I think they went with best player available. I don't know if this was necessarily as much of a fit pick. They just, he's too talented to pass up. That would be my best guess. I mean, he's just to get him at 7. This is a guy that at one point during the year, I mean, there's some rumblings that he could potentially even be like a number 1 type of player.
Yeah.
So at 7, just too high, the market value pick.
So it sounds like the Warriors had some trade conversations, tried to move the pick. They weren't able to, so they stick with Kuminga. Do you think they wanted Josh Giddey? All the rumors were that Giddey to 7 was kind of, that's what everyone was saying was going to happen. Do you think they were bummed that Giddey went OKC?
Possibly, yeah. I mean, we had heard Giddey tied to Golden State for a while. I was a little torn even as this morning whether we go Giddey or Kuminga. We went with Kuminga at 7, but we talked about Giddey extensively.
Now we have a pick. Orlando is taking Franz Wagner at number 8. You guys called that one as soon as the Suggs pick happened. Derek, you want to provide some insight on Wagner? His brother is an NBA player, Mo Wagner. Used to be a Laker. Now he's with the Wizards. He was with the Wizards, got traded. What are your thoughts on Wagner and what he brings to the Magic?
Yeah, so Wagner, again, I think he may not be as NBA ready as guys like Kispert and Duarte, but I think out of the guys picked so far, he may be at or near the top. From an analytics perspective, Wagner is one of the top probably 6 or 7 players in this class. He is highly intelligent. He rarely makes mistakes, always in the right spot on the floor on both sides of the floor. On-ball defender, off-ball defender, does everything well, does everything correctly. Orlando, like we said, once they picked Suggs, if Kuminga was off the board, Wagner is the guy that makes a ton of sense. He gives you that versatile forward, a guy who can be a secondary kind of ancillary guy on the ball on offense. Had some really nice pick and roll passes, as you can see. We probably have some of these in the film. But again, a guy who's going to do it all for you on both sides. Not overly flashy, but a great player.
Matt, what are your thoughts on this pick for Orlando?
Yeah, I like this pick. I mean, this is a big, versatile wing. Does all the little things. I mean, like a total glue guy. Like on a high-end complementary player. I mean, you're watching this highlight right now. I mean, great passer, team defender. I mean, Derek's really taking some deep dives on him and filled me in throughout the years. Like watch the little details of this guy's game, and he was absolutely right. I mean, this guy is like a coach's dream. I mean, will really help you execute on both ends of the ball, and I like it. It's a good pick.
So now that we know Orlando, took Suggs and Wagner, how do we feel about what this means for the Magic? Derek, how do those guys fit together? And, if you're looking forward, if you're a Magic fan, what can you expect from this young core and how those pieces fit together?
The Orlando front office is sleeping well tonight, as some people say. They probably got 2 guys that they were extremely high on. Again, knowing how that front office generally thinks and operates, Wagner and Suggs makes a ton of sense. Neither the flashiest player, but solid role players, high-end starters. Suggs probably a higher ceiling than Wagner. But again, guys who can come in, I think by year 2, will be giving valuable minutes at their positions. You address the guard position, your forward. Again, I see no holes in that roster, moving forward.
So we are now through 8 picks. Any surprises so far? I mean, Giddey's the big one, but we also we haven't seen as many trades as there was a lot of talk about is there going to be a lot of trade activity. It's still possible that we see some pop up. Obviously, we saw some earlier, Landry Shamet, Russell Westbrook. So there have been some big moves made. But any surprises so far, Matt?
Yeah, I mean Giddey for sure. I mean they're all kind of surprises now because I mean as soon as the first domino falls, it all kind of follows after. One thing I'm really interested to see is this next pick is with Sacramento. I had heard from somebody, not in the Sacramento front office, but somebody had told me they had heard Sacramento was not high on Bouknight. And so Bouknight is, I mean, at least for us, clearly the top player available. It's be interesting to see what they do. Hey, Derek, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, with Sacramento, looking at the guys kind of left on the board, I mean, Şengün can make some sense. I mean, you could maybe reach for Kai Jones here. I think my gut tells me they're going to go Moses Moody if I had to pick. Again, Bouknight being on the board is still interesting to me. Moody feels like the guy at this point.
Interesting. Well, we will see here. The pick is not in yet. We're a bit ahead. Right now, the Magic pick hasn't even been announced. The pick is in for Orlando. That's what happens when you go off the tweets. Woj and Shams, they're so far ahead. We're jumping far ahead. I'm curious then, what are your guys' thoughts on, this Sacramento core? Obviously, they, have such a long playoff drought, the longest in the league. They're trying to break that. It's been a frustrating decade, I would say, if you're a Sacramento fan. What are your thoughts on this young core they've assembled? And, what would you be looking for right now if you were the Kings, Matt?
Well, I mean, De'Aaron Fox is the guy, right? I mean, he's a great point guard. He's so fast and dynamic. And then they really did a good job, identifying Tyrese Halliburton as a complementary guy, pairing him next to De'Aaron Fox. And, last year we had talked somewhat critically on Halliburton, questioning if his ability to play as a primary point guard and lack of physicality and be able to get to his spots. And, man, Sacramento put him in a perfect situation where he wasn't dependent on being their primary guy, and they played him off the ball quite a bit and did really well. And so, I mean, I think their backcourt is pretty solid. I think they would have room for another guy like Bouknight, a scoring punch. I don't know. I mean, we'll see. I really don't have a great answer here. I'm curious to see what they do here.
Derek, any thoughts?
I think they, again, with Fox and Halliburton, you've got the guard positions kind of taken care of. I think you needed a wing. And again, Wagner is the guy. I feel like they wanted him a lot. I feel like he just fit like a glove with what they were going to try to do. Again, Bouknight, if you want the scoring, Moody is probably the closest thing you get to a future, quote, 3-and-D player, if that's what you're looking for. He's going to give you more offense than Wagner is. Wagner's probably a better defender, but the ability to play both sides, I think, if you don't want to take Sengun or Kai Jones here, that's why I think Moses Moody is probably the guy, because I just don't know if I would take another guard to kind of get in Fox and Halliburton's way of developing together.
Well, while we wait for the pick here, I do want to mention again, check out the draft prospect videos on YouTube. Our YouTube channel, Basketball News, has plenty of content. We have 11 podcasts that are part of our network, and we always upload clips from the podcast there. Film breakdowns like we're talking about here and we're showing here today. Also, check out basketballnews.com. We have analysis of every pick. Matt and Derek did breakdowns of every player in this draft class. So if you want to check out their film and scouting breakdowns, go to basketballnews.com. We're updating that throughout the night. And we're going to be hanging out for the next few hours here, breaking down every single pick, every trade, every rumor that pops up. So definitely keep hanging out with us. Right now we're waiting on Sacramento. I'm curious then, do you think this Kings team is going to be able to turn the corner soon and make the playoffs? Or do you think, they're going to be waiting a few more years and trying to keep rebuilding? Derek, what are your thoughts on how quickly this Kings team can kind of turn things around?
I still think they're a little ways away from the playoff. Not only do I don't think their young guys are ready. I don't think their whole core is ready, but the West is so strong that if you're going to call a team in the West a playoff team, like, they better be really good. And I just don't think Sacramento's there yet, probably regardless of who they add here.
For sure. So we are waiting now for this pick. Matt, what are some of your thoughts on guys who are, looking at your big board, who are some of your favorite players that you have coming up here that you're keeping an eye on? Oh, Matt, you're on mute.
Muted.
There we go.
Hey, sorry about that. Bouknight, obviously, I talked about him a bunch. We've got Davion Mitchell on the board, still Moses Moody, Alperen Sengun, Kai Jones. So there's still a number of great players, still available.
Davion Mitchell is the pick to Sacramento.
Oh, wow. What?
Wow.
So we're seeing James Bouknight fall pretty low here. So what are we thinking about? Yeah, what are we thinking about Davion Mitchell here, Matt?
I feel like that might be a trade. I don't see the fit there. I really like Davion Mitchell. It's not a question as far as the talent. He's a very good player. Just with what they have in place, and it being an analytics-driven front office. Derek could speak on this more than I could, but from my understanding is analytics people generally don't like Davion that much. He's older. I don't know, Derek. What do you think?
Again, as a shot maker and a defender, he was awesome. There were a lot of concerns from people who really dive into the numbers that didn't necessarily believe his three-point shooting this year was legit or sustainable, that it may have been a one-year thing. Because I believe at Auburn and I believe his first year at Baylor, he was low 30s, if I remember correctly, just not nearly close to the 40% like he was this season. So that was kind of the question marks. Again, taking an older player, I don't know how he fits from a roster or maybe timeline perspective right now. I don't know. I'm really trying to figure out how this fits if it's not a trade, because again, while I really like Mitchell as a player, I do, the defending and the shooting, the facilitating, just doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to me based on who else was on the board.
Well, could this be a sign that they do want to win sooner, and they view their timeline as, being accelerated, that they don't want to keep rebuilding and drafting these raw guys? They want someone that's more NBA ready. Do you think that could be the case here, Matt?
Yeah, possibly. I mean, and there's the argument too. Okay, playing two ball handlers. I mean, they drafted Halliburton last year. Maybe they like guys that can get in the paint, shoot a lot of threes, and Mitchell could defend too. So, I mean, I personally like it. It just surprises me that this is what they did.
Sure, that makes sense. So how do you feel he fits with this team and the core that they have? Either of you can jump in.
I really don't want to take the ball out of De'Aaron Fox's hand. I'm looking at their contract situation right now, kind of moving forward. Let me see. I mean, next year you've got Hield, Barnes, one more year of DeLon Wright, Fox, Halliburton. I mean, then Robert Woodard and Jamias Ramsey from last year. I'm going to guess if you view him as, hey, this is the backup point guard, or maybe they watched the Thunder really 2 years ago do well with a 3-guard lineup. I don't know how well a 3-guard lineup of Fox, Mitchell, and Halliburton does, purely based on size. Now, again, I say that having watched Chris Paul and Dennis Schroeder be a part of the same 3-guard lineup here in Oklahoma City. But again, I don't know, unless you see him as, hey, this is our backup point guard, or play him next to Fox. I don't know. I just don't know if I would have gotten in Fox's way, a guy that's, fresh on a monster contract.
So Mitchell obviously helped himself a ton this past season, winning the national championship. For a 22-year-old to be able to climb this high is very impressive, because we typically see teams go after young guys, high upside guys. Where was he being ranked before this year? Was he being talked about? Like, where was the range that Davion was being projected before this big past year?
Oh, I mean, he wasn't highly touted at all. I mean, we started watching him closely early in the season, and we initially put him in our second round, and he just gradually moved up the entire year. They had a terrific year, and he never looked back. I mean, he had this strong start, and he's such a good on-ball defender. He's physical, even though he's only measured at 6 feet. He's just a great on-ball defender, and as you see here, gets in the paint, real assertive, hard to guard. Has really developed as a shot maker off the dribble and off the catch, and as a playmaker, as you can see there.
So let's talk about James Bouknight, because he's the guy that we were talking about earlier. Great scorer, seemed like he could be a star. He's slipping a bit here. Do we know why that is, or is it just a matter of teams looking elsewhere and liking the fit better? Why do you think he's slipping, Derek?
I don't mean to jump you. I just saw Memphis is taking Zaire Williams at 10.
Wow. So we're talking about Bouknight now falling out of the top 10. I'm not sure any of us had that coming. That's very shocking. Well, then we'll get to Bouknight here in a second. Let's talk about the pick for Memphis. Derek, what are your thoughts on that?
Again, Zaire Williams is a home run swing type of pick, kind of almost no matter where you were, especially up in the top 10. A lot of struggles this year as a shot maker, as a ball handler. Physically, his lower body worried some people. I mean, Matt and I talked to some scouts who said I wouldn't touch him till the 30s. And then recently there was a talk of Orlando liking him at 8, and now Memphis came up here and got him. So he does have great upside. Again, a 6'8" wing who's comfortable handling the ball, who has a history of hitting a lot of tough shots, creating shots. We watched him work out in Las Vegas. Again, you're just betting on a lot of things going right with him. But when you see what he can do well when he's on, it does make sense.
Matt, what did you see from him in Vegas when you guys scouted him, and what are your thoughts on this pick?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen Zaire a lot. I've seen him since he was in high school. He's a USA basketball kid, so I've seen a number of events there in Colorado Springs, and then in Pac-12. I live in Pac-12 territory, so I've seen him quite a bit, including our trip to Vegas. And he's really long, height-wise for his style of play. My biggest concern with him wasn't as much the struggles his freshman year. He's got a very thin body type, very narrow shoulders. I'm not sure how much strength he's going to be able to add. I hope he can, but he's long, and you see right there, he's bouncy. He's got a nice stroke. He's a little bit of a throwback to where his game is based around his mid-range rather than being a three-point shooter. I'd like to see him become more of a primary three-point shooter and use the mid-range secondary. But he does have a lot of talent. I am so this draft altogether has really surprised me so far. And as we predicted, Sam Presti is the one that stirred the pot.
Absolutely. Yeah, he was being projected much lower, it seemed. Some people had him out of the lottery. Derek, you were mentioning some people said they wouldn't take him at 30. So this is a big surprise. And not only did Memphis pick him, they traded up to get him. So I mean, they really like him and must be very confident in his abilities. How does he fit with this current core, Derek?
Well, I will say I don't know if they traded up to get him.
That's fair.
That is something, yeah. Or I don't know if that's the case. I think that they really wanted Giddey. Again, knowing how that front office operates and thinks, Giddey definitely seems to be their kind of guy. And then you heard the reports of it. I'm not going to say they settled for Zaire because front offices aren't going to do that. You're going to do what's best for your team. But I think you're not going to get in the way of Morant. I think Bane is tremendous on the outside. I think you could have added a shooter to go with him. Like Duarte, I think, could have been in play. Again, Memphis is right there as a potential playoff team. Made it to the play-in this year. I was curious to see if they would go win now and take Kispert or Duarte. I mean, either of those guys across from Bane, and you're shooting the lights out. I mean, you're probably just scoring a ton of points. Maybe they're just banking on the guys they had in the rotation this year being ready, and then they can just take a flyer and they see the upside in Zaire, and they say, hey, we'll just take a swing. That's all I can really think of at this point because I just don't think he's ready to provide much in the near future.
Matt, what are your thoughts on the fit here and, the timeline for someone like Zaire? Is he ready to contribute right now for a playoff team, or what are your thoughts there?
He would need to take some strides. I'm not saying it's not possible because he does have talent right now. This is not a guy that has nothing to bring to the table. I just think he's probably at least a couple of years away from being anywhere close to a finished project. I mean, he's got a lot of room for growth.
For sure. So again, big surprise. We were talking about Book Night right before the draft. This pick happened. So we showed footage from earlier. It seemed like he was going to be a guy that went top 6, top 7. Now we see obviously he's slipping outside the top 10. What do you think is the reason for that, Matt?
My bet is it's just sort of circumstantial. I don't think there's any like big red flags. I didn't hear that he got medically red flagged or anything like that. No background information that raised red flags either. I think it's just case by case, situational type thing.
So Derek, what are you thinking here now? I mean, obviously this has been pretty surprising so far. Again, we really haven't seen many trades yet. Hopefully that picks up pretty soon here, but we have the Charlotte Hornets that'll be on the clock pretty soon. Actually, was there? Oh, I'm sorry. No, there was the trade. ESPN still has the Pelicans up picking. I thought maybe we missed the trade, but yeah, the Charlotte Hornets now are on the clock. What do you think we see from the Hornets here, Derek?
I would like to see them take either Book Night or Moody. Again, Rozier has one more year on his contract. He's going to make $17.9. You've got LaMelo Ball. So I could see them going with a guy like Kispert to really open up the floor. A lot of people had thought Kai Jones was going to be an option here. They just traded for Plumlee probably 2 hours ago. So if that's going to be your center, I think you go with a shooter. I mean, I think Kispert, Book Night, Moody are probably the three that stand out to me because they can all play next to LaMelo. Again, in different role, each of them in their own different roles, but I think they all fit well in their own way next to him.
For sure. Matt, what are you thinking here for Charlotte?
Well, I think best player available is Book Night, and that's what I would do. I think if they don't go Book Night, it's probably concerned with his outside shooting with LaMelo. They need to space the floor. So in that case, Moody or Kispert would make sense. But they also need some depth at big man, even though they added Plumlee. I've heard Sengun's name mentioned here, Kai Jones. My bet is Book Night. I think at this point you got to go with the talent, and adding another legitimate score to this roster, I think helps them move the needle.
Now, obviously, as you mentioned, LaMelo Ball last year was their draft pick. Nice young core in Charlotte. What do we think about what Charlotte's building and kind of where they go from here, Derek?
Yeah, I think any kind of scoring punch, whether it's a shooter or a guy who can attack the rim next to LaMelo, is great. I think you've got to give him scoring options. I don't think you take LaMelo Ball and then go, all right, let's go fix the defense. I just don't see that being the way you're going to operate. So again, looking at their books, I don't know how long Rozier is going to be there. Other than LaMelo, PJ Washington, I think, is a tremendous player. I could see Miles Bridges being there for a while. Again, you just need to add kind of one more scorer to go alongside that group.
So we talked a little about trades and some of the rumors that were coming out, a lot of rumblings about movement, things like that. Matt, are there any teams coming up here in this range that were being aggressive or that we could possibly see trades? What are some teams that maybe we should look for as possible movers?
Well, I mean, Indiana at 13, supposedly they've been in a number of different trade discussions. Golden State 14. It sounds like, Woj had mentioned that the Kuminga pick was for them, but Golden State has been aggressive. Then you got Oklahoma City at 16 and 18. Like I've said all night, you always got to watch out for Sam Presti. It always seems like he's got something up his sleeve.
I'd love to see Sam take 16 and 18 and go up to 13 and get book night.
Yeah, sure. I mean,
I'd love to see that.
Yeah, how great would that be?
Yeah. Charlotte just took book night. There you go.
Okay.
All right, yeah. That's right. That's the right pick.
No,
again, you guys,
I mean, that's incredible.
That's a steal.
Derek and I walked out of his workout, and I asked Derek, I was like, do you think James Bouknight ever averages 20 points per game in a season? We both looked at each other and said, yeah, that's a strong possibility. And so you're getting a player like that, and not saying that everybody thinks that, but we do. But getting that kid at that point in the draft, I think that is a home run.
So you guys spent time with him in the gym. So we'll show his highlights here, and then we'll show his pre-draft footage right afterwards from his training. So what did you see in the gym with him? We talked about it a little bit earlier. For people that are just tuning in now, what did you see in the gym, Derek? And then what are your thoughts on a LaMelo Ball, James Bouknight backcourt?
Yeah, Bouknight and LaMelo are going to be really fun. I mean, it probably becomes the most purely entertaining backcourt. They are going to be able to score a ton of points. Again, LaMelo's creativity with Bouknight's aggressive nature is awesome. Like I said earlier, I loved his edge. From New York, walks in, and once he puts his shoes on, nothing matters to him other than embarrassing you. And again, even though LaMelo is, seems like he's having a good time and fun out there, that kid is super competitive. And I think these two together, being excellent on offense at different skills, having different things that they excel in, is going to make them really tough to stop.
Matt, what are your thoughts on, what this could mean for Charlotte and how he fits in?
I mean, I agree with everything Derek said, and it's sort of funny to think about their backcourt is you got West Coast meets East Coast with Ball and Bouknight, and they both have a ton of swagger in different ways, but that's going to be a fun group to watch because it's they both seem to enjoy to play the game, and I think Bouknight gives them that chippiness that team needs, and I'm excited for that. I think that's a great pick.
Yeah, shocking. I mean, if you told the Charlotte Hornets this morning you're going to be able to get Bouknight at 11, I'm pretty sure most people would have said that you're crazy. Right. So great pick for them there. Pretty surprising. I did not see that coming. Let's pull up the pre-draft footage of Bouknight and we can show that, so we can show some of that footage of him behind the scenes. I mean, after you guys did that article and then the video on him, I was really impressed. And you guys said he had the makings of a star. Seems like he's going to be a great scorer. So this Hornets team should be exciting to watch. They're going to be a league pass favorite for some years to come, it seems. My question for you, Derek, when you look at Bouknight, what are some things he has to work on? What's some of the downside with him?
He's going to need to improve his efficiency overall as a shooter. Again, he excels at getting his shot off, especially in a one-on-one setting, as in a man-to-man. He can get guys off of him. Great feet. He's really strong, knows how to use his body well to get guys off of him because he's physically strong. But it's just hitting the shots, working on his balance. Sometimes when he shoots, he comes up with one leg kicked out, and it's not necessarily consistent form all the time. So I think if he improves that shooting from deep, which, again, we watched his trainer, Ronnie Taylor, showed us they built an analytics system to help him with his shooting, and we got to see the numbers as he progressed over the course of the summer and the pre-draft process. If he gets that down, he's going to be a nightmare to handle, especially in like one-on-one scenarios, kind of getting downhill.
For sure. As mentioned, we have all of these videos on our YouTube channel, the Basketball News YouTube channel, so check that out. You can watch video of every prospect, see after your favorite team makes a pick, go watch his film, break it down. We also have a bunch of interviews on there, so be sure to check that out. I also want to shout out Panini. They're our sponsor for tonight, and we actually have one thing we want to show you right now. they are releasing these NBA draft instant cards. So as soon as a guy gets drafted, their instant card is available. So that way, it's basically their rookie card. Their first ever card as an NBA player is available, which is pretty special. We're going to pop a few of those on screen right now, so you can check those out. And yeah, they're available for a limited time. You can order them, and I think they can get them in the next week. So pretty exciting stuff. Thanks to Panini for sponsoring us. Here's Cade Cunningham. So his first rookie card to the Detroit Pistons. We've been tweeting out these throughout the night as well. You can see the links there. So if you want to order some of these, definitely check those out. Pretty cool that you can have your rookie card minutes after you're drafted. So shout out to Panini. Their instant cards are great. They're doing them for all of the first round prospects, I believe. So be sure to check that out. Appreciate that from Panini. All right. So where are we now? Let's see. What do you think we're going to see next, Derek? Who are some players you have your eyes on here?
Moody seems like a San Antonio pick. I think him and Devin Vassell could be awesome together. Both kind of complementary 3-and-D wings. But again, Alperen Sengun is a guy that I could see being picked here. Kai Jones is a guy I could see being picked here. I think if I had to guess, most likely one of those three. That's kind of my gut feeling.
Gotcha. Matt, who are some players that you like coming up?
Yeah, I mean, with the Spurs, Moody, for us would probably be best player available. I think San Antonio does need to address their front court. They need some depth there. Alperen Sengun's been attached to this pick. Kai Jones. I also heard Day'Ron Sharpe, even though I think it's really high for him. I've heard San Antonio does like him. Supposedly he's lost like 20 pounds and is in great shape and has impressed some people. But if I were to bet on it, I would say probably address their front court. Let's say Sengun. Sengun's my bet here.
Now, we actually just wrote an article on basketballnews.com about what the Spurs should do and kind of what the future holds for them. Do they rebuild and kind of build around this young core? Do they try to flip some of these guys? There have been rumors that DeJounte Murray, Derek White, some of these players are gettable. So that's interesting. I'm curious what the Spurs team is going to do. Derek, what are your thoughts on where the Spurs are at as an organization and what the future holds for them?
Again, I agree with Matt that I think they need to address the front court. They have the guards, the ball handlers. I think they've got a couple decent wings as well. I just really think they need to address the center power forward position. Even though to some people in today's NBA, it's not as valuable as maybe it used to be or as valuable as it is to other teams. But I think at some point you need to do that. And there's a couple good ones on the board.
For sure. All right. So we will see who they go with here. If you guys see it pop up, feel free to jump in. I'm curious. Again, when we talk about overseas players, sometimes fans who just watch college basketball, they don't know as much. Someone like Sengun, what are we expecting from him as far as his NBA outlook? Matt?
So with Sengun, he's a little bit of a throwback. He's like a low post scorer. Our friend Fran Fischilla, he had a great comparison for him. He reminds me of Luis Scola. Not necessarily real flashy, but he just gets it done. And I mean, Luis Scola's still playing. He's like 65 years old. I'm just kidding. But he's 18 years old. Played in the Turkish league, which is a really good league. Played with and against a bunch of grown men, and produced at an extremely high level. To the point where you can't ignore it. You can't deny it. And so has really put himself in a situation to where it's looking like he's likely going to be a late lottery pick, and if not, I would bet probably mid first.
Eric, what are your thoughts on him as a player?
I think he's got a little ways to go. Again, not the most NBA ready guy, but I couldn't agree more with Matt. I don't know. I'm curious to see where he ends up.
Well, we shall see here. We're waiting on the Spurs now. I'm curious. Are you guys surprised we haven't seen more drafts? More trades. I know one executive had said that they thought this was going to be the most
Primo at 12.
Wow. So Josh Primo is the pick supposedly. He's a guy we've really liked. Primo. We didn't think he'd go this high. Really turned heads at the combine. He was terrific and has been one of the highest upside guys in the draft. Wow, that's a surprise.
For people that don't know much about Primo, can you kind of break down his game? And I think 12 is very high, considering what the mock drafts were saying. But what is his game here, and what range was he supposed to go?
So he's one of the youngest guys in the draft. He's a 2-guard with good size, pretty much well-rounded. I mean, good shooter. The combine really did well off the dribble and showed he had some wiggle and could create his own shot. I think he's got upside as a defender. just has a chance of being just a pretty well-rounded, versatile scoring two guard. Again, I'm surprised he went this high, but at the same time, a lot of people really have talked highly about him as being like, wow, that kid does have legitimate upside. And so I don't think this is necessarily a bad pick. I'm just a little surprised he went this high.
Derek, what do you think?
Yeah, I didn't see this high at all. I mean, look at it, just at other guys on the board. It really surprises me. But again, he is so young, and he's shown he can do multiple things at a high level on the floor. It is very Spurs, if you will, for whatever that means to you. It feels right to say that. I think he's a guy who can develop into a tremendous player. So while it does feel high, I think this tells me the Spurs aren't going to try to win now, maybe not even anytime soon. But I think playing the long game, this is a great player to start or continue building around, if you will.
And now, according to Woj, Chris Duarte is going to be going next to Indiana. So pretty interesting. Let's stay on Primo for a second here. How do you feel like, and then we'll move on to Duarte. How do you feel Primo fits with the San Antonio core that we talked about? DeJounte Murray, Derek White, Lonnie Walker. What are your thoughts on how he fits there?
Well, I mean, he doesn't. I mean, there's a log jam. So, I mean, long term, they're going to figure out who they're committing to. So, keep in mind the kid's 18 years old. So I don't think, regardless if he was going 12 or if he was going 25, this is a long-term play. And it's not like this kid is nothing to bring to the table, but I think he's years away of being what you want him to be. And so this is a long-term investment for the Spurs if they're keeping this pick.
Yeah, interesting. So Duarte to the Pacers. I'm curious, what are your guys' thoughts on that? How does he fit with the Pacers? Derek?
It makes sense. Also, kind of what we've been hearing, that Kispert was always in play there. So Duarte, an older, experienced shooter, it does make sense. Looking at their books, they've got a lot coming back. You've got Brogdon, Sabonis. Who knows what they'll do with Turner, Levert, Warren, Lamb, Holiday, again, Bitadze. I think adding a shooter only helps them. It keeps them in the hunt as a playoff team. It keeps them relevant. It keeps them active. Doesn't set them back at all. Or he's not a guy you have to see, hey, can we develop him? He comes in right now. I think he gets minutes tomorrow if they were to suit up. So they had been linked to a shooter for a while. So this pick makes a ton of sense. And I'll throw it over to Matt because Matt's been on Duarte since day one. So I'll let him have his cake a little bit here.
Yeah, I was hoping you'd do that. Thanks. This is early in the season, and I had seen Duarte play last year. Early in the season, I drove up to Boulder. It's 45 minutes from my house, and not a single person in the stadium but me. Right, or the fake crowd noise. Pandemic game, it was sort of awkward. But I remember walking out of the arena. I called Derek right away. I said, I just watched the first round pick. Chris Duarte is not getting any love anywhere. This guy is a legitimate player, and Derek. It brings up his age. I think he's 24 or 25.
Just turned 24.
He's an old player for the draft. I don't care. This kid's ready to go. He's got great size, big time shooter, competitor. I think he's a really good player today, and it reminds me of poor man's Klay Thompson. And I think this is a great pick. Is it the upside pick like Josh Primo that's 18 years old? Absolutely not. Doesn't mean at this stage in the draft you can't address a guy that can step in and be in your rotation day one.
For sure. So let's see. Any surprises? What are you guys thinking at this point?
A lot of surprises.
Yeah. One surprise for me as far as the lack of movement has been the trades. Again, we talked about this right before the pick came in, but we were hearing from a bunch of different executives that there's gonna be tons of trades. One executive told Jake Fisher, who is a friend of the show here, that he thought it was going to be the busiest draft night ever as far as trades. Now, we did get some during the day, which I think was, part of it. That, sometimes they happen in the afternoon and evening, right before the draft starts. So maybe that's part of it. But did you guys think there was going to be more movement as far as teams moving up, teams moving down? Matt?
Yeah, my bet is that there are trades in place or being discussed with some of the picks that have already been taken. I mean, we're surprised with all these picks. Usually that means there's something going on. It doesn't mean that that's absolutely going to happen, but I wouldn't be surprised to get some notifications that we've got a trade or two that's already been done.
For sure. So we will see. Thunder stay put if one of Kai Jones and Shanguin will be there at 16, or they trade up for one. That's a question we just got. So let's go ahead and shout out Drew Cook. What do you guys think about that, Derek?
Hey, what's up, Drew? Family friend, so I appreciate you watching. Yeah, Kai Jones and Şengün, they both make sense. Again, they both fit the Thunder timeline. They fit, hey, we take an extremely, again, young, but in their own right, very, very, very skilled at specific things. And Kai Jones' movement skills are awesome. And I think he fits what the Thunder trying to do timeline-wise. They now have no centers on the roster. Could make a ton of sense. Şengün, again, dominated the Turkish league as a teenager. Over 20 points a game, dominated the boards, has excellent vision out of the post. He's going to need to learn to stretch the floor as a big. I don't think he's Jokic. That's how a lot of people want to compare him, but it's the same style. Extremely intelligent, great feet and scoring on the low block. Again, he's been a hard guy to get a gauge on what his range is for this draft, but if he's there, it would make total sense for the Thunder to take him. Matt, just you and me, we're just hanging out now?
I guess so. I don't have any hosting skills, so I guess we're in trouble here.
Yeah, this is new to me. Anything else out there?
So I don't know. I mean, I think our mock draft is completely shot. Should we just call this a show? We'll just move on to 2022.
I will say I feel pretty confident that there's nobody out there in the media that can say they got all the.
No, I mean it's it's what we said. I mean the domino effect. I mean Presti goes Giddey at 6. It just shook the whole thing up. And I think there's probably not anybody that has this too accurately.
If I put on my host hat for just a second, Matt, tell me why the Pacers would take Duarte with Kispert still on the board.
I mean, I think Duarte's got more to his game. Kispert's more of a specialist, and I really like both players. Kispert's great, tough kid, knows how to play, big time shooter. Duarte, I just think he could, create a little bit more. Also a really good shooter and definitely a better defender.
And why do we think Moses Moody is still on the board?
It's a good question. I mean, I don't think Moody ever. I never considered Moody like a huge upside type guy. Even though he's younger, I still kind of put him in a similar category as some of those older guys as far as being a safe bet of a guy. Hey, this guy's at least going to be a good player. He's lacking burst and quick twitch athleticism, but he's a shot maker defender, similar to Duarte.
Alex, we'll throw it back to you.
Sorry about that, guys. I am back.
Good job, Derek.
Yes. Sorry about that. Technical issues.
Hey, yeah, appreciate that. So we are at Golden State number 14, correct? I was trying to get my internet back up. We're good to go. What would you guys do here if you were the Warriors? We saw, they already made one pick. Matt, what do you think the Warriors do after number 7?
Well, considering they just took Kuminga, who's mostly a big wing, maybe address their front court. I mean, it could be Isaiah Jackson. I've heard they like Trey Murphy, who's a stretch 4, specialist 3-and-D type guy. My guess would be Trey Murphy here. Trey Murphy or Isaiah Jackson.
Derek, what would you do if you were the Warriors?
Yeah, Trey Murphy is definitely on the table for me here. There are a lot of teams. I've talked to a couple teams who were in the late teens, early 20s, just dying to get up and take Murphy at this point. With he and Kispert both on the board, I think he helps them win now.
Moses Moody, we have a pick.
Oh, nice.
I was going to say, if they go with another young guy, that tells me they're maybe just stockpiling for the future just in case. I was going to say Moody and Kuminga could make sense, which is a combination. It's a combination that some people thought Orlando would end up with.
Interesting.
So yeah, I think these are good value picks for where they are.
Yeah, I agree. I can't argue that pick.
So it's interesting with this Warriors team. There were rumors that Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Klay Thompson, the veterans, were asking for win now moves. So I think the Warriors are kind of popping up in all the trade rumors. Could they package James Wiseman and these 2 lottery picks or one of the lottery picks with someone like Andrew Wiggins and go after one of these big names? There was talk about them having internal conversations about Bradley Beal, Damian Lillard. It feels like all the star players that were kind of available or potentially available were being linked to this Warriors team. Do you think we see them kind of stand pat, or are they a candidate to potentially make a trade after, drafting 2 guys that Kuminga and Moody that maybe they didn't expect to have when the night started?
Yeah, I mean, I think they're definitely a candidate to be in big trades. I mean, when you've got an opportunity of adding, all-star level guy, whether that be Damian Lillard or Bradley Beal or all these big names that have been popping up, Ben Simmons, every GM in the league is going to answer their phone and listen to those types of trades with those names. And essentially, most guys aren't off limits as far as the discussions when you're talking about that high a profile of a player. And so Golden State, they have a lot of young pieces now that essentially can be used as assets in trades. And so, I think there's probably a lot of conversations that can be had.
I know Corey Kispert was a name that was popping up as a possibility for Golden State. I know during his interview with Spencer Davies, he said that Klay Thompson is the gold standard and someone that he tries to be like. So people were saying, oh, well, if Klay potentially has issues coming back, maybe they go for someone like Kispert. What are your thoughts on the fact that they went Moody instead? Would you guys have went Moody over someone like Kispert and the other guys available?
Matt? Again, go ahead.
Yeah, go for it, Derek.
It all just comes down to your organizational timeline. I think with the age of some of the Warrior stars, you do have to start looking towards the future in a way that says, if things go wrong, if our stars get hurt, when there is a changing of the guard, who do we have here? And anybody who, anytime a team has won championships before, has been contenders for a long time, eventually you have to start having that discussion. And that's where guys like Kuminga and Moody make sense. Again, versatile wings, active on both ends of the floor. I just feel like that protects them if things, quote, were to go wrong, or you have to deal with a ton of injuries and you may have to start looking towards the future. Part of me doesn't love it because it's almost like playing defense instead of, hey, let's go win now and win another ring and another title. But I think if that's the timeline they're looking at, if those are the things they're protecting and hedging themselves from, that's where it makes a ton of sense to me.
Number 15, Corey Kispert to the Washington Wizards. Matt, thoughts on Kispert to Washington?
Well, I'm glad that we got a pick right. So,
yeah.
it's not how I thought we'd get here, but Kispert to Washington. It's been rumored that they liked him, that they liked Duarte, that they like Kispert. So that this makes a lot of sense. Probably the best shooter in the draft. A total sniper, a kid that had been in Gonzaga for 4 years. I've watched him countless times in person and just kept getting better, learned how to play. And he's a tough kid too. I really like Kispert. He's a guy that I won on my team is a floor spacer and shoots off the catch and shoots, as you can see there, but also could shoot off coming off screens. And he competes. A lot of people have compared him to Joe Harris, including myself. And I like it. That's sort of what I'm expecting from him. That type of player, that level of player. If you're getting him at 15, I think that's a pretty good pick.
Yeah, in his interview with Spencer Davies, he said that he doesn't even recognize the player when he watches film of his old self when he first got to college. He feels like he's a completely different player and doesn't like watching old video, which I thought was funny. And yeah, he said that Klay Thompson's the guy that he's always modeled his game after and studied. So it'll be interesting to see there. He said last year too that he kind of used this whole last season as a ramp up period to his rookie year, and everything was kind of preparing and looking ahead to the NBA and how he could, best prepare himself to be a contributor day one. The other thing that he said that's kind of interesting is that wherever he goes, he wants to stay long-term and, make that place home. Doesn't really want to be a guy that bounces around and plays for multiple teams. It seems like once he gets to a place, he wants to stay there. So maybe Washington has this guy, long-term for many years. Derek, any other thoughts on the pick or his fit with this core?
I believe, and people can check me, that Washington scored a ton of points last year. The defense was terrible. And I know you're losing Russ, but Beal, Bertans, and Kispert, if these guys are all on as shooters, you might have to win games 140 to 130, but you might be able to do it. These guys are going to spread the floor so well. And strangely enough, you look at the Wizards roster in the East, and again, I don't want to come out and say, hey, Wizards to the playoffs by any means, but you look at what they're going to bring in from the Russ deal. They're going to pick again at 22. You now have Beal, Bertans, Kispert, Kuzma, KCP. Gafford has really been coming into his own, especially the second half of last year. You're getting Thomas Bryant back. If you get another active guy at 22, I don't know. I see what they're doing. I see what they're building, and the pick makes sense to me.
For sure. So we will see now what the Thunder do at 16. Any thoughts on what we're going to see from OKC here? Again, we talked about it. They have 1 million draft picks, 6 in this draft, as many as 39 over the next 7 years. So they'll be very busy. Sam Presti, obviously known for his scouting and his draft ability. What do you think we see from OKC here, Matt?
Well, based off what he's done so far, I think he's proven to be unpredictable. So I mean, we'll see. I mean, there's some good players on the board. I mean, you took Giddey with 6, who's a on-ball guard. I mean, some guys with some upside: Jalen Johnson, Kai Jones, Isaiah Jackson, Alpern Sengun, still on the board. Keon Johnson, Trey Murphy. I mean, the number of those guys could be fits there. I would say probably Sengun or Trey Murphy would be the pick here. Would be my best guess.
Derek?
Sengun can make a ton of sense at either 16 or 18. I think Jalen Johnson, again, he's been slipping. There are some concerns off the floor, which makes me think that the Thunder may stay away. So Sengun or Kai Jones, one of those, to Drew's point earlier with the question, can make a ton of sense. I think Isaiah Jackson and Trey Murphy, maybe the other one. I think my super, super dark horse, at least maybe 16 or 18, is you could crazy reach for JT Thor at some point if you're kind of kicking the timeline again even farther down the road. But Sengun, Jones, I mean, Jackson, Keon Johnson's got to go at some point too. He's been slipping a lot based on people we've talked to, so I doubt he goes here. I would expect it to be one of those 4s or 5s.
Now, real quick, I do want to ask you about JT Thor. We'll talk about him more obviously later when he's picked. But Matt, you wrote a great article about how he could be the diamond in the rough in this class. 18 years old, seems like a freak athlete. It's going to take some time probably for him to develop. So that's interesting that you said that, Derek, as far as OKC not really needing him to play for 2 years and compete for anything. Can you kind of break down for people that maybe haven't watched much of JT Thor, or they just look at the stats and see, okay, why is this kid being talked about as a first rounder? What have you seen from him and what you saw behind the scenes when you're with him too, Matt?
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, he's 6'9", long wingspan, very fluid athlete. He's got all the tools you want on some level or another. I mean, he's shown promise as a guy that, could shoot the ball outside a little bit, puts on the floor a touch, and really shown flashes that he could be a guy that could be a really great player. He just hasn't put it all together yet. He's very rough around the edges. I think we wrote in the article that he's a potential diamond in the rough. I think this would be too high for him. But I mean, I probably would have said the same thing about Giddey, and he went 6. So we'll see. But yeah, JT Thor is definitely one of the guys that has a ton of upside in this draft.
So we're now halfway through the first round. As I mentioned earlier in the show, you guys have spent months traveling around the country with these guys, seeing them in their workout settings and, getting a feel for them in person. Matt, you've been scouting a lot of these guys since they were in high school. Now that we're finally here and, we're halfway through this first round, very unpredictable. You guys were joking that there's not a lot of mock drafts right now that are pretty accurate. This is why the NBA draft's so fun. You never know what's going to happen. There's always tons of surprises. After, the halfway point of the first round, what are you thinking? What are your thoughts on kind of what we've seen so far tonight, Matt?
I mean, it's been a very surprising night. We've spent so much time trying to figure out what everybody's going to do, and it just feels like it hasn't gone as planned, or at least as everybody would thought. But I like a lot of these picks. I mean, I think Golden State, I like what they've done adding Kuminga and Moody. I think those are two guys that have upside, but also could contribute right away. I like what Orlando did with Suggs and Wagner, those two guys that know how to play, that can coexist with what they already have in place. We have some teams that are clearly valuing upside. I mean, Giddey going 6, Zaire Williams going 10, Primo going 12. Interesting draft so far.
Derek, what are you thinking after 15 picks?
I didn't expect Josh Primo to go ahead of Trey Mann, maybe the McBride Highland group. I expected that to be a little closer together, maybe a bunch, like a little clump, if you will, on the board. So he's the one for me that really stands out. It's kind of mind-boggling. Again, I don't think we were caught off guard at all by Barnes at 4, Kuminga at 7. Again, Wagner at 8. I thought he would go to Sacramento, but Orlando makes sense. I just didn't think. I don't know. I didn't think the board would fall the way that it did with Giddey going 6. Giddey's still the one that gets me, but the last 3 I think make a ton of sense. I think a lot of people probably could have seen come in with Duarte, Moody, and Kispert. Kind of funny, they're very similar players going right there to teams in scenarios who want a guy who can come in and shoot right now. So Primo's the one that stands out for me.
So we are waiting to see what the Oklahoma City Thunder are going to do. As Matt's mentioned a few times, you never know with Sam Presti. He's the one that kind of threw the wrench in things and mixed things up a bunch. So always surprising. We shall see what Sam does. As we we'll be on here for the rest of the night, by the way. At the second round, Spencer Davies, our editor at basketballnews.com, is going to jump in and take over. He's our basketballnews.com Mark Tatum, so he'll be handling the second round. And then we'll have Blake Hairston join us later as well. He's done an amazing job with us at basketballnews.com. Matt and Derek, you've worked with him for a while. He does some draft breakdowns, scouting, really, really bright kid. So he's going to join us too and, help scout some of these players and provide some breakdowns. So we're excited about that. We appreciate everyone hanging out with us. We'll be on for the rest of the night. We'll hang out a little bit afterwards too, providing some analysis on, what we saw. There's our ticker, so you don't miss any picks. Thanks for hanging out with us, guys. We appreciate that. Here we go. Oklahoma City is trading the 16th pick. We finally have a trade. The Houston Rockets have acquired the 16th pick. So
Trey Murphy.
Yeah, Trey Murphy.
It's going to be Trey Murphy.
Calling her shot. All right.
I feel fairly confident about that.
I'm going to tweet that and hold you to it.
Please don't, just in case.
Matt, what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. What are they getting back?
It's not. We don't have those details
say.
yet. As soon as we do, I'll let you know.
Yeah, I mean Trey Murphy makes sense here.
What for people that don't know Trey, Derek? What are your thoughts on him, and why do you feel like this is such a good fit?
I'm going to call him a late bloomer, but not necessarily that he just became kind of came into his own. People just really started knowing about him when he got to Virginia. 2 years at Rice, shot the ball very well. Strong.
We have a pick. It's Sengun. Sengun. Sorry. So it is. What are your thoughts on that move? Derek's shocked. Look at the face.
Houston, dude. Houston taking Sengun. Man, I'm gonna have some phone calls to make tonight. An analytically driven front office picking a old school center just makes no sense to me. That being said, if you buy his shooting projection and you want to use him in a role similar to Jokic, where you put him at the top of the key and kind of let him run the show as a passer and I guess a de facto point guard at some point. Again, this is the kid that can do that. He is extremely intelligent, sees the floor very, very well. He's going to struggle athletically early, but I will say if you watch the film on him from the beginning of last season to the end of last season, he gets off the floor more quickly. He's more explosive. His feet look better getting downhill and on the defensive side, and he's still a teenager, so he's only growing. He's only getting quicker and stronger. So if you envision him in a Jokic-type role, again, it makes sense. I just did not expect a analytically heavy front office to trade up to get a center.
Matt, what are you thinking here?
Well, I mean, I said Louis Scola 2.0, so to go to Houston, that makes a lot of sense, right?
Yeah.
Put him in the same uniform. And I agree with everything Derek said. I'm a little surprised that an analytically driven team takes throwback big like Sengun, but he's a good player, and I do think his shooting will improve. And I mean, look at that pass right there. That looks like Jokic, And so, I like this pick, especially this stage in the draft. And we talked about him being, going as high as maybe 8. And so to get him, we're at 16.
Yeah.
I think it's good value pick.
So we don't know yet what the Rockets traded to move up, but clearly they had their eyes on Sengun, and if they're giving up assets to go up and get him. So once we have those details, we will share them with you. I guess how does he fit with this core, Derek? We saw the Rockets have already made one pick. What are your thoughts on the timeline for him, and then how he fits in Houston?
I think it does fit the timeline because I think Sengun is probably a good 3 years out before he's like a genuine factor on an NBA floor. I think on a bad team that's rebuilding, he can be really good. I think he can put up good numbers, but it'll be a little while before he's like, okay, this guy's a centerpiece of what we're doing, and we're a playoff team, and we're moving forward. But again, he and Jalen Green, again, it's so crazy to me. They're polar opposites as players. I mean, genuinely, I don't know if there's any similarities at all, other than they both get buckets in their own way. So they both know how to put the ball in the basket. And if that's what Houston is looking at moving forward, hey, guys who can score next to KPJ, again, I see it. I think it's just going to take a little bit before he gets there.
For sure. I do want to mention this. We right now, the NBA looks like they did a moment of silence and drafted Terrence Clark. So we do want to say rest in peace, Terrence Clark. One of the things when we're doing the show like this where we're talking and it's on in the background and we're following Twitter for all the picks, you miss some moments like that. So very cool of the NBA to have that moment. Just devastating news whenever that broke. It was so sad to see that happen and his family affected that way. So very cool of the NBA to honor him like that. We're waiting here on the next pick. I don't believe
the Thunder got 2 future firsts.
Wow. I like that move a lot. That's a Sam Presti move right there. So we talked about having 39 picks over the next 7 years. Now it's 41 and 20 first rounders. I like it. Matt, what are you thinking?
Yeah, no, I mean, he's stockpiling his draft picks. I mean, he's sticking to his plan and makes a lot of sense.
They're trying to get Chet Holmgren.
What's that?
They're trying to get Chet Holmgren.
Yeah, I don't blame him. I mean, next year we got Chet Holmgren coming in, Paolo Banchero, Jaden Hardy. Next year's draft is going to be just as good, if not better.
Derek, what do you think of that move?
I mean, I get it. Again, just have some timeline questions, but it makes sense based on what appears to be the plan. I totally get it. I can't second guess that at all.
So now let's see who is on the board now. It's with the trades throwing me off.
New Orleans.
All right. So is this where Trey Murphy III goes? That's where you guys have him mocked. Matt, you think that's the move here?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I think he fits with what they have in place. I mean, he's a guy that can stretch the floor, and he's a terrific defender. And so, I mean, I think he can go because this is what they have there already. And I mean, I think they'd like to get into win now mode, and he's a guy that can play right away and be versatile and give them some lineup flexibility and some desirable needs. I mean, outside shooting and defense. That's a great combination that comes on a premium right now.
For sure. Derek, what are you thinking we're going to see here?
Let me check our best available list here. Let's see. I do think that Trey Murphy, again, based on calls we've had, based on kind of team needs, I've also said that Trey Murphy could be a target on some New Orleans radio shows lately. So we're really hoping that Trey goes here. But even though Kai Jones, again, still a guy I did not expect necessarily to be on the board right now. If he didn't go to Charlotte, he could slip. I'm not going to get in the way of Jackson Hayes there. I think he can be a really good player. I'm not ready for Keon Johnson, and maybe other than Jared Butler, I don't know if I'm ready for another guard. So to me, Trey Murphy looks like the guy. It keeps you relevant right now and adds a shooter, which they need desperately. I think maybe before we switch, I think there's an outside shot. You look at Jalen Johnson on the board with his talent level and just say, hey, he's here, we do it. But Murphy feels like the move.
What do you guys think about this Pelicans team? It's interesting. We saw they got rid of Stan Van Gundy, just recently brought in Willie Green. And this is a team that from the moment they brought in Zion, their thing was, let's try to win now. They went out and signed veteran players. And it's been, very, very win now when some people thought, should they be rebuilding? Should they just focus on developing the young guys and, slow down their timeline? But it's been very accelerated. What are your thoughts on where this Pelicans team is at? Matt?
Yeah, I mean, I like their young pieces a lot. I mean, Zion Williamson, is a big-time player that's still really young. Brandon Ingram, the same thing. They had the lottery pick last year in Kyra Lewis, who didn't get a chance to do much last year, but you still have to have hope that he's going to develop and being, a lottery-level guy. Nickeil Alexander-Walker. I mean, we've got a number of pieces. Najee Marshall, who was undrafted last year, really did well for them. So they just need a couple extra pieces to round it out and have their young guys continue to develop. I don't think they're that far off from being a legitimate team.
Derek, what are you thinking?
I think you do. Again, you don't want another Anthony Davis situation coming on your hands. I do think you need to still try to win now, and whatever that looks like, which is why I think the shooter in Murphy makes sense here. But that's just kind of my general thoughts. I don't think you can continue to take players who, hey, let's see what they become. I think you've got to have either a sure thing or a guy with a ceiling that's so high that you can justify taking him.
So this is a minor update, but the Rockets, they gave up the picks that they owned from the Wizards and the Pistons to get to number 16. So they didn't give up any of their own picks. It's the Wizards and Piston picks. So
they still have 23 and 24.
So OKC, right. Yeah, seems like, so it's the future picks that the Rockets gave up. So yeah, those are both future picks from the Wizards and the Pistons. So just interesting note there from Tim McMahon. So we're waiting on this pick. I'm curious, who are some guys that are coming up that you like in this range? I'm looking at your mock draft now. We talked about Trey Murphy, Jared Butler at 18. That's an interesting one that we'll get to in a second. Who are some guys that you have coming up in this range that we should keep an eye on, Matt?
Kai Jones for one. Jalen Johnson has been, somewhat of a polarizing prospect, but talent-wise, we thought he was a top 10 talent. Sounds like some of his, intel has hurt him a little bit. Leaving Duke early, I think hurt. Isaiah Jackson. It's a guy that I think will be off the board here soon. I think he'll probably not get past the Knicks. Keon Johnson, James Springer, the two kids from Tennessee, and Jared Butler. Who there's been some rumblings that OKC was looking at him at 18, even though that his medicals have raised some red flags with some teams, and not just the heart condition. He got it cleared by the NBA, whatever their panel is to play. There supposedly are some issues with his medical still, and so I'm hoping for Jared Butler's case he's off the board soon.
For sure. So let's take a moment to shout out Panini again. We have some more of these instant cards that we're going to show on the screen now. There you go, Franz Wagner, his first rookie card here with the Orlando Magic.
Looks Jack there.
Yeah, he looked humongous.
He did. Look at the cool outfit there for Kuminga. As we mentioned, these are the Panini instant cards. You can order them right now. It's basically the guy's first card. So these are physical cards that you can order. They'll ship them out. They're only available for a limited time, but basically the guy's first ever card, you can get them moments after they're drafted. So definitely check those out. We're tweeting them out on the Basketball News Twitter too. So if you want the links or anything to order those, definitely check those out. And shout out to Panini. Thank you for sponsoring us tonight.
Pelicans
awesome.
took Trey Murphy.
There we go. Good call.
All right, now we can run the clip. Now we can run the clip of me guaranteeing it earlier.
Yeah, right, exactly.
We'll edit in the Pelicans instead. So we talked a little bit about Murphy and why this is a good fit. Here's his, while we look at his film and kind of break down his game, can you share more thoughts on Murphy, Derek?
Yeah, sniper, 6'8", 6'9", stretch 4. Again, he's a big stretch 4. He's not overly powerful, so he'll need to improve some physicality. Can play a little bit soft on defense, even though he's strong. But as a defender, he's got really good feet, laterally quick to where he can stay in front of people very well. And again, as a three-point shooter, let me look it up. I know it was plus 40%. Let's see, last year at Virginia, shot 43% from three on 4.5 a game. And at Rice, he shot, in his freshman year, he shot 42% from three. So again, a guy who's just going to light it up from deep, easy NBA range, can put it on the deck a little bit, not a ton. So, creating for himself is not going to be a huge part of his game, but I think that's okay. So I love the pick here because it gives them what they need right now.
We actually ran an interview on basketballnews.com with Trey. He talked to Spencer Davies, and he talked about how his dad was his harshest critic. It's almost like a John Morant situation where he was saying, yeah, I've had coaches that have been hard on me, but nothing compares to my dad and just how tough he was on him, his dad, Kenneth. But then he said, it kind of taught him to be his own harshest critic, and he became very tough on himself. So he has an interesting story. I think his defense was much improved this past year, to kind of go along with that defense. And it seems like he's someone that's very, self-motivated. I really enjoyed the interview. I would definitely recommend checking that out. And shout out to Spencer. He's going to be on here shortly, but he did an amazing job, getting a bunch of interviews and doing a really good job talking to so many different prospects. Matt, what are your thoughts on this pick and his fit with New Orleans?
Yeah, I like it a lot. I just think it makes so much sense. Like I said before, they've got some nice young, bright pieces there already. This is a kid that I really think you could plug this guy into any single team, and he provides value because he's switchable on D, shoots the ball, you finish at the rim like you just see there. He's perfect in the modern day NBA.
Now it sounds like according to some reports here that New Orleans actually had Murphy on their board prior to moving down, or he was very high on their board. So even though they moved down to 17, they still got their guy. We'll see now what's coming next. So OKC now at 18. We talked a little about the situation. Jared Butler, he had, the medical red flags that kind of popped up. One of the rumors that you were hearing, Matt, is that, the Thunder had their eyes on him here at 18. It makes sense. He's someone that, if he goes to the Thunder, kind of like we talked about before, not something where he's going to be expected to contribute right away. There really is not much of a sense of urgency there because they're obviously in rebuilding mode with 41 draft picks coming up if you account tonight's over the next 7 years. But he was cleared by the NBA's fit to play panel. So can you kind of talk more about Butler? And, it sucks for him that his medical condition has kind of overshadowed his game and everything else about his story. But can you talk about Butler as a player?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, Butler is a great player, similar to his teammate Davion Mitchell, a junior that continued to get better and better. I remember sitting in Colorado Springs with Fran Fraschilla watching him at USA Basketball, and from that point on, I mean, he just kept getting better as a shot maker, as a playmaker, and he and Davion Mitchell were the best backcourt in college basketball, in my opinion, this year. And I think there's an argument to be made that Jared Butler is even better than Davion Mitchell. And so I think without the medical issues and concerns, we'd probably be looking at a guy that would have a chance to be a late lottery, mid first round pick. And so I'm hoping he's going here soon. And unfortunately, he probably is vulnerable to being a guy that could slip a little bit, though.
So you mentioned, you alluded to this, but if he had no medical issues and he was in tip top shape, where did you say that he could potentially be going?
I mean, I would probably have him somewhere between 10 and 20. I would say. What do you think,
Gotcha.
Derek?
Yeah, I think he's a late lottery talent. Again, his combination of elite shooting, just flat out elite shooting in every scenario from anywhere on the floor, coupled with his on-ball defense and just instincts in the game. Like, he's probably one of the most instinctual players on both ends of the floor, at least in my opinion. Without medical, again, Primo went 12. Without the medical, if I'm the Spurs, Jared Butler doesn't fall past me. That's who I picked. That's probably where I would have put his floor.
Now, I'm curious. There wasn't a lot of details that came out about the medical condition. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but it was his heart, right, Matt? Is that what was out there?
Yeah, I'd like to tread lightly here, but
Sure.
It was a heart condition. There could be some other concerns, though.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. So glad to hear the panel cleared him. That's the most important thing, because, if it's devastating when a guy gets this far and has worked so hard and made all the sacrifices, and then something like that pops up and limits them and they're not able to play. So at least he was cleared. We'll see if he's the pick here. Again, that was what some of the rumors were saying. So if it's not Butler, who were some guys that you potentially like here at number 18, based on what we've seen OKC already do and kind of the position that they're in? Derek?
Again, I mean, I say it again, Kai Jones is there, Isaiah Jackson's there. Those are probably the two directions I look. It feels a little high, but Jaden Springer, Trey Mann could be in the discussion. Could be Usman Garuba time as well. Wouldn't surprise me if Sam went Giddey and Garuba, two international teenagers who come in, have professional experience. You can put them on the floor tomorrow. Doesn't mean they're going to be elite, but you can put both on the floor tomorrow. Also, I would love to see Teo Maledon, Alexis Pokusevski, Usman Garuba, and Josh Giddey playing together next year. I think that fits what the Thunder would be doing timeline-wise. I think that fits what they would try to be doing as an organization right now. So Garuba is probably my longer shot if they want to take a 4.
You wrote about how his shooting had really improved recently, and what we kind of saw from him. We'll get to him again a little bit more in depth whenever he is picked. But, can you kind of speak to his development over the last year?
Yeah, I think he just really put in work as a shooter, especially from the corners off the catch. He's been primarily a rim finisher, both on putbacks, on cuts. He's a very good cutter, knows when and how to do it, and put himself in the right spot without congesting the lane or getting in the way of his teammates. The big knock was shooting, and he really worked to improve that this year, and it showed, especially in the back half of the season.
All right, so we don't have a pick in just yet. Once that is in, we'll go ahead and announce that. Matt, we talked to Derek about kind of who he likes here. Are there any other guys that stand out to you that you would target here?
Well, I mean, the two names that are popping up for me, Kai Jones and Isaiah Jackson. I think both those guys will probably come off the board soon, just because we're getting to the point now where they're slipping a little bit. So I would expect both those guys sometime soon.
For sure. And then we kind of talked about it earlier. Are there any other teams that we should be focusing on as possible trade candidates coming up? Obviously the Thunder were one of the more aggressive teams based on some of the conversations and rumors out there. But are there any more teams coming up in this range that we should look at as possible trade?
I mean, you always got to look at the teams with multiple picks. So we got New York's got 19 and 21. Houston's got 23 and 24. I think those are teams to keep an eye out to see what they're going to do.
Gotcha. Derek, anything else you want to add as far as the situation? Either players that we should keep an eye on here, anything else that you want to touch on, or anything about OKC?
Not even necessarily about Oklahoma City, because there's just so many different ways they can go. And I think they have a great board ahead of them right now. Like any kind of position you could want, you have an option, which I think is a great spot to be in. I'm very curious to see what the Knicks do at the next two picks. Like they are going to be the ones, 19 and 21 are the ones coming up where I'm really intrigued, just because we know they tried to move up. There have been ties to Isaiah Jackson. There have been ties recently to McBride. I don't know what direction they're going to go there. Again, the Johnsons are extremely talented. So after Oklahoma City, again, I think their pick is always a crapshoot. They do a great job of staying quiet, not letting people know what they're going to do. But 19 to 21 is where I'm really fascinated now.
For sure. So still no pick in just yet. Oh, actually,
Trey Mann.
There you go, Trey Mann.
Nice.
Thoughts on that, Matt?
Yeah, no, Trey Mann, he was another kid that we saw when we were in Florida in Miami. And we've both been high on him all year. I first started liking him at the Iverson Classic a couple years ago when he was in high school. And his freshman year in Florida just didn't click real well. He didn't hit shots like you'd want him to. I think he only averaged like 5 points per game. But he went back his sophomore year and had a great year. I mean, he was the man there. I think he averaged like 16, 17 points per game. Plays on the ball, off the ball, shoots with range. He's got a sweet stroke. Can create off the dribble. He's not a big-time athlete, and I'd like to see him get stronger. But he's got some wiggle to him. He's hard to guard, and just sort of a crafty player, and I think provides an offensive punch, both at the 2 and the 1.
Here's the workout that we saw, him take part in. You guys went and visited him. Matt or Derek, actually, what did you see behind the scenes with Trey during his workout? And get a chance to talk to him.
And the footwork and the shooting are things that I really love about Mann's game. He's under control, great pre-shot footwork out of the dribble, and I think he can get his own look as well as anybody. There are going to be some concerns as you get into the lane and try to score at the rim, just because he's not an elite athlete, but he's probably about 6'4", grew a little bit from his freshman year as a shooter, decent passer as well. Again, a guy who can give you minutes, maybe some spot minutes at the 1, but a good combo guard who's versatile, which I like.
How do we feel he fits in, with this core that we have in place here in OKC?
Well, I mean, they're a developing team. I think they've got a long ways to go to figure out exactly what their core unit is for the long term. So, I mean, Sam seems like he's just trying to get some talented players in the building and see who clicks. And so, but I mean, with Trey, he provides a lot of versatility because he can play the 2, play the 1. I mean, he's definitely a scorer first and foremost. He's not a pure true point guard, but I think he could coexist with everybody they have. I mean, he can play with Shea, he can play with Maladon. And so I like this pick. We were a little uncertain of where he was going to go, but we've loved him all year. And this is pretty much the range we had him for a while. I mean, we had him 16, 17, 18, somewhere in there for a long time. And so I really like this pick. I'll tell you what, though, I am concerned with where Butler goes now.
Yeah, that's a great point. So we have a trade. The Charlotte Hornets have traded up, trading for the 19th pick. They dealt a future first-round pick, and they are taking Kai Jones. So Jones comes off the board, goes to Charlotte. We talked a little bit about, Charlotte, the draft they were having already with Book Knight and how fun that LaMelo Ball, James Book Knight backcourt's going to be. Now adding Kai Jones in, too. Derek, I know you're high on both of those players. What do you think of this draft for Charlotte so far?
Yeah, I actually really like what they've done. They're getting 2 young, super athletic players. A lot of people thought they would get Kai Jones at 11. So to get him at this point, even though you had to trade up to get him, I think is tremendous value.
Matt, what are your thoughts?
I mean, that was my thoughts exactly. I mean, we had them taking Kai Jones at 11. So to get him later in the draft and you're adding Book Knight, I mean, that's pretty incredible. I mean, Book Knight to me is a pretty surefire that he's at least going to be a good player. Kai Jones is more of a high risk, high reward. But because you're adding Book Knight already and you're getting him a little later in the draft, I think they should be celebrating right now.
Yeah, great draft if you're the Charlotte Hornets. Again, we kind of talked earlier about what this core looks like. How does Jones kind of fit with this team that's in place now? The core that we have there, Derek.
Again, he lets you run the floor, which is what LaMelo and Book Knight are going to do. To Fran Fraschilla's point, he's the best rim runner in the class. Isaiah Jackson's up there. I think Jones is a little bigger, a little longer, just high motor. He's going to run the floor with you. He and LaMelo, the lobs coming in the future are going to be so much fun. And I think, again, he also lets you spread the floor. When a guy like Book Knight wants to attack the rim, Kai Jones has shown the flashes as a shooter who can move it outside. So I think the Charlotte offense just absolutely expanded, and I think is just awesome.
Yeah, 100%. I like to piggyback off that. I mean, Fran, I forget the terminology Fran always uses, but essentially what he refers to with Kai is that he runs the floor blindly. Whether he's going to get the ball or not, he does it every single possession. I mean, puts his head down, just gets after it. So, I mean, with ball, that's going to be a lot of fun. So, I mean, you could do, pick and roll action, pick and pop, run the floor, transition. You got Book Nine transition. Charlotte is on the up and up from my standpoint.
Yeah, credit to Charlotte because, Mitch Kupchak took over that organization and they were in a really tough spot. And to be able to go out there and, that Gordon Hayward deal that everyone kind of mocked initially is looking much better now. Some of the draft picks they've been able to make have been really impressive. So this team is suddenly looking like they're turning the corner, and it's been pretty impressive to watch what they've done, not only through the draft, but also at free agency. It helps when you have a guy like LaMelo Ball, too, that can kind of set people up and make everyone look a little bit better as well. So it'll be fun to watch this team, not only just for LaMelo's sophomore season, but now these two young studs as well. So interesting that the Knicks traded out at number 19. What are your guys' thoughts on that? Because we were just talking about it, having two picks, 19 and 21. People were kind of wondering what New York was going to do. I know there were some rumors about the Knicks using those picks in trades. Matt, what are your thoughts on the deal?
Hey, first of all, question: what was the trade exactly?
I think we don't have the details yet. It was just a future first-round pick, so we don't have we don't know what year.
Yeah. So my guess is that New York got a grip that they can get Isaiah Jackson at 21. And so, I mean, well, let's see what they get back. I mean, I'm assuming it's probably, if it hasn't been announced, probably future stuff. But the word was that they really liked Isaiah Jackson. So Isaiah Jackson at 21 makes sense to me. 20, I'm not quite sure what Atlanta's going to do here. My best guess would be they're going to go with one of the guards. There's a number.
We thought Mann had a chance. We thought Mann had a chance at Atlanta.
Right. Yeah. It could be Springer, Cam Thomas, maybe McBride, Bones Highland.
It'll be one of the guards.
Yeah.
Mark Berman says the Knicks traded 19 because all of the shooting wings that they liked were off the board. The last one they liked was Trey Murphy. So the fact that he wasn't there, they decided to move on. So
yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, interesting. I'm curious. The people are jumping in the comments right now. Heavy Pastry says that Primo was a terrible pick. That of all the draft picks tonight, is that one that kind of stands out to you as being the most surprising or kind of a reach?
Yeah, I'd say, most surprising, and I think time will tell to see if that was a good pick or not. I mean, Primo's one of those players. He's 18 years old, and so he's so far from being a finished product. But it's not out of the question. A few years from now, we look back at that being a great pick, and so we just need to give the kid some time and give the Spurs some time.
So Atlanta is keeping pick number 20, and they have taken Jalen Johnson.
Oh, wow.
Interesting. Jalen Johnson to the Hawks. Now, this is a Hawks team that has a lot of young talent. Obviously went to the Eastern Conference Finals this year. How does Jalen Jones fit with this team, Matt?
Well, I don't think this is necessarily a fit pick. I mean, Atlanta has a lot of forwards already. I think it's a bit of a logjam. My best guess here is they looked at it as, hey, this guy is a top 10 talent. We're getting him at 20. We can absorb the risk here at this point in the draft, and hopefully it clicks. And if it does, they might have gotten one of the most talented players in the draft.
Yeah, Derek, what are your thoughts just on him as a player?
Yeah, this is, you look at the big board and you go, oh, we just got to take him, because Atlanta's in a spot they don't need anybody to come in and play right now, which is like the ultimate flexibility in a draft room. You don't have to make sure they can play tomorrow. 6'8", good length, can put the ball on the floor, can run a little bit of pick and roll, can score inside, can score outside, can finish at the rim. Again, it's just about getting him to lock in and do things with consistency. But from a talent perspective, top 10 guy in the class.
Now, I'm curious, there were some rumors that the Hawks were looking to shop some of the young players like Cam Reddish and others just because they do have so much young talent, and some of those guys are going to have to get paid soon. There was talk about them trying to package number 20 and Reddish together in a possible trade. Do you think they're going to be, looking to still make some kind of move? And could this mean that Reddish is on the way out potentially? What do you guys think of where the Hawks are in terms of all this young talent and possible trades that could be coming.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting offseason last year. I mean, they've done a good job of drafting well, and they've got a lot of young pieces. Then they spent a lot of money, signing Bogdanovich and Gallinari, which kind of held back some of their young guys, but they had a great playoff run. So it's gonna be interesting that they've got decisions to make. I mean, when you add so many young players, it comes a time where you need to make a decision. Do we want to pay these guys, keep them in house, or do we want to move on? And so with Reddish, it seems like there's not a spot for him moving forward. I was at the game when the Bucks beat the Hawks in the playoffs, and then Reddish played the tail end of the game, and he was terrific. I mean, he's always had the talent. It's just I think he needs an opportunity and it needs to click. And man, in that game, it looked like it was clicking. And so he's still a really young player, great size, and he's pretty much got the whole bag. He's got everything you want from a skill set standpoint. I think somebody would probably be a taker on Reddish if he were actually available.
Yeah, I was surprised by that too. The fact that they're making him available, and I think there'd be a lot of teams lining up to get him if he was available. But this pick is interesting. We'll see. I think, like you guys said, it's more about just the best player available because they don't really have many needs at this point, so they can afford to do that and hope he pans out. But interesting to see what happens there with this young core. I do want to remind everyone we have the Basketball News YouTube channel. We have all of these draft videos on there, so do a deep dive, look at different prospects, check out that film. It's a great way to kind of learn about some of these players in this draft. And then also check out basketballnews.com or download our app. It's available anywhere apps are found. And we have tons of articles, interviews, breakdowns, things like that. So check those out. All right, let's talk about what happens next here. The Washington Wizards are up the Knicks are up again, number 21. Thoughts on what we see from the Knicks?
My best bet would be Isaiah Jackson here. I've heard they liked him, and I mean at one point there was even rumor they're thinking about they needed to move up to get him. So my bet is Isaiah Jackson, but there are some some good players on the board too. Keon Johnson, Jaden Springer, Jared Butler, Sharif Cooper. So we still have some good players.
Derek, what do you think of the Knicks do here?
I think there's a shot in the dark they take Sharif Cooper here. Likely not, but I think it's an option. Isaiah Jackson, Usman Garuba are the two that I would probably get. If I had to bet on it, I believe that they'll address with one of those guys.
Oh, yeah. And McBride. I mean, there's a good group of guys here still.
Yeah.
Interesting. So, I mean, while we're kind of waiting for this pick to come in, let's talk about kind of what we've seen tonight. What are the biggest things that have kind of stood out to you? Whether it's picks or, trade rumors, the lack of trades, what kind of stands out to you, Matt?
Giddey going 6, even though that, it wasn't that far ahead of what we expected. I mean, we had talked about number 7, but we had never talked about Giddey going number 6 to OKC. And so that was a big surprise. I mean, so the surprises started early. Primo going 12. There's no way, we're ever going to answer this question and say we weren't surprised by Primo at 12. I mean, that's just, we both really like him a lot. We've liked him and been intrigued by him the entire year. We had one of our colleagues, Jeremy Berman, watched him a number of times this year and really liked his upside. We did not think he'd be a lottery pick, though.
Derek?
Even though Jalen Johnson probably, quote, slipped to 20, it's sooner than I expected him to go. I mean, if you look at the board, I thought Jackson, Keon, and at least those two would probably go ahead of him with Garuba, McBride, even Butler maybe up there as well. Cam Thomas still being on the board, not surprising. I'm very intrigued to see where Cam Thomas ends up because I thought Atlanta was a real possibility. That's kind of what's sticking out to me right now, just some of the really good talent off the board. But I've said on shows or radio or podcasts I've done the last couple of days, you're starting to see the board shape up to where teams early second, you're going to get a first round talent. I mean, good talent is going to fall down to 30 to 35. And now that we're seeing kind of what group that is, that's what I'm really interested about.
For sure. So now
I would like to point out, Derek, we had Jalen Johnson at 21, so we were only one off.
Hey, we're close. We got to feel good.
Yeah. Hey, I'm just trying to take what we can get here,
Yeah, I've went back and looked even while we're on the show at other mock drafts. I mean, there's like nobody who's even close.
Yeah. It's been a different
once you get past 3, like that's it.
Right.
One of those years, you never know.
No, that's fun. I enjoy it, to be honest. I mean, it's such an inexact science, and I mean, one thing I think a lot of the public misses a lot is even among NBA teams, everybody thinks very differently, sees the game differently. They're trying to execute different things. It makes dissecting the draft sometimes feel impossible. But I like the challenge. I know Derek does too. We talk about this quite a bit, and so when you do get it right, it does feel good because it's a hard thing to do.
Now the Washington Wizards are up here. We saw earlier. Remind me who they took at 15. I'm trying to.
They took Corey Kispert.
Okay, so Corey Kispert at 15. You guys called that one, talking about picks that were right. Now, number 22, you guys have Keon Johnson mocked there. What do we think they're going to do here?
We're talking about 21.
Wait, who did the Knicks take?
Yeah, I think we're doing Isaiah Jackson 21. I don't think it's been announced yet, has it?
Oh, sorry about that. You are right. I skipped.
Yeah, so my bet is Isaiah Jackson, New York, and then I think Washington. I think it could be Keon Johnson. It wouldn't surprise me at 22.
I will say I just scrolled through Twitter. I saw somebody broke my heart. It said, "Welcome to the city, Kai Jones," and they hashtag New York forever. They didn't know they traded the pick. that's just tough to see, man. That's tough to see.
The worst is when you're actually like covering the draft live. Like I remember with Elfrid Payton when he got drafted, he was wearing the Sixers hat and had no idea that the trade had happened. And the media was like, "Hey, are you excited to play with Aaron Gordon in Orlando?" And he was like, "Wait, what?" Right. And he's like, "I was actually getting nervous because I didn't work out for the Sixers and I didn't think it made much sense." So sometimes the players don't even know until
absolutely. I don't know if you guys saw this. NBA TV has as a special about the 1996 draft. If you haven't seen it, you should watch it. It's terrific. Mm-hmm. And Ray Allen talks about that. He was drafted by Minnesota. And he's like, I didn't even work out for there. Like, I don't fit there at all. He's like, what's going on? And he gets traded to Milwaukee. He does his press conference. He's kind of like, I don't know what's going on here. And it's been a weird night. But that kind of stuff happens a lot.
Crazy. Yeah, I always love those behind the scenes stories. I got to check that documentary out. That draft class was just insane. Wow. Yeah, it was. So here, let's see. What do we think? We talked a little about players that were on the board. What do you guys think of this Knicks situation? And they could have $50 million in cap space this offseason. So all eyes are kind of on them. There was a report today from Ian Begley that they may be keeping that cap space and looking ahead to next year when there's gonna be tons of big names available in free agency. Guys like Bradley Beal, Zach LaVine. You could also see potentially James Harden, Kevin Durant, Kawhi Leonard. Tons of restricted free agents from that 2018 class. So what are your thoughts on kind of where the Knicks stand and what we could see them do here?
Yeah, I mean, they certainly made strides. I mean, Julius Randle this past year was terrific. I mean, there was a lot of question marks with him that, he had underachieved so far. And this year, it really came together for him. And a nice building block for them. RJ Barrett, the same thing. I think he had a pretty up and down rookie year. The second year, I mean, really started to click. And so Manuel Quickly was a great pick in the late first. Surprised me. I was pretty critical on Quickly. I didn't see it from him, but credit to him and credit to the Knicks. He's turned into be a valuable asset for them. And and I mean, Obi Toppin, who was a high lottery pick last year, didn't get much of an opportunity this year. Came off an injury to start the year. I still have high hopes for him. And so the Knicks, I think the Knicks have a nice core unit of young guys. Mitchell Robinson's going to be coming back. Adding these picks this year. I think Knicks fans should be excited.
Derek, what do you think about where the Knicks stand?
Yeah, I'm just curious to see where they spend the money. What position? Is it a guard or is it a center? And then you probably draft the other one. But again, the story about them wanting to play now wings and then them not being available is interesting to me. So it makes me think they're going to go get a guard in free agency because, I mean, other than Butler right now, I don't know if there's a guy you can put the ball in his hands right now and kind of be at the same level offensively next year.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Sharif Cooper would be the guy. I don't know if he'll go this high or not. I mean, the other guys that we're looking at guards, I mean, Miles Deuce McBride, we both love him. He's just not a true point guard. I mean, he's a great player, great defender. I don't know if he's necessarily going to be your floor general. So I don't think that necessarily answers that. If that's what they're looking for, Sharif Cooper would be the guy.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, I'm curious to see if the Knicks, this free agent class, I'm not very high on it. There's not a whole lot of star power. There's some good restricted free agents, but as far as like the big names, I feel like, it's not the best offseason, that $50 million to spend. So those rumors that they might, wait or sign 1-year deals or 2-year deals with options so that they can keep that flexibility for next year, that would not surprise me. I guess real quick before we get into some of this pick, what do you guys think of this free agent class? Derek, do you have any thoughts on what this class looks like? I know you've been so focused on draft mode, but any thoughts there?
Yeah, I'm not even going to front. Couldn't tell you who's available in free agency really coming up.
Good. That was a test. I was making sure you were doing your job and not focused on free agency.
I knew if I tried to put any BS, you, Spencer, you guys would have called me out. I know my role. I know my lane.
Hey, I am out of draft questions, and I'm stalling by bringing up free agency. So hopefully this pick comes in soon, and we'll see what happens here. I do want to get your guys' thoughts. We brought up Washington briefly, and now you guys have Keon Johnson. What do you guys think, the Wizards could potentially do with this next pick? Matt?
Yeah, I mean, we projected Keon Johnson. I had heard somewhere that they liked Keon, and I think we're getting to a point in the draft where, you get a little bit away from fit. You've got a little more wiggle room to draft a guy with upside and just kind of make it work. And Keon Johnson he is an incredible athlete. He broke the record for the vertical jump at the NBA Draft Combine this year. There's concerns with his offensive skill set. He's only 6'4". He's really more of like a three-man swing. Doesn't have great ball skills or playmaking skills. Questionable outside shooter. He's just such a terrific athlete. Has a great motor, unbelievably defensively. He just has so much upside because of how athletic he is. I think at a certain point in the draft, teams are going to have to look at him and be like, all right, let's roll the dice. Let's take the high upside kid and try and make it work.
Derek, any thoughts on that?
Honestly, I was just looking at Chris Paul opting out of his current contract to sign an extension with the Phoenix Suns. And I was going to throw it to you to see what thoughts you had on that.
Yeah, let's talk about that. It's interesting because there was a lot of talk about, Paul potentially doing that. I think, after this run to the NBA Finals, it's not a huge surprise. I know he's always been someone that, wanted to get as much money as possible. That's why the rumors about the Lakers and things like that was always so confusing to me because Paul didn't want to buy out when he had an opportunity in OKC. And he's been, as president of the Players Union, he's wanting to get as much money as possible. So I think it makes sense that he signs the extension and gets the multi-year deal. The big thing for him, I think, was locking up the years. He wanted to make sure he had that security for the next few years because he is, an older player. But I mean, obviously, if you're the Suns, you want to run it back. And he seemed very happy there, developed relationships with Devin Booker, became a big brother, kind of a tough big brother on DeAndre Ayton. So yeah, I think it's a great fit and it makes a lot of sense for everyone involved. So interesting to see that. I'm glad you brought that up, Derek. I missed that. Matt, you're based out there in Arizona. What are your thoughts on, Chris Paul locking that up and kind of, hold on, actually, while we have a trade here, Detroit is trading for number 21. I'm sorry. It seems like there may be a 3-team deal. There's kind of some confusion. Shams is saying the Clippers acquired it. Woj is saying Detroit acquired it. So we have a Shams versus Woj fight. So we'll see who actually has the pick. But according to Shams, the Clippers are selecting Keon Johnson at number 21. So,
interesting.
Yeah, so New York traded the pick. So how do you feel? New York trading both their picks. I mean, it kind of lines up with Mark Berman was saying that they wanted a shooting wing, and when none were available, they said, okay, we're going to trade both of them. What do you think of that?
No, it's interesting. I mean, I think, just because you have picks doesn't mean you need to use them. If there's not guys that you think, make sense for you there, yeah, I mean, trade it. And so, I mean, I think each team has their own prerogative. I mean, I don't think they should feel pressure that they have to take guys.
Yeah, this is confusing because you have Shams saying one thing, and then now, there's also talk about Detroit. Everyone's saying Pistons are on the clock. So, again, maybe we have a 3-team deal here, and that's why there's some confusion. But we will see who ends up getting this. If it is the Clippers with Kai Jones, what are your thoughts? What are your thoughts on that, Derek? I'm sorry, not Kai Jones.
Keon Johnson.
Keon Johnson, yeah. KJ threw me off.
Woj just said that New York is trading 21 to Detroit. Shams just said they're trading 21 to the Clippers.
It's confusing. We're not sure. He said that Shams said, he not only said who that they traded up to the Clippers, he said they took Keon Johnson. So let's talk as if it's Keon Johnson, the Clippers. Oh, here we go. Woj just clarified it is the Clippers. So Shams wins the battle. I'm curious. Keon Johnson, what are your thoughts there in his fit with the Clippers?
Yeah. He's a really good defensive guard. I don't know how he's going to score, at least immediately, at the NBA level. So I'm curious to see what about him makes the Clippers feel like they want to go up and get him. Doesn't shock me that they moved up. We were getting to a point to where I don't think he was going to make it all the way to their pick at 25. So I don't know what kind of offensive role they're envisioning for him. But I mean, with his physical tools and athleticism, I'd love for him to learn from Patrick Beverley. I don't think he's that kind of dog on defense, but I think he can put that kind of pressure on ball handlers in the same way. I mean, he's so athletic and quick that I think that's the role for him. I don't know about the offense, so that's kind of what I'm curious about, how they're going to use him.
So the Clippers are trading number 25 and a future second to New York in order to get Keon Johnson. If Johnson becomes a stud player, Pistons fans are going to remember that, 3-minute window where they thought they were getting him and be kicking themselves. So tough for Pistons fans, but it is the Clippers that moved up instead. How do you feel about them trading a future second and number 25 to move up and get their guy, Matt?
Yeah, I think it's interesting. I mean, with the Clippers, they play a lot of positionless, ball with Paul George and Kawhi Leonard, versatile wings. I mean, Patrick Beverley has been their, point guard there. He's more of just a defender that's in the body of a point guard. So you put a guy like Keon, who's another guy that's pretty much positionless. I mean, as I just mentioned, that doesn't have a great offensive skill set, but he's just an incredible athlete, plays really hard. And he's got so much upside. So I like it. I mean, at this stage in the draft, I think it's relatively low risk to get a guy with that much upside. And from all my understanding is that Keon's a great kid. And it was great to see on the telecast our friend, his agent Dave Spahn, get a little camera time too.
Nice. So Detroit is part of the deal. It's a Detroit second rounder that's being traded that the Clippers own. So that's where Detroit came in. So I figured it was some. It's in 2024. The pick.
Okay. We don't have to worry about that till later.
Yeah, that's why there was. Some confusion. It's so funny because people don't think about Woj and Sham just sitting there texting executives and agents and trying to get every single thing. So when there's confusion like that, typically there's something was texted wrong or there was a typo or something. So we do have the next pick though. Number 22 is Isaiah Jackson to the Wizards. So I know Jackson was a guy that it's interesting. Again, Spencer Davies interviewed him recently for Basketball News, and he's a guy that said he loves defense, loves blocking shots, getting steals. That's why he plays the game, shutting people down. He also said that Kevin Garnett is the reason he started playing basketball, and a guy that he models himself after, studies his game, says every day he feels inspired by Kevin Garnett. So that's kind of player you're getting, a guy that loves KG and loves defense. So what are your thoughts on this pick, Matt?
I like it a lot. I mean, this stage in the draft, I mean, I don't think, like I said before, I don't think you need to look at fit quite as much. I mean, the further you go down the draft, the less fit matters. And this kid is so athletic. They list him at 6'10". I think he's probably 6'9", real long, just bouncy and moves fluidly and plays with a great pace. And you see there, he's doing little, big man dirty work. I think he can play the 4, play small ball 5. I'd like to see him add some weight. He's very thin, but big time shot blocker, finisher. And I think he's got some upside for skill. I mean, he's definitely not been a perimeter threat at this point, but he's got nice touch, good hands. I really like this pick.
Derek?
Yeah, part of me is surprised that the Knicks would trade out. I mean, maybe they got bad intel that they thought he was going to be there at 25 now. Part of me thinks that they really want that they're okay with getting Garuba at 25. Should he make it through the Houston picks, which I believe is where we have him going.
Oh, this pick's being moved?
Oh, to Indy. It's to Indy. Interesting. Okay, so Indiana now getting Isaiah Jackson.
Huh. So what they're getting back.
Yeah, well, once we have that, we will update it. But what are your thoughts on that, Derek?
Well, now I'm trying to – does that tell us that Miles Turner's not going to be there?
No, I mean, I think this point
they're very different.
Yeah, I mean, you're taking a guy in the 20s. I don't think that necessarily means you're shipping off starters. I mean, it doesn't mean that's not the case, but I don't think there's a foregone conclusion you take a guy at 20 that you need to carve out a starting spot for him. I mean, chances are, most of the guys taken in the draft at all, work their way into a solidified role. It doesn't happen day one.
Yeah. I just, to what Matt said earlier, though, that athleticism and rim protection. I think he's going to be able to be a really good defender at the next level. Needs to put on some weight, needs to get in the weight room, but I think he's going to be tough to score on.
It is interesting, the Indiana situation. There's been talk, do they stagger the minutes of Sabonis and Turner? That's something that Rick Carlisle talked about during his introductory press conference. And we've seen the numbers and just the eye test show that those guys haven't really played well when they're on the floor together. So I think that's where some of the trade talk comes from. Miles Turner was a guy that was being linked to Boston and other teams last offseason. I feel like he's that new guy in the NBA where every summer, his name pops up in a million trade rumors. And so far, he hasn't been dealt. But I think it's also because he can help almost every single team with his shot blocking. He's able to shoot the three. Go ahead, Derek. What's up?
Aaron Holiday's coming to Washington.
Interesting. Okay. How do you feel about that?
I really don't know. I mean, it gives them the on-ball guard that they need now without Russ. So from a role construction standpoint, that does make sense to me.
So Matt, what are your thoughts on Aaron Holiday being included? Were you someone that was high on Holiday coming in, and what do you think this could mean for both teams?
Yeah, what his draft was at a few years ago, right?
Yeah,
I liked him. We had him as a first-round pick. He's small, shot maker. I don't think he's necessarily a game changer for the Wizards, but somebody that gives them some depth, gives them a solid point guard that could hit some shots.
So I do want to shout out Panini. We are doing a giveaway through Panini that I want to mention here. We have 8 of their Panini NFT insert packs that we're going to be giving away. So we actually have a tweet right now. Actually, here's their cards. So they actually have these instant draft cards that are available right now. They have them for the first round prospects. So basically it's like having the guy's rookie card before they're even in the city or on the roster. You have the picks. So it's these instant cards. These are physical cards you can order. They also have the NFT cards that we're going to be giving away shortly. So make sure you guys go and retweet the tweet on the Basketball News account. I think Panini actually just retweeted it a little bit ago. So if you retweet that and follow the account, then you're entered to win. So make sure you do that and check out the instant cards that they have. You can find links for those on the Basketball News account as well. So thanks to Panini. This show is presented by Panini. So we appreciate that. And definitely check out their NFT products. They're fantastic. And check out the insert cards too and the instant cards. All right. So what team is up now? Is it the Rockets again? Or
pick 31 is going from Indiana to Washington now.
So that pick has moved twice tonight, correct?
Yeah.
Milwaukee, Indiana.
Pick.
Interesting. Okay, so some movement here.
Right.
So let's see. Now we are up to Houston at 23, correct?
Yep.
Yes.
23.
Houston 23. Okay, so
So the two guys we have projected there, Usman Garuba and Jaden Springer, are still on the board. I think I'm sticking to my guns. What do you think, Derek?
I feel pretty good. I do not think it's going to be Sharif Cooper based on my conversations with people who know that organization. It's not going to be another center.
McBride's on the board. Highland, Cam Thomas, JT Thor.
I would imagine they would take Garuba over Thor from an efficiency standpoint. But it's one of those guards.
Brandon Boston. I heard Boston's name attached to one of these picks. I'm still sticking to my guns. I'm trying to get a couple picks right here tonight.
So earlier you guys were talking about how Houston's an analytics-based organization. They base a lot of their decisions on, the numbers and analytics. Can you kind of speak to that, Derek?
Just to the way they run their front office?
Yeah, what we see from them.
They do their homework just like any organization who runs like a traditional front office, if you will. But they do have an emphasis on the analytical side of evaluating. A lot of the work I do at Sports Info Solutions, we build analytically driven draft models to teams. They're amazing products. And in Houston, I just know that's how they operate. They care about efficiency. They care about guys who know how to play the game the right way. I think Green is the upside pick for them. Again, Şengün makes sense from both kind of an upside and efficiency standpoint, which is why I think at 23 and 24, Garuba and Springer are the guys that I think that they'll take.
You are right.
Because they're not safe, but they check all the boxes from a perspective that I believe they operate in.
There you go. Your connections in Houston did not let you down. It is Garuba. Here are some highlights. And again, these are all available on the Basketball News YouTube page. So I know this is someone that you've watched a lot, Derek, and you wrote about him for basketballnews.com. Break down his game for me. What are we seeing from Garuba?
If it clicks, you're looking at an all-NBA level defender. He is powerful. He is fast. He is mobile, agile, long. I mean, everything you could want out of a teenager who is projected as a defensive specialist, if you will, at the next level. Probably going to be a small ball 4. There are some lineups where you could put him at the 5 in a PJ Tucker role, But for that to work, he has to hit his threes. He did do better at that at the back half of this season. He did improve as a shooter, as my piece on basketballnews.com said. But again, I don't know if I totally buy it yet as what they're going to, or as like what he'll be able to do at the next level. But as a 4-5, again, great defender. I think he can defend 1 through 4 with ease. And I love the pick. I mean, it feels good to kind of just nail one. So I feel pretty good right now.
No, props to you. Number 24 is in now too, so we can kind of discuss these together. It is Josh Christopher. So,
wow.
Christopher,
Close.
24. Thoughts on that, and just Garuba as well, Matt?
I mean, first of all, I love the Garuba pick. I mean, Derek and I wasn't initially on the same page with him, but I came around. I really like his versatility defensively. All the stuff that Derek's saying, he's absolutely right. I think his ability to hit shots from outside is going to determine how much success he has long term. He did shoot the ball well, especially in the second part of this last season. It's given us some promise. But yeah, swing skills, outside shooting. As far as Christopher, I love this pick. I've been high on Christopher all year. He's been a guy that I think consistently been higher on than most people. He was terrific at the combine. I'd heard he'd struggled a little bit in workouts recently, which had me a little concerned that he would slip a little bit. But I mean, for me personally, I think this is a great pick.
Derek, can you kind of provide some more insight into who Christopher is as a player? We're seeing his footage here now. Great dunk.
Yeah.
What is he as a player?
Pretty inefficient, which is why it, to one level, surprises me. But this tells me that this new front office emphasizes upside, because Christopher is an upside play. I mean, as you can watch right now on the screen in transition, this kid is a problem. He can get to the rim. He finishes. He can hit a pull-up. He can hit a step back. Really aggressive. He just struggled with some decision-making, dribbling into traffic. The handles will need to tighten up. But again, Matt's seen considerably more of him than I have. But I think he's an upside play, like to the fullest.
Yeah, to piggyback off that, I mean, like, watching him here, he's got a little bit of Donovan Mitchell in him. I'm not going to say he's going to be at that level, but he's a powerful guard, can create his own shot. This year, Arizona State, I felt was pretty dysfunctional. They just had a very disappointing year, and Christopher had a very up and down year. But I've watched him since he was in high school countless times. I really believe in this kid. I think this is going to end up being a really good pick for them.
So the Knicks are now on the board, and they are picking Quentin Grimes, a guy that we also covered a bit at basketballnews.com. He had an interesting journey. He was a guy that was a top high school prospect, and one of those guys that I think became a semi-household name at that point. And then took him some time. He had to kind of develop a bit, and I think he changed schools as well. And now here he is, still going in the first round. Matt, what's your thoughts on the Quentin Grimes pick?
Yeah, another guy that I've watched since he was in high school. I mean, on the the All-American circuit his senior year, saw him multiple times, and he was a high-profile guy. Everybody was comparing him to Malcolm Brogdon at that point. 5-star guy, went to KU, and really just struggled. And I remember watching him at Arizona State. It was right before Christmas. It was a huge game. Arizona State ended up winning that game at the end. And Grimes just had no confidence. It just felt that he was in quicksand. He transferred, and I had kind of written him off, to be honest with you. And he goes to Houston, and he gets with Kelvin Sampson, and he recreated himself. He took himself from being a big combo guard to more of a defender, shot maker, 2-3. Went to the combine, was one of the best players at the combine in Chicago, and worked his way into being a first-round pick. So I mean, hats off to Quentin Grimes. I mean, I'm a little surprised he's gone this high. But you know what? Hats off to him. This is a terrific story, and I'm certainly rooting for a guy like this to get over some adversity and get himself in the first round and get some guaranteed money.
Yeah, for sure. So, Derek, what are your thoughts on this pick? We're seeing his film right here. What are your thoughts on the selection here and the fit with New York?
Yeah, I mean, after the 3 kind of older sniper shooters went off the board, it was time. Like, Grimes' time was coming soon. I think he does help them right now. It was really nice to see him come into his own just after he struggled. Matt talked about the confidence issue and stuff. After Kansas, it was just kind of a mess. I'm glad he got an opportunity down at Houston to really develop and come into his own as that 5-star blue chip guy that we saw in high school. So it feels a little early to me personally. That being said, there were some discussions about him becoming a late first-round prospect. I think he'll get to see the floor next year.
All right. So how does he fit with the Knicks, Matt? When you look at, the core they have, obviously this is a team that, was able to have success this year and kind of surprise everyone. Where is his timeline as far as his development? Is he ready to play right now and contribute? And how does he fit with some of the other pieces in New York?
Yeah, I think he's ready to play. I mean, I don't think he's necessarily a finished product, but he's close to it. And so he's ready to go. He can play the 2 or the 3. They've got a lot of small guards. And so, I mean, he'd be a nice guy to bring in as a defensive guard that could defend bigger guards and hit shots. He can play the 3. He can play him with R.J. Barrett, give him some backup minutes for R.J. So he's ready to roll.
For sure. All right. So let's take a step back here. Now we're at number 26, the Denver Nuggets. You guys have Miles McBride from West Virginia mocked to the Nuggets. Matt, what are you thinking we see here from Denver?
I'm seeing a guard here. I think McBride's definitely a possibility. Bones Highland, Ayo Dosunmu's name has been attached here. We still have Jaden Springer and Cam Thomas on the board too. I haven't heard these guys being attached to this pick, but it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, we're getting to the point now where some teams are just going to look at best player available.
Derek, what are you thinking?
I have to agree with Matt there. I feel like it's going to be one of the versatile kind of combo guard types. And again, there's still a handful of them on the board. I know Matt's, again, lives in Denver, so I probably defer things that they're going to do out to him, but that's at least the kind of the archetype and position I feel they go with.
For sure. Well, just some housekeeping again. Make sure you guys check out basketballnews.com. We have analysis of every single pick that's happened so far. There's also highlight videos all over the site. You can also see our interviews with tons of different draft prospects. It's on basketballnews.com right now. Some of the guys that are coming up here pretty soon in this range, we've done interviews with, including Highland. Let's see. There's a number of these guys. JT Thor, we did an article on. Isaiah Todd. There's a number of players coming up. Charles Bassey. So check out basketballnews.com for tons of articles and analysis, and stick with us. We're going to be here all night long. Pretty soon I'm going to pass the baton to Spencer Davies, and he's going to take over the analysis here. I'm going to go do some writing and tweeting. But yeah, check out basketballnews.com and keep hanging out with us. All right. Looks like, we don't have a pick just yet. I got a notification. I thought we did. Let's see. Are there any guys that you're really surprised are still on the board, Matt?
To be honest, no. Not any huge surprises. I mean, we had Springer. Where did we have Springer going?
Houston.
Yeah, no. I mean, we're pretty on point here. Nothing too dramatic.
Gotcha. So let's see.
Jared Butler, as I feared.
Yeah.
And we had talked about this earlier. If he hadn't gone to the Oklahoma City 18, we were concerned he might fall pretty far. That's the one, and I put him at 18, and I'll admit it might have been a little bit of wishful thinking because I'm rooting for the kid, and you hate to see a kid slip because of medical concerns.
Sure.
I'm a little worried about where he goes.
Yeah, I guess the question is, at what point does he start to become just a great value, and where a team can just say, look, yeah, we couldn't take him in the first round potentially, but, he's too good to pass up. He's the guy that we're talking about. Could have been, late lottery guy. And the question is, I guess, what point does the, reward outweigh the risk? That's what we're kind of looking at.
Well, I think one thing to point out there is, with medical issues, every team operates a little bit differently. Every group of doctors, seems to operate and kind of come to different conclusions. And so one team may red flag a guy while another team won't. And part of that too is how much flexibility does the general manager have to take certain guys with some issues? Some don't have flexibility at all. And so some doctors will say, okay, this guy is red flagged. Our team is not taking him no matter what. And so I hope that is not the case with too many teams with Butler.
Matt, have you ever had a player you represented that was medically red flagged, and there was even if it's not as serious of an issue as this is, I'm curious if you have anyone like that and then how you navigated it.
Yeah, I did. I'm going to leave names out, but I signed a player it was a, draftable player. He's a big man, all-American type. When I first signed him, we had pretty much the entire NBA wanted to bring him in for workouts. I thought he had a good chance of being a second-round pick. He had a heart condition. We decided that we needed to let the NBA know. We needed to let all the teams know before he came in for workouts. As soon as we sent over the documentation and the medical information, every single workout was canceled. He went undrafted. It was a very, very tough situation.
Man, yeah, that is tough because you're almost punished for being transparent and giving teams a heads up. But it is
at the same time,
though,
with the heart condition, they run before these workouts. The players have to go through a screening. I don't think he would have passed, so it would have been inevitable anyway. I mean, we never discussed being sneaky or anything like that anyway. But
sure.
Even if somebody were to, I don't think that would, in most cases, still work. I don't think you're tricking anybody.
Right. One situation that comes to mind is Mikhail Torrance, who I was actually really close with, when he was in high school, then when he was in the college ranks. And for people that don't know his story, he was a player that, a lot of teams were falling in love with. He played really well at Alabama. There was talk of him being a first-round pick and, doing well in workouts. And then he was working out at IMG Academy in Florida and just collapsed and his heart stopped and stopped breathing. So people sprinted over. And fortunately, he was at IMG and they had, medical staff there, and he was able to get attention right away. But he was basically pronounced dead at that moment, and then they were able to revive him, and he was diagnosed with an enlarged heart. And it was tough for him because I know he wanted to keep playing, and he was pushing to keep playing. And teams were just like, we got to save you from yourself. We're not going to put you out there, and then all of a sudden you die. And they literally had to tell him, basketball is not worth this. Like, I know it's been your whole life. And I think he transitioned to like an agent job or worked for an agency after that. But that's always the hardest thing. When you go ahead and work that hard and that's what happens and that's how you lose your opportunity, that's a bummer. Here we go. Bones Highland, it looks like, is the pick.
Very nice.
I love it. Again, Derek, I'll let you break this one down. I know you've been high on him for a while, and I had a chance to interview him, so I'm going to talk about him in a second too. But break down Highland's game.
Yeah, Highland is absolutely electric. That's the best way to describe him. On offense, he can handle the ball. Really, again, he's not stiff, but he's a functional athlete, can handle the ball at a good enough level that I think he can give you spot minutes at the one. But this kid will light it up from anywhere on the floor. There is not a shot that he does not think he can hit. I mean, look at that one right there. It doesn't matter where he is, not a hesitation. He says, I'm just going to pull. And we saw the same thing in the workouts. What I'll say about the workouts is he had a tremendous combination of humility, but also a chip on his shoulder where he knew he was good. I feel comfortable saying this now. When we got to speak with him, there were some reports of people not wanting to show up to workouts to play against him. And some teams, some other prospects didn't want to play against him in group workouts and all this kind of stuff, maybe get exposed because he's an ultimate one-on-one guy. And just looking at the board, I think he's extremely happy to be coming off the board right now. I think he's extremely happy and belongs in the first round. So I'm really happy for him and his agent, and just his whole story is amazing, that your article spoke to in your interview with him. So Denver's getting an electric scorer. And again, living in Denver, I'll throw it over to Matt, see what he has to say about his fit with that team.
Yeah, no, I love this pick. And, we suspected it was going to be a guard. This makes a lot of sense. And, with Bones, where he really made some waves was at the NBA Draft Combine. The first day of live play, he was the absolute best player on the floor. I mean, a lot of the stuff, these highlights we're watching here, this is what he was doing against all these draft prospects with the whole NBA there. And it was really eye-opening. And, Derek spoke to it properly. Electric offensive player. I mean, I could see him being, ultimately being in like a Jamal Crawford type of role where you bring him off the bench and you just give him the full green light and just let him go. I'm excited about Bones Highland's future.
Yeah, I'm not going to – I don't usually do this, but he was my favorite player in this draft. I had a chance to talk to him, and I was – I loved his personality. Like, in a moment, he won me over. He's someone that loves the game. And I talked to him, and I don't know, one thing that I always hear when I talk to players these days, they say that, I've talked to Jamal Crawford about this. You just mentioned him. He says that a lot of today's players that are younger don't play pickup and they don't play 21. They just do their drills and go home, and they only play games whenever they're on the schedule. And Bones was like, yeah, I used to get mad at my college teammates about that because I always want to play games. And he's like, he'd be out there playing street ball and pick up, and because his teammates wouldn't play with him. So he's someone that loves the game. Even if he wasn't in the NBA, he'd be playing basketball every single day. And I just loved his personality. He told me, he was like, yeah, I walk into the room and everyone that I'm around feels like they know me forever. And I mentioned it earlier on the show, when he was in some of his NBA meetings, he was rapping and just like super talkative. And he told me, he's like, I have the best personality of anyone in the draft. I can light up a room. He's very, very confident. He told me that he studies Jamal Crawford and Lou Williams and some of those guys that you guys, were talking about. He had a tragedy earlier in his life where there was a house fire, and one of his 11-month-old brother passed away, and his grandmother passed away. And that was something that really changed him, and he kind of matured and really had to step up for his family. So he's someone that has a crazy backstory and has been able to just really emerge as, it's amazing for him now to go first round, to see where he's come from and just how resilient he's been. So, credit to him. And you're going to see a lot of interview clips on Twitter over the next few years where, he's saying some wild stuff because he's extremely funny and doesn't hold back. He's very, very candid. So very happy for him. And I like this pick a lot. I think as a person, I was rooting for him, and he seems like a great player. I think he's also, not to go too long here, but he fits in today's game really well too. He's the guy that pulls up from the logo and is one of that kind of shooter. And with space and playing in a fast-paced offense and having NBA talent around him, I think he's really going to benefit and be a fit in today's game. Would you agree with that, Derek?
Yeah, he's going to come in and be effective day one. Again, just the ability to space the floor, and he can handle the ball probably a little more than he gets credit for. Some people do see him as a point guard. I see him as a nice mix between a 1 and a 2, because he probably is a little undersized to be just a 2. But I think the comps to Emmanuel Quickley do make some sense. And I think one of the things that I learned from watching Quickley and his experience now is I'm not going to undervalue what he did well in Highland's game. And I think that's where Highland is going to come in. I think he's going to give you points right now.
Matt,
I totally agree. Yeah. And I've heard the Quickley comparison quite a bit. I think Highland can create offense even better than Quickley, which is saying a lot. Seeing what Quickley did this past year. And one thing is, I think to sum it up nicely would be, I saw recently the silly debate that Big Perk had going on between hoopers and basketball players. Bones is the epitome of a hooper. This guy could just fill it up, and he's just a natural.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I like this pick a lot. All right, so now, correct me if I'm wrong, the Brooklyn Nets are up. What do we have the Nets doing here? Obviously, super talented team. It's not like they need someone really to come in and start right away, but who do you like for the Nets?
I like Day'Ron Sharpe. I've heard his name be linked to the Brooklyn's picks here. My bet would be Day'Ron Sharpe. We've got a couple other guys still on the board. At a certain point, Jaden Springer's have to go. Cam Thomas, Brandon Boston, Miles McBride. We still have some guys that we have projected in this range. But Day'Ron Sharpe is the guy that we've heard linked to the Nets. The other guy being Bones Highland, who just got taken.
Yeah.
So what would you guys do if you were in the Nets' shoes, Sean Mark's shoes? What would you do here with the pick?
I think, again, Sharpe, a name we've heard linked there. That one does make sense. And then I'm looking at what you can take now versus what will be there at the next one, because who's in between them? Philly. So, and something Matt and I actually discussed earlier. It's why in our mock we had them taking Highland at this one and Sharpe at the next one. I think Philly is going to look at a guard or a shooter. So if you want that, if you see that in one of these guys, whether it's Thomas or Springer, maybe, I think you have to take them now. I don't think you can let Philly have an opportunity to take that person. So we have heard Day'Ron Sharpe linked here a lot, but it would make more sense to me if you took the guard you want now, because I don't see Philly taking Day'Ron Sharpe at the next pick. I think you can get him. So Springer, Thomas, McBride, one of those would be the move for me.
You mentioned Sharpe. We kind of talked about him a little bit earlier. Can you kind of explain, why he's appealing to some teams in this range, Matt, and kind of what you've seen from him?
Well, I don't think he's got overwhelming, interest in this range, mostly because he's a traditional big guy. He's 6'11", 265 pounds. I guess he's trimmed down quite a bit, but he's a good serviceable big. I think he's got some upside. He's a good passer, good team defender, and just I think certain teams are valuing adding some depth. I mean, looking at the final series, Dario Saric goes down, and Aiden had nothing behind him, and I thought it really killed Phoenix. So even though there's a common narrative about the replaceability of big men, is simple. If you find a guy that's a good player, I mean, I still think you need to value it.
Absolutely. So we will see what happens here. You saw there some footage of Sharp. Again, those are all on our Basketball News YouTube account. If you want to see footage of any player, pull that up. Again, we have footage of tons of guys, even guys that may go undrafted. So you'll be able to check that out. Again, at the number 30, we'll be transferring over. Spencer Davies will be stepping in. Later on, we'll have Blake Hairston, who's going to be also providing some analysis and joining the show. I might jump in at the end after the draft, and we can, talk about some winners and losers and our instant reactions, even though I always find it so funny that we do winners and losers like minutes after a draft ends, as if we know which picks were great, but we'll do it anyway. We'll talk about some of our favorite picks, at least. We'll refer to it like that. I don't see a pick just yet. If you guys see anything, feel free to jump in. I guess who are some guys in this range that you like coming up? Even if they're not maybe your projection for the Nets, who are some guys that are on the board that, you'd be targeting if you were a GM? Matt?
Well, I mean, if Butler is medically cleared, I mean, he's the best player on the board. I mean, there's no doubt about it. I also like Deuce McBride, Jaden Springer, JT Thor is, super upside guy.
The pick is Cam Thomas. So
makes sense.
Thoughts on Cam? Derek, you just said it makes sense. Why?
Makes sense because he's a walking bucket. I think he's the best microwave scorer probably in the class. And again, a guy who can come in. There's going to be some growing pains, shot selection, decision making. There are going to be some issues early on, but there's a role for him. Again, you win by scoring points. That's what he does at an extremely high level. He does not enjoy passing the ball. He does not enjoy creating for teammates. Straight up, we'll call it what it is, which is why I think he fell this far. But I think that they're going to go Day'Ron Sharp at 29, and I don't think they were going to risk Philly, which is, again, in our mock, I told Matt, I said, let's put Highland here because Philly would take Highland. And I think Brooklyn right now is going, Philly will take Thomas, so we got to take him now. We'll get Sharp at 29, if that's their plan.
I think you're right.
Interesting. Yeah. That makes sense. So how's it going to work? A guy that doesn't like to pass the ball playing with James Harden, Kyrie Irving, and Kevin Durant. Obviously, I'm guessing just coming off the bench and providing, instant scoring from the bench. Is that what you're thinking here?
Yeah, I think so. I think, all year we've talked about Cam Thomas. He's not necessarily my preference of a player, but he is good at what he does. I mean, all the clips that we're watching right now, the kid's got a ton of confidence, and he is a shot maker. And so you put him on a team with some of the best players in the world, he's probably going to get some open looks. And you know what? The kid's confident enough to probably come off the bench and knock them down at a decent rate. I think the biggest key for him is getting him to accept at least some kind of role where he's not going to have the ball in his hands all that much, and kind of turn a little bit more of a floor spacer than a creator. But if you can get him in a nice niche, I mean, it's not out of the question he plays and produces next year.
For sure. All right. Well, let's see here. All right. Now the Sixers at 28. What are we thinking Philly might do here? Matt?
Well, I mean, they're in an interesting spot with all the rumors flying about Ben Simmons, and their team has been so unique with Ben because they've played him as a point guard. And so they've sort of had kind of this weird positionless deal. If they're looking to part ways with him, they may need to address, bringing in a true point guard. And so, I mean, would a Sharif Cooper make sense? Did their doctors clear Jared Butler? I don't know. I mean, Miles McBride's still on the board, even though he's not a true point guard. He at least would address a point guard for them. I think based on the guys that are available, it's going to be one of these guards. It has to be.
Derek, what do you think?
I would take Butler or McBride. My shot in the dark is BJ Boston as a potential option, but I don't know if you can take him over Butler, Springer, McBride, guys who are going to score for you, facilitate an offense a little bit. Springer, again, he's not a point guard, even though he played one at IMG. He can hit his spot up threes, which they're going to need to stretch the floor. And then Butler, and Butler's obviously an incredible point guard. McBride and Maxey, two undersized two guards on the same teams. But again, that would be a tough bunch to score on defensively, who can push the pace. So Springer, Butler, McBride, one of those three would be my pick, depending on what kind of role you specifically need them to play, like in the next season or two.
And then, Davion Sharp, I don't think this is going to be the pick, but if they took him, there's an argument to be made. You can probably only count on Joel Embiid playing, 65 games a year or whatever it might be.
Maybe.
And so, Davion Sharp, I don't know. It's worth a discussion, I would assume.
For sure. Interesting. We'll see what happens here. Now that we're, getting close to the end of the first round here, what are some of your guys' biggest takeaways, things that you guys want to touch on or discuss? Derek, anything that jumps out at you, or Matt, either one?
I'm a little surprised maybe that JT Thor hadn't gone, and if somebody hadn't taken a shot on him yet. Again, you're not going to get good NBA minutes out of him for probably 3 years, but his physical tools and the upside is crazy. So he, I think, in the next couple picks should go. Thought there was a chance he may have been gone by now. McBride, Cooper, Springer, that group of guards is really interesting to me. Not that they're all still here. I'm curious to see what order they go in because, again, three probably all around the same size, if you will, but very different styles of play. So I'm curious to see what these next couple teams value if they're the ones off the board.
I have a question, and this is more a wider view, not talking about a specific team or anything, but I feel like, again, in the lead up to this draft, all the talk was about just how crazy the trade talks were. There's going to be tons of trades. There's so much chatter. Executives were predicting that there were just going to be tons of movement. Tonight, it feels like there really hasn't been. It's even less than a typical draft. So again, we did have some trades earlier today. We had the Russell Westbrook trade. There was, a number of different picks that were moved before the draft. But Matt, are you surprised we haven't seen more activity on the trade front?
Yeah, I expect a little bit more. I expected more towards the top of the draft. I thought somebody was going to chase Giddey, just as an example. The thing is that the night's not over yet. Sometimes these things are still being worked out. We can still have some trades happen.
Yeah, actually, on that point, I will say Woj did mention that Highland could potentially be traded from the Denver Nuggets, so that's something to keep an eye on. Going back to your theory, Derek, that there was a number of teams that liked him in that range. Maybe they picked him and are going to keep those conversations going. So he's someone that could potentially be moved. If there are any trade updates, we're going to bring him up and talk about him here. I'll be passing off to Spencer Davies here in a bit. He's going to take over, and yeah, we'll keep you updated on any rumors or trades that happen. We don't have a pick in just yet. I guess in the second round, do you think we could see some teams try to sell off their picks for cash considerations? We already seen one or two in the last 48 hours. Do you think that's a possibility, Matt, especially for the teams that have quite a few second rounders?
Yeah, it's always a possibility. I don't think this is a great second round. I think in the 30s we'll have some good guys, but at a certain point, I think there's going to be a major drop off. There's not a lot of draft and stash options this year. There's only a few that I think are worthwhile. So I don't see that there being a ton of that.
Gotcha. Yeah, Derek, you wrote an article for Basketball News about possible drafts and stash guys. Who are some guys that stand out to you, and do you agree that it's kind of a weak group?
It was already probably a weak group, and now a couple of the guys have pulled out with Ibu Badji, Ariel Hukporti pulling out. I didn't really see that happen. We got wind of it pretty late. Looking at potential, I think Bleijenberg, I actually don't think he'll be a stash. I think he'll be a guy who probably comes over because of his versatility as a 6'10 guard. And other than that, Begarin's probably an option as a stash guy. Petrushev you can keep overseas playing for Mega as a stash guy. And then Amar Silla is an option because he's a great athlete. He just hasn't really developed overseas the way we would have liked. So I don't know. When I wrote the article, the draft and stash options were considerably more robust than they are tonight.
Yeah, a couple other names too. Santi Aldama is one. Jokubaitis, and then Philip Petrusev. So there are some. It's just not. It's not overwhelmingly good.
So it looks like we do have a pick here. Jaden Springer to the 76ers. Thoughts on Jaden Springer? You've been talking about him for a while as, one of the best guys on the board, Matt. What are your thoughts on this pick?
I like this pick. I mean, Jaden, I didn't expect him to get to this point, but a really tough, solid two guard. Some people label him as a point guard. Derek touched on this. I see him as a shooting guard, off ball guy. He is a pretty good passer, but I just don't see him being a primary ball handler. Good shooter. I don't think he's a very flexible shooter. I think he's more of just a reliable, solid role player. But he's good at what he does, and I'm expecting him to be a solid rotational player. I don't think there's a ton of upside, but I do like him.
Derek, thoughts?
Yeah, an analytics darling, if you will, just does all the little things well. Efficient at the rim, efficient in the mid-range, efficient from three. But the amount of volume from three, I won't say it's concerning. He's just going to have to prove that he can do it more consistently on a larger volume. And again, he's a little bit stiff in his movement. He's a good on-ball defender. He's smart off the ball. I just worry a little bit undersized as a two guard. He is very strong though. Like he's physically, as far as from a muscle standpoint, he's ready to get out there on the floor right now. I don't know how much he'll be able to create for himself at the NBA level, at least initially. It is interesting that Maxey last year was an analytics darling for some of the same exact reasons that Springer is, and Daryl Morey got them both.
Yeah, that's very Daryl Morey pick. I feel like there's some of those organizations, like they tend to pick those guys that are NBA draft darlings, the analytics darling. Like I feel like the Memphis Grizzlies are an example of an organization that, they always pick the guys that NBA like draft Twitter loves. So no surprise that, Houston's going after some of these analytics darlings. All right, let's see. I don't think we have a new pick in just yet. Yep, Springer's the most recent one. Oh, we may have a trade update though. It does not appear that there will be a Ben Simmons trade tonight. The Sixers are not close to one. So who knows there? There was some talk that maybe Simmons would be moved tonight. Not happening. I feel like, based on everything I'm hearing, it sounds like the Sixers asking price is super steep. I know Woj mentioned that they wanted a James Harden-esque return, and they apparently asked the Warriors for 4 first-round picks. So not a huge surprise that he's not in the move. Really, I think only Sam Presti can afford to make an offer like that these days with all the picks he has. But what are your guys' thoughts on, Ben Simmons staying in Philly, at least for right now? Derek?
I think, obviously keeps them in the win right now, but I just think with their asking price, I just don't know if they were ever going to get a deal done if that was legitimate. 4 first-round picks, a young star, they got to make the money work. I just think that was so much. So, I guess looking at them right now, they just kind of run it back. You add Springer, who doesn't necessarily spread the floor that much for you, but again, it's a good, just kind of functionally does everything the right way for you. I think he and Maxey can interchange maybe at the 2 spot. I don't know. That asking price seems too high. I don't know how much different next season can be for them than this one.
My thing is, I always hate trading a guy when his value's at an all-time low. I feel like that's the worst thing you can do in the NBA. So I always thought, after that playoff performance, it doesn't make sense to deal him for pennies in the dollar. Clearly, they're not trying to do that with their asking price. But I was thinking it make more sense to, go ahead and play him this upcoming year and let him remind people that he was the Defensive Player of the Year runner-up and have a few big games and showcase that talent that made him an all-star. And then, his stock's not going to be where it is right now when everyone's just remembering, oh, he froze up and didn't take any shots in the fourth quarter of, a playoff series. I think that this would be the worst time to trade him with how they value him. So there were some reports. I'm not sure how credible they were. I forget the source, but there was reports that the relationship has deteriorated between Simmons and Philly, which wouldn't be a huge surprise given the fact that, they were shopping him. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with the Simmons situation. Either they're going to keep him and he'll stay long-term, they play him briefly and then try to move him before the trade deadline, or they decide to budge and move him for, and lower their asking price. So obviously that's one of the big situations to keep an eye on this offseason. Maybe something changes here in the coming weeks, but the Simmons situation is one that I want to talk about just with Woj kind of providing that update. In the chat, people are saying Philly's asking price is way too high. Someone, Jermaine Sims here, says he's disappointed in the Knicks. Thoughts on what we see? We saw the Knicks trade away, I believe, 2 of their picks, and they ended up making 1 selection, right? It's been everything's running together right now. What are your thoughts on what the Knicks have done?
Grimes, right?
Oh, right, Grimes.
Yeah.
So, what are your thoughts on the Knicks draft while we kind of wait here?
I mean, when we go into a draft and you've got multiple picks, obviously the fan base has high expectations. Hey, we're going to add a bunch of new pieces that are going to help us move the needle. The fact of the matter is, I mean, most of these draft picks are going to take a little bit of time of making a huge impact. And so, I would say just, be patient. I mean, the Knicks didn't feel comfortable with the guys that were there to make a big difference. So they chose to get some different assets.
Yeah, better than forcing it with a guy that isn't going to fit or they're not too high on. Better to get a future pick. Woj says that the Nets have picked Day'Ron Sharpe. So you called that one, Matt. You said that Sharpe makes sense, and you've been hearing they were interested. Thoughts on Sharpe? We kind of talked about him a little bit already, and we'll pull his highlight clips here. But what are your thoughts on Sharpe?
He's a young guy. He's a true freshman. Big guy that's skilled. That's good team player. I think this gives them depth. Somebody that as they look to win now, they could probably put in a limited role and develop him, and hopefully have him progress and evolve into being a guy that they could depend on more and more as each year goes by.
Derek, how does he fit with? Here we have his highlights ready now. Let's pull those up. Derek, what are your thoughts on how he fits in Brooklyn?
I think, it'll be a year or two before he can give you high-level quality minutes at the center position there. Because even when he was really good in North Carolina as a passer and an interior scorer, there were still some moments where you say, okay, that's a freshman. And it's pretty evident. He is pretty close to physically ready. He's very strong. He's a really big kid. I don't know how they're going to stagger the minutes with him and Claxton, because Claxton's turned out to be a really good player for them. And they clearly trust him with the role that they've put him in. So I think as a backup five, you probably get some minutes next year, but I don't know how much, real impact you're getting. I think just kind of a plug guy, at least next season.
Yeah, and it makes sense. I mean, we saw all year long, the thing that Brooklyn was kind of missing was that front court depth. There was also some recent reports that DeAndre Jordan could potentially be on the move. So, and he's at the point now where they're not getting a lot from him when he's out there, at least not consistently. So, yeah, I think it makes sense for them to target a big man here. So, good call on that one, Matt. You were calling that for a while now in your mock draft. So now number 30, the Utah Jazz. Thoughts on Utah's situation and what we could see here, Matt?
Well, we had the Sumo going there. However, Deuce McBride's still on the board. I'm going with Deuce here. I think that would be the right pick. They've got a hole at point guard. McBride is a typical Bobby Huggins guy, just a very good defender, tough kid. He's not a true point guard. But I trust that he's going to be able to produce. He's just one of those guys you can count on and bet on, and he's probably going to get over the hump. I think he'd be a good addition for Utah.
Matt, I'm sorry, Derek. What are your thoughts on, what would you do? Oh, here we go. They've traded the pick to Memphis. So that is interesting.
Memphis is 100% coming to get McBride.
Yeah?
Yep.
I like the confidence. I'm tweeting it. I'm just kidding.
Oh boy.
Okay.
No, I agree with you. I think that's what.
This is Deuce all the way.
So what's the okay? Yeah. So what's the reasoning here? Why do you think he's such a good fit for them?
I think he is a tremendous compliment to Morant. He doesn't take the ball out of his hand on offense. He's an excellent catch and shooter from three, and he can give Morant a rest on defense by taking the best offensive guard on the other team on the defensive side of the ball. He's going to run with you. He's going to push the pace with you. He is a hard-nosed competitor, really helped himself at the combine. So I think a first-round grade is correct on him. And again.
Looks like they're taking Aldama with the pick instead. So
I told you they liked him. I didn't think it would be a 30.
Oh, wow.
So for people that don't know, how big of a reach is this? And what are your thoughts on the Derek? His mouth is open. Talk to us, Derek. What are you thinking right now?
Man, okay, so Aldama, an analytics team darling, which is why I thought McBride was going to go.
But so hold on a second. You realize we had him projected going to Memphis at 55.
Wait, hold on a second. He's Okay, so we're talking about like 20 plus pick.
No, so the
potentially.
story with Aldama is the word is that he got a guarantee, and that he's going to be stashed in Gran Canaria, team in Spain, and I just wasn't real confident which team it was. I had heard Memphis was a possibility. We had him as high as 40 to Memphis, and I got a little cold feet on it. I thought it was too high, and so we put him to Memphis at 55. So we were on the right track, just the wrong number.
Yeah.
Well, what I'm asking, I mean, if he was being talked about in that range, do they really need to trade up to get him, or could they have potentially got him in the second round? Are you guys surprised they traded up for him?
I'm not surprised. I do not think he was getting past both Thunder picks.
Okay. So that was the thing where maybe, the media or, certain teams had him a bit lower than some teams had him.
That's general media didn't do enough homework on him. A lot of them had mid-second like we did. There's no one who thought he was going 30. We did not either. That is not in any way me trying to say that. But like the people who are unfamiliar with his game, he's been there the whole time. Is a guy that a lot of people should know about. Dominated I believe it was the U18s or the U16s in 18, and in 2019, just dominated people when he was playing overseas in FIBA ball, and then came over to Loyola. Again, efficient, is a decent playmaker for a big guy, really strong, physical kid, instinctual, very, very, very smart. He rarely gets caught off guard on defense, rotates well in the right position, can block shots occasionally, but he's going to be able to stretch the floor as a big man in the NBA, and that's where I think Memphis really likes him.
Gotcha. Matt, again, you're someone that, you've been on him for a bit now. What are your thoughts on his game and his upside?
Yeah, no, I mean, a skilled big. It's not a player I could say that I know really well. I mean, we've been sort of keeping track of him for a couple of years. But yeah, not somebody that was high on our radar. He's been a guy that we sort of looked at as more of a second round pick. And then recent weeks it was talked about him being a stash player. What's interesting here is that him going at 30, if the plan is to stash him, they won't have to negotiate his contract in a year or two because it'll be the scaled rookie contract, which is interesting because if he were a second round pick, this might be why they wanted to do this. That they didn't want to have to negotiate his contract. They wanted him locked into the scale rate. I'm just doing the math on my own here, but that could potentially be why they wanted him at 30 rather than have it be a fully negotiable deal in the second round.
Interesting. All right, well, that's a big surprise. What a way to close out the first round here. A first round that was full of surprises. I'm going to pass things off to Spencer Davies here in a moment. I do want to thank Panini one more time. They are the title sponsor for tonight's event. They're presenting this show. So thank you to Panini. We have some more of their instant cards right here. Again, these cards are available right after they are drafted. So it's basically the guy's first card. You don't have to wait for the rookie card to be available. You can commemorate their draft night by picking up one of these instant cards. We have the links available on our Twitter account at the moment. I've been retweeting some of them too. So definitely check out some of those instant cards from Panini. They're very cool. And Panini also has NFTs now, which I'm very excited about. We have our Top Shot weekly show, and we always break down Top Shot and the latest NFTs. So I'm very excited that they're getting in the NFT game. They actually, similar to Top Shot, have packs that you can open up, and we had a great time on our most recent Top Shot show opening up some of those packs and being able to play with those a bit. So check out those Panini NFT packs and check out their instant cards, and thanks to Panini. All right, with that, I'm going to sign off here and leave you in the hands of Basketball News with Mark Tatum. He is our Spencer Davies, our editor-in-chief. Spencer, let me go. He add you in. How's it going?
Gentlemen, how are we doing tonight?
We're doing well.
That's awesome. No, what a way to finish the first round, huh?
We're just hanging out and talking basketball. You're the one that's been doing all the work behind the scenes running the website, so appreciate you.
Yeah, no, for sure. And shout out to Ethan Fuller and Evan Sederi. They've been doing an excellent job of keeping things upright, and it's been really fun to work in that type of pace. But man, Alex, Matt, Derek, you guys did an excellent job there in the first round. I'm really looking forward to doing this second round with you guys, and obviously Blake Hairston coming in here. But what a show so far! And first thing I want to ask you guys is who came out your first round winners as far as teams go?
I'll take that one. I mean, with me, there's no doubt it's Charlotte. I mean, for them to get Book Knight at 11 and then trade to get the pickup to 19 and get Kai Jones, a guy that we thought they were targeting at 11. I mean, they just hit it out of the park.
That's I was going to say that one's a solid pick. I think, especially just looking at the fit next to LaMelo and, bringing in, obviously Mason Plumlee reportedly traded to them tonight as well. So Plumlee and Kai Jones, they finally have a couple of new centers to put next to LaMelo now.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think both those guys fit. And I mean, Book Knight, I mean, we talked about earlier in the first round. I think he's got a chance of being a big time scorer at the NBA level. And so I think they get one guy that's somewhat of a surefire player in Book Knight and a guy with major upside at 19 in Kai Jones. Yeah, they should feel really good about what they've done.
Derek, how do you feel about who came out a winner there in the first?
I mean, I look at Houston. I mean, you got Jalen Green, Alperen Şengün, Usman Garuba, and Josh Christopher. I mean, that is, when you look at upside, you address various positions, you address various needs, various roles. You just became more versatile. You score inside, you score outside, you play defense, you run, you play the half court. You got it all. I think Houston has absolutely hit a grand slam.
Great call, guys. All right, number 31. This is the first pick that I will be announcing here on this show. It's going to be Isaiah Todd going to the Washington Wizards. Milwaukee Bucks, it's their pick, but it was traded to the Wizards, and that one got moved a couple times from what I understand.
Yeah, I've seen Isaiah Todd a lot since high school days. He's a big, skilled guy. I mean, he's a guy. I mean, look there. He's shooting dirt mid-range, long mid-range jumpers, and shoots threes. A big thing with him is his self-awareness. He's one of those guys that has got all these skills, and he's big. Always seemed to want to be a perimeter player. This year with the G League, I think he did a good job of showing that he could be more of just a stretch four. And didn't try and do too much, but I think that's the big thing with him is letting him to continue to develop and utilize his skill set, but keep him tamed at the same time. He's got major upside. I do like this pick. I don't think he is necessarily a slam dunk to maximize his potential, but the potential is significant.
Derek, you got anything to add on to that analysis?
Yeah, he's a guy that I think, again, just physical tools, just basketball flashes, if you will. He's up there with some of the highest in this class. 6'10", can move. I think if you lined up everybody in the class and ran a 60 or 100-yard dash, he's probably one of the fastest. I mean, the guy can move really, really well and flashes of being a really good shot maker. And that is what I think is impressive at his size. Your teams or executives that care a ton about efficiency and decision-making at 18 years old, they're not going to like him. He's just not going to be your cup of tea. So I think Washington maybe a little higher, to Matt's point, than I thought he was going to go, but I see it. By no means do I say, why did they do this? I totally see it.
Well, when you look, they add Corey Kispert to the mix, and obviously the trade that went down with Russell Westbrook. It looks like they're trying to add shooting and they're trying to add defense, and they're bringing in a mixture of vets and rookies to add to this package. So, what do you think about the way that they've kind of tinkered their team a little bit? It's kind of more like a retool than a rebuild.
Yeah, I mean, to really get a gauge, I'd have to pull up the contracts, the trades, and the draft, because they are going to look so different when they go into work tomorrow than they were this morning. But I think what they've done keeps them in the playoffs, at least in the Eastern Conference right now, which I think is important to them. It doesn't send them down to tank mode. You're not a contender. I also think it keeps them a little bit better than that purgatory of a place you just straight up don't want to be at. So I think they've got enough offense coming in. Isaiah Todd probably not going to see the floor much at all. I think he'll probably spend a lot of time on the go-go next year developing, which I think will be good for him. Absolutely.
In the G League, it's an amazing place that you can develop players. And as we saw, he was already with the Ignite. So this time he'll actually be on a team. Yeah. That's not the, just meant for those younger prospects. Matt, anything else you want to add on the DC kind of changing their direction a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, I like what they've done. It looks like they're trying to build a team around Beal now. With Westbrook and Beal, I don't know if that was the greatest fit. I mean, there's only one ball. Those are both two ball dominant guys, and so now you're putting some pieces around Beal and letting him run the show and have it be completely built for him. I mean, Kispert especially. I mean, any star player has got to be really, really excited to add a specialist like that that's going to stretch the floor. That should take some pressure off of a guy like Beal.
When you're looking at who the best available is right now, because we're getting into pick 33 now, so Alex is telling us here that the Magic are talking about trading up for it. Who are you looking at? I know you guys mentioned, Miles McBride. You have a couple other guys like Ayo Dosunmu available. So, what from that crop do you think is looking good here from the early second round perspective?
Yeah, a handful of guys stand out to me. I mean, Jared Butler's still on the board. I mean, I think because of the medical concerns. Sharif Cooper from Auburn, Deuce McBride, B.J. Boston from Kentucky, Ayo Dosunmu, JT Thor's an upside guy we've talked about a bunch. And then we also got Jeremiah Robinson Earl. We haven't talked about him at all from Villanova. I think these are probably some of the names we're going to start hearing with these next picks.
Yeah, and I'm somebody that I really like Jeremiah Robinson Earl. I just, coming from the Jay Wright tree and knowing how to play, knowing how to win, and really just kind of having those intangibles that come from Villanova. So we'll see which way they go there. Derek, who do you got as your best available if they rival Matt's at all?
I think, again, Butler is my guy just talent-wise, but McBride, I still think JT Thor, I feel like it'll be somewhat soon if someone just bets on the upside.
Hey, we got OKC to 32. This could be Butler here.
Butler.
Yeah, I mean,
there you go.
On the roll dice on Butler.
It's going to be Butler.
For 34 and 36.
Oh, never mind. It is Jeremiah Robinson Earl.
Oh, wow. Okay.
There you go.
I think we had him.
Which we had that. Hang on, let me see.
Yeah, that's where we had. Yeah, we had him going to the Thunder at 34. Yeah, I mean, that's a good pick. I mean,
they thought the Magic were going to get him.
Yeah, Jeremiah Robinson Earl is a good player. I mean, he doesn't scream upside, but he's typical Villanova guy. I mean, I think Jay Wright does a great job of not only developing guys but picking them, and recruiting the right guys. And the guys that agree to sign there, they buy in. They usually stay for a couple years. They play good team ball. They defend. They do all the little things. And Jeremiah Robinson Earl fits all of the typical things that you think of with a Villanova type player. He's going to be, I've heard a lot of people say this. He doesn't have the upside of probably being a high profile, high tiered prospect, but he's probably going to stick in the league for a long time because he's a good solid player that does all the little things, and including stretch the floor, as you see in the video right there.
And, I kind of wanted to ask you this too, because, you guys talked about, bringing in a Josh Giddey and having these younger players all running together. Jeremiah Robinson Earl, he's not exactly the youngest guy to come out of college. So is that at all surprising to you guys?
He's a sophomore. I mean, it's not like he's real old either. I mean, I don't think he's an upside pick, but it's, he's not, I wouldn't say he's aging.
Right. Of course. I mean, it's just one of those things, though. When you watch his game, it seems like it's very mature. It's very,
absolutely. And he's a mature kid. He's supposed to be an all-time great guy. I think he's just going to be the ultimate team culture type thing. And, I kind of see a career from him similar like Nick Collison, just never like an incredible talent. Even though I know Nick Collison was a high pick, he ended up being just the ultimate team guy, glue guy, locker room, the whole thing. And that's what I see from JRE moving forward.
You hear that, Thunder fans? Nick Collison. Now that's something that's going to get them off their seats because that guy's like a god in that town.
Probably more than that.
Probably more than that. Go into that, Derek, please.
Yeah. I'll just tell you this: he is one of the most revered human beings in this state and in this city. For my time with the team, they love him so much, and I do. The JRE, he's not flashy. He's going to do everything you ask of him, and he's going to do it the right way every single time. And that's why I love the fit. I love it.
I feel like he has an NBA ready body as well, right?
Yeah, he's really strong. One of my knocks on him is he does struggle with vertical explosion at the rim. He's just really not that great of a vertical athlete. So taking him here is you're banking on him being able to stretch the floor, which he did in spurts. He was pretty streaky as a shooter, but he did show that the ability to hit the corner three with consistency is there. So I think that's what you're banking on.
Okay, we've got some news, gentlemen. So Orlando was picking at number 33, but that has been traded to the Clippers, and the Clippers have taken OU's Jason Preston. And I have to say, as a Mac graduate, I went to Akron. I've been watching Jason Preston for the last few years, and I'm a very big fan of that pick. Not just because I'm biased, but also just because of what he showed in the NCAA tournament.
Yeah, no, Jason Preston's a guy. I mean, we've watched him all year. I remember early in the season he had a huge game against Illinois, and that's where he kind of came on the scene. I can't say that Derek and I guess I could speak for you, Derek, if you don't mind.
I'm used to it by now.
But we have known there's been a number of people that do like him. He's got great size. He's a terrific passer. His agent is a friend of ours, Drew Gross. He represented Isaiah Stewart last year. And Drew had told me at the combine, hey, you're too low on Preston. I think he's going to go higher. And I told him, I was like, you know what? You might be right. And, credit to Drew. He was right.
And here I'm thinking to myself from the Clippers' perspective, what's the one thing that they needed? They needed a guy who could play make. And that was something that, kind of showed up there in the playoffs when, Kawhi Leonard gets hurt. Patrick Beverly came back and, he did his thing. But, Rajon Rondo didn't exactly, do that thing for them. But this pick, you have some size, you have playmaking ability, you have someone who's not afraid to get to the rim, and somebody who's not afraid of the moment. And I just know from watching those games in the MAC that he has a lot to provide, and the Clippers should like that. And he's again, going back to JRE, I feel like Jason Preston's pretty mature beyond his years, because this is a guy who didn't even have a recruiting process in high school before making it to OU.
Yeah, no, I mean he definitely brings some stuff to the table. The biggest concern that I've had with him is lack of quickness and just overall athleticism. He's not the strongest kid, not very quick, but his strengths are there. They're clear cut, and so I hope he does well.
Sounds good, Derek. What do you think about JP going to the Clippers?
I like the fit. To your point, they needed a playmaker. I'm surprised to see him go before, that Butler, Cooper, McBride group. I think that's just what surprises me, and that's not a knock on Preston at all. Again, from everything I've heard and been told, great kid, great teammate, great person. I think he's going to be the kind of culture and locker room guy you want in your system. So I'm not necessarily surprised, just a little higher than I thought he would go.
Now that we are getting to that point, by the way, early second round, getting to the mid second round, are you guys surprised to see that group falling as far as they have?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, we've got a number of guys. Again, Jared Butler, this is sort of what I feared. Sharif Cooper, I would expect his name to come off the board pretty soon. Deuce McBride's a guy. He hasn't been taken yet, right?
Nope.
Yeah, so Deuce McBride, I'm surprised
by.
He's still on the board. BJ Boston, you would think he's going soon. DeSumo, and then our guy JT Thor. Those are the names that pop out to me as guys that I think could be up next potentially.
We'll get to that next. The next pick here for the Knicks is going to be Rokas Jokubaitis. I know that's someone you guys talked about too.
Yeah, Derek, you take this one.
Yeah, Rokas. I would say a safe, kind of high floor, low ceiling guy. International, playing for, I believe it's Zalgiris. Loves to go left. Loves to go left with his left hand all the time. Loves to pull up, shoot to the left. He's going to have to get better at using both hands, both as a shooter, passer, and as a driver. But he does the little things well as a point guard. Not the best athlete, but he's smart. He makes the right reads consistently, has a various passes he can make. He's not always just a simple pass and go behind the back. He can no look at anything in the bag that you want as a facilitator. Has a nasty habit of pulling up mid-range left on the baseline, which is going to have to break, at least at the NBA level. They're going to want him at the rim, and they're going to want him shooting threes, which he was fairly inconsistent and inefficient so far in his professional career overseas. So I understand the pick. Again, very surprised to see him come off the board before McBride, DeSunmu, Cooper. But when you watch the film, I think he's a high ceiling, low floor. So if you're playing safe a little bit, that's where the pick makes sense to me.
How about you, Matt? What do you think about Rokas?
Yeah, no, I agree with all those things. One thing that I think is interesting here is I would expect that him to stay in Europe. So this is a stash pick. And so I'm assuming they valued taking a guy that they don't have to pay right now. Also curious to see what they do with this next pick. I would bet this will be somebody that they probably bring over right away.
Fair enough. It seems that we have another draft pick made. The Pelicans going with Herb Jones from Alabama, and this is somebody that I loved talking to at the NBA Draft Combine. Very, very nice young man, but also somebody that on the court he's just blocking everything.
It's funny. We have Herb Jones going to New Orleans, but at 43. So again, we're not real far off. I had heard Herb Jones is the pre-draft process has been really kind to him. I mean, everybody's known him for years. Just a very long, versatile player, good defender. Outside shooting is definitely his Achilles heel. But he's supposed to be the greatest kid. And so I'm not real surprised to see him go this high. He's done it the right way. It seems like he's sort of chipped away at everybody.
Derek, what did you see from Herb when he was with the Tide?
He's just really exciting because he's active and all over the place all the time. He rarely takes a play off. On defense, he's not gonna anchor you, but he's gonna make a big difference. He's gonna be impactful off the ball, on the ball, switch ability, can run the floor with you, and transition and defensive transition. So I think he comes in and gives you impact pretty quickly. I don't know how he scores for you early on, but I imagine that's not necessarily why you pick him right now. I think it's more for the defensive impact. So for that reason, it makes sense.
And that makes sense too for a New Orleans team that's trying to make that their identity. Someone like Willie Green coming in and as the new head coach trying to build a culture there around Brandon Ingram and Zion Williamson and what have you. So do you think that he gets playing time right off the bat? Do you think that he'll be probably somebody that comes off the bench, plays 10, 15 minutes a game, or is he just going to pretty much redshirt here?
I think he's got the tools and skills. I mean, you could put him in NBA games. I mean, if it fell out where there was spots for him to play, I think he's capable. I don't know if there's room for him right away or not. I mean, Najee Marshall's a player last year that went undrafted that they locked up on a multi-year deal. And it's funny that they're both kind of similar in the sense that they're big, long, defend everybody, versatile guys. I mean, Herb Jones, I think, is more on ball than Najee. But I mean, they're kind of putting together some nice pieces, complementary guys around their stars.
What do you feel like any weaknesses that Herb has that he needs to get better at?
Outside shooting and just his offensive arsenal. I mean, he's so long and he handles the ball well. He's a good passer and he finishes well at the rim, at least above the rim using his length. He's just not I wouldn't say he's a natural scorer.
Okay, that makes sense. So it looks like we're still waiting here on number 36, but I did want to ask you guys till we got to this point, as that Cooper McBride, tier starts rolling. Oh, there you go, perfect. And the Thunder took him, and I think you said that the Thunder would take him earlier too. So,
well, I think these are the Knicks picks, right?
I'm not sure. There's so many trades.
Yeah,
34 and 36 were moved.
Yes,
right. They got okay. There you go. Then,
so this is a great pick. I mean, McBride has been linked to the Knicks. Some thought that he was going to go as high as 21. At the Knicks pick, which we talked about that this morning when we updated our mock draft. We weren't buying him going quite that high. I didn't think he'd go this low either, though. So I mean, they clearly got the guy they wanted, and they got him at a good value pick.
You mentioned he's not a true point guard. So what is his style base? It looks like just from the film here that he's not afraid to take shots off the dribble.
Yeah, I think you kind of consider him to be somewhat of like a Patrick Beverley type, where his hangs his hat on the defensive end, and isn't a true point guard, but his minutes will probably come as a point guard, similar to Beverley. Beverley offensively is not a traditional point guard. He usually defends on ball, but he's a shot maker and just a competitor and a player.
What's his frame like?
He's not tall, but he's strong, and he's got a personality to match it. He's just, like I said this early, he's a typical Bobby Huggins guy, just ultra competitor. He's got a nice chippiness to him. Plays with a nice pace. The kind of guy that I would, if I were matched up against him, I'd be a little threatened.
He's 6'1", but he has a 6'9" wingspan and weighs 200 pounds.
Right. And that's an interesting body type.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna lie. I love that you mentioned Bobby Huggins. I love that you mentioned Bobby Huggins, though, not only just because I'm again a Zip alum, but his former place that he coached in Cincinnati. Miles McBride's actually from Cincinnati. So that's kind of a nice little connection there between those two. But I've also heard good things about Miles McBride from a friend of mine that went to Muller High School. So that's interesting that he ends up going there in the NBA draft here in the early second round. So what I was going to get to before McBride got picked was, the guys like the Sharif Cooper, Ayo Dosunmu, some of these guys you had going in the late first. What do you think is the reason that some teams don't go after some of these guards that are, maybe a little undersized, maybe just don't fit the profile of what they're looking for?
Oh, I don't know with McBride. I haven't heard anything overly critical. The biggest concerns are just on the offensive end. Is he a true point guard or not? He did have a lot of steam going into tonight, so I think him slipping a little bit might have just been circumstantial. He just didn't fit certain picks.
Okay, Derek, how about with Sharif Cooper?
I think Cooper, it's a combination of size and probably not just basketball, I think, at this point. Cooper, again, he's listed 6'1". Some people called him 6'2". I think he's closer to 5'11 and a half based on what I've heard. And if you're going to be that little, in my opinion, you better be a elite athlete, or you better be able to shoot 40% from three. And, at this point in the draft, I'll take you. He is such a good passer, and he is such an electric facilitator and creator that at this point, I think once you get in mid-late 30s, I am kind of shocked he's still here. But at least to slip out of the first, I just don't know about, other than passing, what that bankable skill is at his size that really could give him trouble.
Number 37, that pick has been reported. It's going to be your guy, JT Thor, going to the Hornets.
Oh, very nice.
So you look at what the Hornets are doing now. Again, value picks, I feel like, is the theme of the night for Mitch Kupchak and company.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Charlotte is just killing it tonight. And JT Thor, he is not. He is not sure to maximize his talent. Absolutely not. I think he's a high risk, high reward guy. But if you're just watching this highlights, he teases you with his talent, and he did a couple of those moves right there at the combine and got everybody kind of raising their eyebrows. And I don't expect him to be able to play much or at all next year. But if things click at all for him, we could be looking at a really good player the next couple of years.
Is that another G League candidate for you?
Oh, sure. Yeah, he'll probably spend some time in the G League, I would imagine. Okay.
Derek, what are your favorite parts about Thor?
The way he moves like a guard at nearly 6'10". His physical profile, it is something. He moves.
He looks like he's on stilts.
Yeah, he's really big. And for being that size, his shooting mechanics are smooth. When you watch him, some of his Auburn games, I think I mentioned in our piece about him, it was, I believe, the Alabama game where he had probably 15 points, hit a couple threes, and had like 4 blocks. And you just see it boom, boom, boom right after another. And you go, oh, wow. Like, this guy can stop you on both ends. And that, to me, is really, really valuable. And at this point in the draft, yeah, you figure it out. To get Kai Jones and JT Thor, I want to see those guys run the floor together so bad.
Hey,
don't forget,
one of them clicks, you're in good shape.
Yeah.
I was going to say, and that was the other question that I had, because now you're starting to see some of these guys come off the board, as far as what teams go after upside and what teams go after, those high floor guys. I'm always curious about, what teams can like afford to like lose out on a pick if it doesn't pan out. But then there's these other selections that come out and can contribute right away. So why do you think that high upside guys kind of go in this range?
I think it really just depends on the team and where they're at and what their priorities are and how highly they value guys. Every team, every scout has a slightly different evaluation of every player. This is not a deal where a player walks in the gym and at the NBA Combine and every single scout walks away with the same thoughts. Everybody sees the game a little differently. Every team's at a different stage in their building process. And everybody has different pieces in place already. And so that's what makes the draft a tricky thing. Every pick has its unique story.
No question. So got another pick here for you at number 38. And this is awesome. Hometown kid playing for the hometown team. Ayo Dosunmu going to the Chicago Bulls, and couldn't be more thrilled for him. again, spoke to him at the combine, and the first thing that came to my mind is how authentic his personality is. And, being someone in Ohio and watching him at the Big Ten, he had some big games and big time spotlight performances.
Yeah, I've watched Io for years, since he was in high school, and coming out of high school, they labeled him as a point guard, and I think he found his identity at Illinois as being more of a combo scoring guard, mostly off ball, he just kept getting better. I mean, improved his body, got so strong. I mean, you see him in person, he's pretty impressive, even though he's thin. He's muscularly developed, excuse me, and just a tough kid. He's got ice in his veins. As you see there, hits big shots, carried that Illinois team. They had a great year this year. For him to stay home in Chicago, I'm sure he's excited. I think he probably, wanted to go higher than this. But you know what? Maybe this was meant to be, and this is nice to see.
Derek, how do you feel about this pick with Chicago?
Yeah, I enjoy him getting to stay home. I think that's awesome. Mike Matt said he brings that toughness. He really, as the clip showed there, he impressed me as an improved shooter this season, which is something I really was kind of down on him for going into last pre-draft process when he tested the waters. I thought the shooting really needed to improve, and this year he came out and did a tremendous job. Love his burst and his feet as he gets downhill in the half court. He really easily gets to the rim and puts pressure on the rim, which I think Chicago really needs. So I think he'll get to see some rotation minutes pretty early, but I really like it. I think just his versatility, again, I think there was a real chance he would have gone higher, like Matt said. So he may be a little disappointed with that, but from a fit of staying at home, I think it's awesome.
Right. And, my favorite part, I think, this year is when he had to put the mask on, and he looked like a real life superhero towards the end of the year there. And, now he's staying here with the Bulls. But I kind of wanted to gauge your opinion on how it looks, next to a Zach LaVine, next to a Nikola Vucevic, and probably in that second unit. And he's probably going to get some playing time with Patrick Williams because, again, this is an upperclassman that's getting taken here.
Yeah, sure. And, with Io, he's a very confident kid. I mean, he walks the fine line of the confidence, right? And but I think with that, he'd be capable of playing a limited role and being able to produce. It's a hard thing to do. I don't think everybody's built to do it. I do think he's built for that, though. I think his confidence level is on another level. Like I mentioned earlier, he's got ice in his veins, and he's going to be a hometown hero right off the bat, right? And so, I could easily see him carving out a nice role off the bench as a spark plug.
Very happy for him. Next pick is reported. It's going to be, hopefully I get this right, Neemias Queta. And I believe he's from Utah State. I think I remember actually watching him in some of those conference tournament games. And he's a shot blocker. I think you guys compared him to a Clint Capella type. So I would love to hear more on Neemias.
Yeah, I've seen him a lot. I was actually at this game at Air Force. Living in Denver, I hit a ton of Mountain West games. So I've seen Queta probably as much as anybody has. And he's a player that the first time I saw him his freshman year, I did not know who he was. Jason Felipe, our international scout, had seen him in different tournaments and told me he had some upside. And I was watching him in layup lines. He was doing like windmill dunks and stuff like that in the 7-footer. So I'm texting our group. I'm like, who the heck is this kid from Portugal? And Jason filled me in a little bit. And then I kept him on our radar since then. And he kept getting better and better. Had his sophomore year, had some injuries and just sort of struggled. And then this past year, he came back and he was very much more polished. Really, everything seemed to slow down for him. He was making good reads as a passer from the post. He was getting double teamed in the Mountain West game in and game out. Just kept grinding it out, and he's it's a nice story of a guy that just stayed with it and developed.
How do you feel he played for the Aggies, and what's going to translate to the pros there, Derek?
Yeah, I really like Queta in his game. In our Sports Info Solutions data, again, he was one of my favorite bigs in the class. So I actually love that he's the third or fourth big to kind of come off the board. Handled double teams so well. I mean, look right there in
these passes film. These passes look very crisp.
Every time he was double teamed, he handled it well. I mean, very few turnovers out of the hard double, which is a big difference from the previous season. So he worked on his awareness, being able to pass out of doubles off the block, and then as you see right there, he'll block a shot 10 feet or 12 feet up in the air. Doesn't matter. So those instincts as a defender will have to deal with maybe some slow feet, a lack of mobility, some lower body injuries he's dealt with in his past. But again, as a shot blocker and improved as a passer, he's also got some really nifty footwork down on the block on offense. Could find a way to finish at the glass on the block with some good feet there. So I really like this pick. I think he's awesome.
Solid. All right, so you guys are going to be happy to hear this one. At number 40, it's going to be Jared Butler to the Utah Jazz. So thankfully, obviously with the health issue and that coming through, somebody who was projected as a first rounder for you guys comes off the board, and the Jazz get themselves a shooter, it looks like.
Yeah, this is great to see, and it's, we've talked about it all night, and I've been concerned over it for months. We actually had him projected in our mock drafts for months as a late lottery, mid-first round pick. And I had told Derek behind closed doors, I was like, you watch, he's at risk the slip because of the medical stuff. We just didn't want to address it publicly. I didn't want to hurt the kid, but I feared it would happen. This is a great spot for him. Utah needed a point guard. And it sounds like they're probably taking a little bit of a risk with some of the medical issues. But at 40, they just might get a guy that could end up being a starter type player. And so I'm happy for Utah, and I'm happy for Butler.
That's awesome, man. You got to feel good for a kid like that might have had his dreams crushed eventually, but he ends up getting drafted there by Utah. Derek, what do you think about Butler's game? And obviously probably going to fit right in there with the Jazz bench.
Yeah, I mean, Butler, again, I think he's a lottery talent. And as they're going to need a point guard of the future, I think he's a great complement to Donovan Mitchell. Can play on or off the ball. That is what makes him so good. He can run the offense, put the ball in his hand, get out of his way. He's going to make the right play. You want him off the ball, you can run him off any kind of action to find an open shot. And he is one of the best movement shooters in basketball. I love it. Again, we knew the medical was there. He was going to slip. I probably would have taken him higher than this. I think it's a great spot and a huge W for the Jazz.
It's glad to hear that, guys. And obviously, it's been one heck of a night so far. We are on to pick 40, and that is over with. So I feel like we are going to welcome in Mr. Blake Hairston to the show now. So let's bring him in and say hi. And Matt Babcock, obviously, taking off there for a minute. But Blake, how you doing, man?
Guys, how are we? It's been a pretty interesting draft night. I'm over here updating my board as we go, and there's definitely still some guys on the board that I'm kind of surprised about.
Absolutely. We do want to thank our sponsor, Panini, for all this. They've been excellent. Here are some cards for you to check out. They're the Panini Instant Draft Night cards. They're made available on PaniniAmerica.net as in real time as players are selected, meaning that each new draftee's first traded card with his new NBA team logo will be available minutes after his name is called. In addition to tonight's NBA Instant cards, Panini America is continuing to release digital trading cards on its Panini NFT blockchain platform, which include its signature Prism basketball line. So make sure to check out PaniniAmerica.net to start collecting Panini NFT blockchain cards featuring all of your NBA players. And check those things out, guys. Those are awesome. Those are really cool looking. All right. So we're going to number 41 here, and it looks like we have ourselves a pick. Let's make sure that we see it. It's going to be Joe Wieskamp going to the San Antonio Spurs at number 41. Obviously, someone at Iowa who made big waves at the NBA Draft Combine, and Derek can tell you all about that one.
Yeah, so Wieskamp showed up to the Combine. Everybody knew he was a shooter, career 40% guy from three at Iowa. He measured 6'6" without shoes, 6'11" wingspan, and jumped a 42-inch max vertical. Really blew people away with his athleticism. And again, the shooting on tremendous volume 3 years in a row. Good positional size, good functional athleticism, and can light it up from three. I think he played himself into this draft maybe a little higher than he was projected to go originally at the Combine. I think it's a great pick, and I'd love to hear Blake's thoughts because Blake did a piece on the Big Ten's prospects for Basketball News.
Yeah, go ahead, Blake. Share some of your insights.
Yeah, I mean, I really like Wieskamp's game. I was able to see him live on a game against Michigan State back in 2019, and he really has a strong game. Even as he's mainly known as a knockdown shooter, but he also can put the ball on the floor, make plays for his teammates. You can see here he's a good cutter. So, he's always kind of active on the floor, and he'll be able to play a nice role in the NBA.
How do you guys feel about, his spotlight as far as, because everyone had their eyes obviously on Luka Garza throughout all of this. So did Wieskamp kind of just get buried a little bit as far as, the national spotlight goes? Was he able to contribute the way that you felt he was able to contribute with Garza getting most of that attention, or how did you see that shaking out?
I think Garza demanding the attention he did helped them spread the floor, especially when the ball was thrown inside. Defenses had to collapse on Garza or he was going to just annihilate them. But I don't think that the room Garza gave Wieskamp is what made Wieskamp good. So I don't know what Blake's opinion is on that, but I think he would have been good regardless of the situation.
Yeah, I 100% agree. Obviously, Luka Garza, had impressive 4 years, and he obviously commanded a lot of attention. But Joe Wieskamp, he's, once again, a knockdown shooter, and the NBA will never have enough of those guys. So he definitely, like you said, played his way into this pick.
We have another home selection.
This is about to make Blake so happy.
This is number 42, Isaiah Livers from the Michigan Wolverines, going and staying home with Detroit. So what do you guys make of this pick? I know that, Livers really, really hurt not being able to play in the NCAA tournament after suffering that injury. But I feel like this is going to make it up for him. And it's really going to be something that everybody in that state up north likes.
Yeah, well, first I have to shout out. I got my T right here, state of Michigan. But yeah, Isaiah Livers, he's shot over 41% from three over his career at University of Michigan. And he has an immediate role as a 3-and-D wing. He's a sneaky athlete. Really will be able to surprise you in transition, whether he's pulling up from three or going to the rim. And he did have some injury issues this year. So it might be a little while before you see him on an NBA floor, the G League floor. But overall, I really like this pick.
How do you feel about that foot injury potentially affecting maybe his first year here, or is that going to be something that's not going to be of concern and he's going to get that taken care of before the season?
Well, I'm curious of Derek's insight on that, but from what I've heard, it doesn't seem to be holding him back too much. I think he would have fallen a lot further if teams weren't confident about that foot injury. But I want to see what Derek has heard from that.
Yeah, I don't think the injury is much of a concern. I cannot wait to see him spread the floor with Sadiq Bey. Not only can they shoot, that's a big boy team. You're gonna throw out Livers, Bey, Stewart. That is not a lineup you want to mess with. That's a bunch of big old boys.
Yeah, I was gonna say they've got some size to them now, yeah. And you look at someone like a Killian Hayes too, that you barely played really his rookie year, and at the tail end showed a lot of signs of upside. So, obviously Troy Weaver and Dwayne Casey, they're stacking up a lot of these young guys and trying to really, put something forward here. But I was also going to say to Blake, who blindly joins the show, not knowing that I am located in Ohio. So it's very funny that you brought your state up north mug that I see there. And I'm very well aware of Isaiah Livers. I am aware of that team. But that's very cool for him. Again, and back-to-back Big Ten guys. How about that?
That's great to see.
Yep. Hi. So, Blake, until we get to the next pick, I was asking these guys about who their most surprising fall has been so far. Is there anybody on the board that you thought might have gone towards the tail end of the first round or maybe earlier in the second?
Well, definitely Sharif Cooper. I heard him mentioned earlier. He's, an electric playmaker, 20 points per game this year on the games that he did play. Kind of surprised that he slipped this far, but definitely just a value pick for anyone that decides to scoop him up at this point. Also, guys like BJ Boston, obviously he had his struggles this year, but I thought he still had that upside. And seeing a guy like Zaire Williams go so early, I thought maybe that it gave a chance for a guy like BJ Boston to also go, somewhat earlier as well. But yeah, I mean, there's some surprise slips and still some good guys on the board.
No question. And it looks like we have a pick at number 43. It's going to be Greg Brown. So what can you guys tell me about Greg Brown?
Brown is an incredible athlete, probably one of the best leapers in this class, both off of 1 foot and off of 2 feet. I mean, kid can get up and probably touch the back of the backboard or the top of the backboard, but he has a lot to figure out from a skill perspective. He's got to work on his ball handling. He's got to work on his pull-up shooting. He's got to work on his catch and shooting. But as you can see there, like, he can dunk over anybody.
Athleticism is fine.
The athleticism is wild, especially as a rebounder. Like, when he's crashing, he can go up and over you, and there's not going to be any over the back because he'll just get that high. But as a basketball player, the skill, the passing, the dribbling, it's going to be a work in progress. And it'll be a while before we see him get any kind of legit NBA minutes. I think he'll be in the G League. Okay.
And just a question before I get to Blake, do you feel like he's going to be more of a 4 in this league?
Yep, he'll be a 4. I think, if he really develops as a ball handler, he could play the 3 a little bit. I just don't know if that's going to happen. So I project him just as a 4.
Blake, what do you got on Greg Brown for me?
Yeah, well, I mean, I like his upside. He's a guy that, I was wondering, obviously he was highly touted coming out of high school, but I was wondering if, maybe he'd consider returning just because he's still a bit raw and his draft stock wasn't the strongest. And along with that, with Jericho Sims and Kai Jones getting a little bit more love and coming out of the draft, maybe he'd return for a sophomore year and kind of improve on some of those things. But it makes sense that he's, he came out and already an elite athlete. He's going to be you're going to see highlight plays from him in the G League, but he definitely needs some time there before he's ready to make an impact on the NBA floor.
Number 44 is set. It's going to be Pepperdine's Kessler Edwards going to the Brooklyn Nets. And I know that Kessler made some waves earlier in the season. I think it's because he was playing against some Power 5 team where he put on a magnificent performance. But Kessler Edwards, what do you like about his game, and how is he going to fit into the Brooklyn system right away?
He's an NBA scorer, and I think he had a 37, maybe 35 or 37 point game, about halfway through the year where he just lit it up from 3, and that's what you can get from Edwards. He's one of the few players in this class that can score really, really well in the post, and then can step out and also hit catch and shoot and movement threes. It's actually really special. At his size, that's pretty good offensive versatility. Tough kid as well. Not elite, but I would say slightly above average defender. So I think he's a guy that maybe a couple rotational minutes. He's an older, more experienced player, but I like the pick. I think we had him kind of early to mid-second the whole time, so this feels right.
Blake, how do you feel about Kessler going over to the Nets?
Yeah, I like Kessler a lot. I mean, it's impressive how efficient he was in college, and you can really see, I mean, in these highlights, he's scoring from just about everywhere on the floor. So I really like Kessler Edwards as a piece that, may be able to come off the bench and put up some points, some extra needed bench points for that Brooklyn Nets team. So great pick.
And he's not one of those, one-dimensional scorers. It doesn't look like like you were mentioning, it looked like he was putting it on the floor. He was pull-up shooting, catch shooting. So we'll see if Brooklyn decides to, give him any playing time in year one. It's obviously going to be tough with all that talent over there. But they did just trade Landry Shamet, so we will see. We have number 45 selected. It is the Boston Celtics going with Juhan Bagaran. And I think that you guys had him going in your mock draft in the second round. So if you guys had anything on Bagaran's game.
Yeah, it's interesting to see Boston take him a year after they took Yam Madar. And again, they're a little bit different.
He came over too, by the way. He's coming over.
He'll be at Summer League. I would love to see him and Bagaran play together at Summer League. That would be a ton of fun. Two really good athletes, two guys who love to play on offense, on the ball, off the ball, and play pesky defense. Bagaran's probably going to be a bit of a project to where offensively he's explosive at the rim, loves getting downhill and pushing the pace in transition. In all likelihood, he'll be a stash where he needs to work on his ball handling and his pull-up shooting a little bit. But again, a young kid, a great athlete. He's 6'4", 6'11" wingspan, and really, really powerful. So I like the pick. It's just kind of interesting to see Boston do it back-to-back years.
By the way, when you're looking at these highlights, these beautiful, beautiful highlights, that's basketballnews.com's YouTube channel, where you can find all kinds of interviews, all of our podcasts, these highlights based on the draft prospects that they have. It's just really tremendous stuff. So make sure you visit basketballnews.com's YouTube page, because we do excellent work over there, and you won't not like what you see. So, but on Bagarin there, Blake, what can you give us that Derek may not have touched on?
Yeah, well, Derek touched on what I was going to mention. He's definitely a raw athlete, plays well in transition, and really likes to lock in on defense. When I was going through his film, some weeks ago, you saw him do some impressive closeout blocks on 3-point shots, some chase down blocks. I mean, he has highlight level athleticism on both ends of the floor. So you really like his upside, but Boston taking this guy is pretty interesting.
Now that we're getting to literally the last quarter of the draft, 45 through 60, who are some guys that are on the board that you think have to get drafted? Who are some guys that maybe go undrafted and sign some contracts with some teams? Because I'm looking here, and Sharif Cooper's still on the board, BJ Boston's still on the board. I know Charles Bassey was somebody that made some waves at the combine when I saw him a few years back before his injury. So there's some names on here, Dacian Nix, that are really kind of surprising for me being on the board, at least from my perspective.
Mamu Kelishvili, I'm surprised he's on the board. I'm right around the time where I think Aaron Henry and Vrensbull Eisenberg, it's about their time to go. I throw my hands up. I don't know what to do about BJ Boston. I did not think he would be available now. I know he struggled mightily at Kentucky. I didn't see him still being available at what are we about to go into? 46?
46, yep.
I wonder if Sharif Cooper's group and his agent said, and once they hit like 35, I wonder if he said, don't take me. I wonder if they want an undrafted free agent. I wonder if they want a little more control. I'm curious to see if that's what's going on here with Cooper's camp, because even with all the concerns, once you hit 40, I'm not totally sure what keeps him from being selected at this point.
And that's just all contract talk, I think, there is what you're referring to. So, Blake, anything you would like to add on to that and the talent that's still left on the board?
Yeah, I mean, one guy that I see is Joel Ayayi. He's definitely a glue guy that will be able to help a team, play a role pretty quickly coming off the bench, in my opinion, for a playoff team. So I'm kind of surprised to see him still on the board. Maybe he'll go off in the next couple picks. Then another guy, David Johnson, good size for a combo guard. Also could come off the bench early and just fill up the stat sheet, do kind of the different things that a team need him to do, play make, hit open shots. So yeah, I mean those two guys are two that I've still seen them on the board. I'm curious to see where they go.
So in years past, and this is a question I've always wanted to ask draft analysts, is these 46 through 60, probably more towards where we get into the 51, 52 area. You always see teams, taking swings at these guys overseas and stashing them. Why is that? Why do they elect to do that instead of try and take the best talent available on the board that usually ends up going undrafted and having to sign a contract somewhere for summer league or a training camp contract, whatever it may be?
You can only roster so many guys, and I think if you're going to take a player 45 to 60, that means he's probably not good enough to make your roster right now. And if you don't want to put him in the G League, you might as well take an 18 or 19-year-old overseas who you don't have to pay right now. You still have the rights to. Like at a certain point, it just becomes, why would we pay that money right now? It's just better financially. It's better timeline-wise. It's better just kind of collectively to stash a guy. What's interesting about this year with Bagarin off the board and Jokubaitis off the board a little earlier than I anticipated, I mean, your stash options, it's close to being gone. Vrensbull Eisenberg, I believe, is going to come right over. I think that's the intention. And other than maybe a Marcilla, Blake, help me out on any other stash guys. I don't know what other options you're really going to have, at least none that I thought 2 weeks ago were worth drafting and stashing.
I got a couple pick updates before we get to Blake. So
Yes.
at number 46, let me pull up the team here. The Raptors, they're going to go with Delano Banton. So there's one. And then the next one is going to be David Johnson that Blake mentioned there that said that had to definitely come off the board. So good call there, Blake. Thoughts on the last couple of picks, either one of you?
Yeah, well, Delonto Banton, I mean, he's a big playmaker, 6'9". You can't teach that size and playmaking ability. He still has questions on his jump shot, though, so that's something to see develop over the next couple of years. But that's a pretty good pick. I'm kind of surprised that he came off the board now. I thought he might have been an undrafted candidate, but yeah, overall, I'm not opposed of Banton getting picked at this point.
Derek, you got anything to add on the last couple?
I think this is good value for David Johnson. Again, that coming into the year, I think a lot of people had as maybe a mid to late first. People kind of fell out of love with him as the season went on. Most people, including myself, I don't really buy the three-point shooting as legit and reliable at this point. But as a defender and an athlete, he's awesome. He's tremendous on ball, can gamble maybe a little more than more than I would like. But again, I don't know what I was trying to say there. But again, as an athlete, he's about 6'5", really long arms, and is a great defender on and off the ball. So he improved as a passer and as a finisher. He's just going to have to become a consistent shooter to be a really good value. So in the 40s, I think it's a great shot for a team with a great developmental system.
How do you guys feel about the way that he played at Louisville in that season?
He showed a lot of improvement into that next season. So I think that was the biggest thing that really helped his draft stock, is that it seems like he's a guy that, is focusing on his game. As Derek said, you want to see him improve that 3-point shot. But I feel like there is some potential that he showed this year specifically.
Off of Johnson, Delano Banton, what can you guys tell me about the Nebraska Cornhusker, 6'9", 204-pound forward?
Yeah, like Blake mentioned earlier, 6'9" guy who's comfortable with the ball in his hands. He's got a lot to figure out skill-wise, the micro skills, the real technical part of the game he'll have to work on. But good vision at his size, you can't teach that. And I see what they see in him. Again, he and Johnson back-to-back, two really big, strong, long guards who are comfortable with the ball in their hands. It's actually pretty fascinating.
Interesting. And it's a Big Ten party, guys. Good Lord, there's so many taken in this time. There you go. Wow. Okay. The Atlanta Hawks taking a swing, going with Sharif Cooper at number 48. So a couple of real hoopers. And I heard you guys talking about that conversation earlier, but Sharif Cooper coming out of Auburn, obviously somebody who is not afraid to put his off the dribble skills on display, and is somebody who is basically a firecracker, at least from what I've watched.
Yeah, Sharif at this value, again, I didn't see a world where he'd be here. We knew he would slip to the second. Never thought it would be this far. I think him backing up Trae Young, if you're going to model his game at the NBA level after somebody, it might as well be Trae Young. He needs to learn how to shoot. But again, undersized, light guard who's a total liability on defense, who has eyes in the back of his head and can pass everywhere. What better guy to learn from? What better team to go to?
Yeah, when you guys wanted me to come on from picks 40 to 50, I definitely didn't think I was going to be talking about Sharif Cooper. But like you said, Derek, I mean, having him back up Trae Young, essentially their roster is built for, point guards who are defensive liabilities. So, why not give him a shot here? And, like we said, he's an electric playmaker, finding lob threats. Who knows if John Collins stays with the roster, but I mean, you could see some nice John Collins lobs going into the next year. So overall, once again, very surprised that Sharif Cooper's here. But they got the steal essentially.
Yeah,
and don't forget they've got Clint Capella too.
Yeah. Right. He's also a hometown kid, from Georgia. Our research guy, Grant, has let me know. So shout out, Grant. I forgot about that. It's a hometown kid, gets to play there. So I think that'll be fun for him.
So many hometown stories. This is awesome. This is a really cool second round. And from that perspective, how do you guys think Nate McMillan can kind of craft and mold Sharif's game? You already mentioned that Trae Young would be a perfect, kind of mentor and somebody to model his game after, but the influence of a Nate McMillan on Sharif Cooper.
I think McMillan's reputation as a coach who goes in there and commands respect and commands control on day one. Word is that he did an incredible job in the locker room with this Hawks team. And I think that Cooper is going to need that early on in the NBA level. I think it's going to be, hey, this is a learning process. You're no longer the big fish in the small pond. He's going to walk out. He's going to be the smallest guy on the floor. And now he's not like where he probably envisioned, whoever takes me, I'm the guard of the future. I mean, it has to be a complete mental shift. I back up Trae Young. Again, much worse spots to be in than backing up one of the best players in the league. But now you go from they're drafting me as the future to I'm a backup. And that mental aspect is where I think McMillan is going to be very, very good for Cooper.
And I was going to say, I mean, for Sharif to think coming in that he could have been a late first round pick and dropping to 48, you mentioned the mental toll. I'm just trying to think to myself, how would I, in those shoes, approach a situation like that? Because not even just as far as a role, but you're thinking monetarily from that perspective as well. He's obviously going to have a lot of teams on his hit list to come after, but I feel like that has to be extremely kind of crushing, but at the same time, something that you have to kind of accept and have to mature fast in order to, get yourself into the gear.
Yeah, he's going to have to grow up really quickly. And some players in all sports, you see guys slip. Not all of them recover mentally from this. It's going to be a real test of his mental fortitude and competitiveness really quickly, I think really early.
Here we go at number 49, guys. We have the next pick, and it is to the Brooklyn Nets. It is Marcus Zagorowski from Creighton, and this is somebody, again, that I've loved watching, especially, start the NCAA tournament. The brother of Michael Carter-Williams, from what I understand. But he seems to have a solid maturity about him, and it looks like he just kind of plays with fire from when I've watched him.
I love Zagorowski. I'm very happy to see him selected. He absolutely eats up game tape. He's all about the film. He's all about self-improvement, getting better. Just the competitiveness on the inside of him is what you cannot teach. And he always tried to be better. Undersized, pretty small. I believe he's 6'1", but again, he can shoot really well. Really, really tight handles, can create for himself and others. I don't know what kind of immediate role he's going to see in the NBA, but again, I really like him. I like him as a person, and I'm really rooting for him. So I'm excited to see him get picked.
Yeah, and another older prospect going to the Brooklyn Nets. I really like it as well. A guy who's going to be able to knock down shots, make the right play, and as you guys said, you play with some true fire and competitiveness that Brooklyn's going to be going into this upcoming year. So, I really like this one.
I don't want to speak too soon, but I'm looking at the film here and looking at the size that he has for being a lead ball handler. Is this and I don't do player comps either, Derek. I heard that earlier, but with Spencer Dinwiddie's free agency coming up, it kind of looks like he's in the mold of a Dinwiddie, does he not?
I think that role is one that he can fill, where he can play on the ball and off the ball, which again, that versatility is where I think he's really special. When he's off the ball, he is severely undersized as a 2, so there are going to be some lineup kind of matchup problems on the defensive side. But if he's out there hitting his threes off movement and as the shooting guard, I think he makes up for that with his scoring.
Okay, and when I kind of have read some things, and especially because Creighton had some off the court issues this year, it seemed like he also stepped up as a leader. Is there anything from that aspect of his qualities and personality that you would touch on at all?
Yeah, I think his willingness to shoulder the load, both on the court and in the locker room, I think is really special. And again, most kids want the pressure and the responsibility. Not everybody loves it once they get it. And I think he thrived with it.
Good stuff. All right, guys, we are on pick 50, I believe now. So this is crazy. It's flying by. There's still some solid names left on the board, as we've talked about. And as Derek mentioned, there's not many stash candidates left. So gonna be taking guys out of college per se, or maybe if someone decides to go with a Dacian Nix out of the G League Ignite, So we will see how the draft board shakes out. But what are you guys thinking here at 50?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, with no stash options, I'm going one of two directions. I'm taking the older shooter, Sam Hauser is a guy that stands out for me, or I'm going to take the young guy who still has tons of upside, where we go, hey, if this is us on a full count pitch, just closing our eyes and swinging for the fences, let's just do it. And I'm going to take a guy like BJ Boston. It's kind of down to those two guys. I am also surprised to see Bleisenberg still on the board as maybe the last stash option, but either the Hauser route or the Brandon Boston route is probably where I would end up in the next couple picks.
Okay, well, they did go with an international player, somebody who played at the collegiate level, Filip Prachushev, going to the Philadelphia 76ers at 50. So what do you guys have on Filip for me? I do know that, he had some solid showings there in college, so I would love to hear some more basically analysis of what he can do.
Yeah, so Philip has some solid years in college, and he spent this last year overseas. He's a good roll man, good pop man. His 3-point shot has really improved over the years, and he has some sneaky athleticism as well. So I think that's something that will really help as he goes into the NBA with more athleticism, more elite athletes. He's also a really solid defender too. So this is a nice upside pick here too.
Eric, what do you got to add on there?
Yeah, not much. I think he improved from his time at Gonzaga to his time here with Mega, just improved greatly as a perimeter shooter, which has really opened things up for him. At Gonzaga, there were flashes of shooting, but then there were some really, really bad misses, which I think hurt him a lot. And then now he's just crushing it and scoring all kinds of points over there. So he's the guy that we had, I believe we had going late second in a lot of our mock drafts, and I definitely see the pick and think it's a good one.
How often do you see this, though? Going to college and then going overseas and then entering the NBA draft. I feel like that's a different path for somebody to get to the pros, but obviously Philip's done it.
Yeah, I'm not sure how often that happens. That would be a Matt question, but he's at least one of the first in a while that I can remember. Okay.
Blake, do you know any other situation where someone's gone to college then overseas instead of going from overseas to college and then to the pros?
I really think first I don't, but I really think that's kind of a unique idea to, have that experience in college, take some time to still, have that pro experience, but still round out your game, overseas and then go pro to when you're really comfortable. So it's a really interesting path, but I like it.
Derek, you were one pick too early. It's going to be BJ Boston going to the New Orleans Pelicans, and they took a swing. Got themselves a wing, and somebody who, coming into Kentucky was, highly touted, and then obviously didn't pan out as well in his freshman season as he thought it would.
Yeah. I'm really happy for him to get picked. It does blow my mind that it's this far back. I think this is probably one of the biggest drops we will have ever seen from a first mock draft spot where most people had him in the top 10 down to 51. I mean, that's incredible to me. I'm reading here that he's been traded, I believe, to the Clippers. So good on the Clippers for grabbing him. Sky's the limit for him. He's got a lot to put together, but the high school tape, the pre-college sample for him is really, really good. So I would have taken him considerably earlier than this, and I really like the pick. I mean, take a swing.
Definitely. He's such a smooth shooter, has that off the dribble upside, plays the passing lanes really well on defense, really uses his length. So, I mean, definitely take this swing. I was wondering if Detroit was going to take this swing at 52, but here he goes at 51.
So he goes to the Clippers and to work under my guy Ty Lue, and he's done an amazing job of developing players. And obviously, Brian Shaw just went over there from the G League Ignite, so should be very good for him. I do have one question for you on Boston, though. Do you think now, seeing where he was drafted this season, should he have gone back to Kentucky for one more year after the disappointing freshman year?
Derek?
I probably still would have come out. I think it was such a rough year at Kentucky that I think it was time to come out. Obviously hindsight going 51, the 2020 version of that is, yeah, you absolutely should have gone back to school. Would we say the same thing about Sharif Cooper?
That's true. That's true.
I don't think we would. So I still think it was the right call to come out. If I had to pick one of those players right now, it's probably Greg Brown. Greg Brown's the kid that came in with late lotto, mid-first hype. Hey, the skill set just really wasn't there. Fell to 43, I believe. I don't think Boston kind of fits in that category.
All right.
Yeah, I agree with you, Derek. With Greg Brown, I really thought, he could come back, have a little bit more of a clear, time in the front court at Texas. I'm not sure what the recruits look like. I see another pick coming up here, but I'm not sure what the recruits look like in the front court for this upcoming year, but I think it probably would have benefited him. But Boston, I would have, if I was him in that position, I would have probably still come out too.
All right, we're going to welcome back Matt and put him right on the spot. So here's Matt Babcock back, better than ever, of course, here at number 52. I did want to say the pick first, though. The Pistons going out and getting Iowa's Luka Garza, and we talked about him earlier when we were talking about Joe Wieskamp. So, guys, please give me your best analysis on Luka Garza. Again, somebody being in Ohio, I've watched Big Ten basketball. I know how team-oriented this guy is, so I'd love to hear more about him.
Yeah, I'll take this one since I've been on the sidelines here for a few minutes. He's no secret, right? I mean, he's been producing at a high level in college for 4 years. Best college basketball player the last 2 years, arguably, right? The big issue is how does he translate to the NBA? I mean, you see right there him run up the floor. It's almost painful to watch. Got these big heavy feet, but he's a force to be reckoned with on the offensive end. I mean, as a low post scorer and as a shooter. I think he's really effective. The big question is he quick enough to keep up with the fast pace and in the spacing in the NBA today? I personally question it, but he's kind of one of those guys I don't know if you want to bet against. And so to take him at the tail end of the second round, I can't argue it.
The Big Ten continues to churn out these second round picks. Blake, what do you got on Luka for me?
Yeah, well, his pedigree speaks for himself. He did so well over his career at Iowa. I got to watch him live, as I mentioned, with Wieskamp. What didn't impress me is just his motor. I mean, he works so hard. Even though he's lugging a big frame up and down the court, he definitely was one to work hard, fight for position in the post. And I really like his floor spacing potential on the next level. But as Matt mentioned, it's going to be some major questions that he's going to have to overcome.
Derek, you have anything else to add with Luka Garza's game?
I mean, they pretty much covered it. He's just going to have to be able to keep up. Plain and simple. That's the name of the game for him. Can you keep up? Because the skill's there and the shooting's there. Just got to be able to hang with him.
Right. Old school 5 type of deal? Or is he more modern?
Old school with a mix of stretch because he can shoot very well. So it's not just inside. He can stretch the floor. But on defense, it acts like an old school 5. Don't let him switch onto the guards. He'll get crushed in the drop coverage. Just that's what you worry about.
If you talk about him lugging up the floor, then defensively, I'm guessing that's the area that's going to be of concern just against guys who are more athletic and faster?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay.
Yeah, there's no doubt. Yeah, it's just the speed of the game and the spacing. It's going to be an issue for him.
Okay, I got you. All right, Matt, I asked Derek and I asked Blake about this, but now that, these stash candidates are pretty much gone, what would your thinking be towards the end of the draft here? Because as we've mentioned before, there's only so many roster spots. This is the time where you either take a big swing or you're likely not going to roster somebody at this point of the draft. So what's your strategy if you're a team?
I mean, it depends on the team. It depends how many roster spots you have, what's your salary cap situation. I do believe we have Bleisenberg still on the board. That's the one stash option, which I had been told he had a guarantee in the 40s. That obviously was not true. So be careful who you listen to. It just depends on the team. I think, most of these teams would probably use these picks for two-way contracts. The NBA just made a new rule that I like a lot is that they They did a flat rate on the two ways, so it's essentially a half of a minimum deal, and there's no limitations how long players with the NBA team. They're just limited to playing in 50 games. So what's going to happen is these two-way contracts, they're essentially, even though they're making less money, they are going to be NBA players. They're going to be with the NBA team a lot. And so I like it. I mean, you use these draft picks, you get them in your building, you develop them, and hopefully you groom them to be players for you in years down the road.
When you were on the sidelines there from say pick 40 to 51, was there a particular one that you thought was a great fit and one that you didn't see coming?
Let's see here. I mean, Wieskamp at 41. I love that pick. We've talked a lot about him recently. He really turned some heads at the combine. Tested really well physically. Jumped out of the gym and just really knows how to play and shoots the ball. I think he fits. Sort of what we're talking about with his teammate in Garza not translating well. I think Wieskamp translates to be a really good role player. And so that at 41, that's a great pick. I think Greg Brown at 43. He's a guy. That came into the year as a highly touted, prospect and recruit, just didn't do that well. Didn't do that well at the combine. Is needing to find his identity as a player, but he is a big time athlete with length and upside, and he plays hard. He's just got to kind of put it together. I like the upside there. And Sharif Cooper at 48. We had suggested that he might be slipping a few days ago. I didn't think he was going to slip this far. But I mean, it's funny, sort of the same story with Assume. He's going home and he's backing up Trae Young. That could be a pretty interesting, 1-2 punch. Give Trae Young a breather, and you still have a dynamic offensive point guard on the floor.
Update on the last couple of picks, guys. At 53, we've got the Sixers taking Charles Bassey from Western Kentucky. It's one of my favorite prospects personally, having seen him at the Combine a few years ago. And then we have number 54 is going to be Mamu. And Derek Murray is going to tell us how to pronounce that. I know that's one of his favorite prospects in the draft himself. So.
Is he going to Milwaukee?
I got to see where he's going. Yes, he is going to Milwaukee. Yes.
I wonder how long Matt knew about that one.
Oh, I didn't know.
Hey, Sandro to Milwaukee. I love that fit. I think that's a great pick for them. His versatility as a ball handler and a shooter at 6'10" is really special and fits what Milwaukee's trying to do as a team, and the way they build their lineups, they build their roster, and the way they run their offense. I think it's a match. I think it's really, really cool. And again, our guy Grant is a big fan of Mamu, so he's really happy as well. But again, the versatility, his size is really special. And I know Matt was up at the Combine, said he helped himself out quite a bit up there as well. So I love the fit. I think this is tremendous value at 54.
Yeah, no, I agree. I'll jump on that. I mean, I think he fits the way they play really well. Obviously, the NBA champs, and there's some uncertainty if they're going to be able to keep Bobby Portis. So I mean, I think this gives them a little security of a big man that could fit with the way they play offensively. I mean, look at this guy. This is a 5, dribbling through his legs, shaking people, bringing up the court. Great passer. He's got a big personality in a positive way. I really, really like this pick.
Number 55 off the board now is Aaron Wiggins, and that's somebody that Alex Kennedy did a Q&A. That's actually right on our front page right now, if you want to check that out. Somebody that did a solid job at the Combine. So what do you guys have on Aaron Wiggins?
Yeah, I'll take that one. So I was at the G League Combine and the NBA Draft Combine, and he was the star of the show in the G League. I forget what they call it, G League Elite Camp. And earned an invite to the NBA Draft Combine. I wrote a piece on him, pretty much saying that he was the standout, and I thought he put himself in a situation to be drafted, and he did. So good for him, and seems like a really nice kid, just a wing, does a little bit of everything. I think he's got a chance to stick.
You guys got anything to add to that, Derek or Blake?
I'll let Blake do it. I know he covers the Big Ten.
There you go.
Yeah, Aaron Wiggins is good size for a wing. A little bit older of a prospect, even though he's coming out as a junior. But I like this pick as well. Like you said, played really strong in that G League camp. So it's really cool to see another Big Ten guy off the board here.
Exactly. It's the Big Ten second round right now. That's some good stuff. But no, like I said, Alex Kennedy did a Q&A with him, and that's on our front page right now. So make sure you check that out. But we didn't really talk about the Bassey fit over with the Sixers as well. I think they got 2 bigs now in this draft. So what does that fit look like for you guys? And Bassey, I know he was probably going to be someone who was highly regarded before the injury. So I would love to learn more about Bassey as a prospect.
Yeah, with Bass, I mean, one question is with Petrusev, is he going to come over? I wonder if they'll keep him in Europe. I mean, I think that would be at least a conversation. So I don't know if they're bringing over 2 guys on their roster or not. But either way, I mean, in the second round, picking 2 players that you can put in an NBA game gives them depth. I mean, obviously Joel, they've been very delicate with him since he's been in the league. Doesn't play. All the games. And so, I mean, having some depth behind him is important. And I think both those guys are older players that are proven, that they're capable of filling a role and being serviceable big men. Bassey's a guy that he went to Western Kentucky, kind of surprised everybody. He was a big time recruit, went to the smaller school, and it was considered a first round pick type guy his freshman year, decided to go back to school and got hurt. And it really was a bad situation, and he stayed with it, got healthy, got his body together. He came back, had a good year, and I mean, I think he's going to have a chance of being a good backup center.
Derek or Blake, do you have anything on Bassey's development?
I just love that when he's healthy, he's so physical, and physical, yes, in the sense that he can body you. He's obviously very strong, but he's powerful. He's explosive leaving the floor, explosive when he's moving left to right. It's not just that he's a big bruiser. Like, he can also run the floor really well, and he's effective around the rim in all facets: blocker, finisher, dunker, lob catch, kind of whole thing. But again, just his physical presence is what I think is really awesome.
Yeah, to piggyback off that, I really like Bassey's ability to rebound, but just creating that space to box out and go get rebounds. He really fills up the lane and takes up space to gather them in. And he also has some shooting potential that I'm curious to see how that develops. So he'll be able to find an NBA role, in my opinion.
All right, guys, we're down to our last 5. Pick every one of them. Just kidding. So no, but who's on the board left that you would think that would go here in the last 5?
Well, I mean, we've got all the guys that we still have left, other than David Johnson, is still available. So we could get 4 out of 5 here potentially.
Scotty Lewis just went.
Oh, that was not one of them. So.
Scotty Lewis to the Hornets at number 56.
All right. Yeah, Scotty Lewis, I know him well. A top-rated high school player. Went to Florida. I mean, everybody thought he was going to be a one and done, and sort of had an up and down year, and went back to sophomore, and I thought he did well, and then he kind of hit. I'm not sure what happened, but he kind of hit a slump, and didn't finish out the year great. But he's very athletic, high motor wing. Maybe a little undersized for his style. He's more of like a true wing, but in the size of a shooting guard. I think he's a capable catch and shoot guy. 3-and-D type. Doesn't have a ton of ball skills. Needs to add some weight. But he's got some big time athleticism.
Derek?
Yeah, I'm really happy for Scotty Lewis. Just knowing that he was so highly touted and just had those down years. So it's exciting to see. His defense and athleticism should translate pretty well.
Looks like he's got an NBA length based on the film here. Derek, you got anything to add to that?
Yeah, again, for not loving comps, I can't help but see Terrence Ferguson when I watch him play. I think kind of that same mold is what you're going to get from him. He's probably a little bit better putting the ball on the floor, but that really bouncy, maybe a little thin, slightly undersized as a 2. But again, he's a phenomenal defender. When he's locked in, he can guard you and chase you all over the floor. So with his speed and bounce, I think he finds a way to stick.
Gotta go with that OKC stuff again. This is what he does. People. So kind of going back here now that we're wrapping up. Matt, I don't know if I asked you this one yet, or Blake, I don't know if I asked you this one yet, but whoever didn't answer, who is your favorite team on draft night?
My favorite team on draft night. Yeah, I think I answered this earlier. I mean, Charlotte, I think, has done a really great job. I also like what Houston's done. I think they picked. Jalen Green, Garuba. and Josh Christopher. I mean, I think that's great. And so Charlotte and Houston are the ones that stand out to me.
Yep, same too.
Yep. I mean, you guys took my answer. I was going to say Charlotte. I really like the idea of James Bouknight and LaMelo Ball together. And then Kai Jones is actually one of my favorite guys in this draft with his upside. So Charlotte for sure for me.
Hey, Pistons just took Balsa Koprivica.
Oh, yeah, really? Good for him.
Okay. Blake,
give me
as
something
a
on Balsa.
Pistons fan. What do we
Well, he has not been on my radar, but from what it seems like this front office is doing with all these picks, there was an idea that they were going to have a draft and stash candidate. So that's what I'm assuming with Balsa, but I don't have as much insight on him in this past season.
Yeah, no, I know Koprivica. So I dealt with he's with BDA, Bill Duffy, and Rade Filipovic, and we actually talked to them about having him come to the Tampa Bay Pro Combine. He ended up not coming, but yeah, we didn't expect him to get drafted. But he's a good player. He's a big guy. I mean, Florida State had a great team, and he was a big part of that.
Derek, is there anything you could tell me about Balsa?
I liked watching Koprivica last year. Really caught my eye against Indiana, where he just ate up TJD. I mean, TJD, again, a great low post scorer, could not do anything around the rim on him. And it was just like, wow, Balsa, he's really long. He's mobile. He's instinctual on both ends. I'm like, man, he's got a little bit to figure out here, again, as a ball handler and a passer. But again, we thought about trying to, reach out about having him come to Tampa because I think he was that good. I thought he was worth an NBA look as just a name we didn't really hear much leading up to the draft, but I actually really like his game. He is really tall and really long, but it's not a super skinny long. He's not like troublingly thin. He's actually got a little beef to him, which is just kind of cool. I think that's a really cool pick.
Now that we're at this point of the draft, you guys are talking about the Tampa Bay Pro Combine, and obviously, inaugural one that you guys did. Is there anyone at this point of the draft of the last 3 picks that you feel could be taken at this point?
Oh, from Tampa?
Yeah.
We're not expecting any of those guys to be drafted. I mean, especially we've still got some pretty good players on the board. I mean, Jericho Sims, Chris Smith, Aaron Henry, Bleisenberg.
Sims is the one that hit his head on the rim.
right. No, you saw it, like David Duke, DJ Stewart, Daishan Nix, Sam Hauser, Matthew Hurt. I mean, there's a number of guys that we thought had a good chance of being drafted. Obviously, not all those guys are going to make it.
How disappointing is that? And you're an agent. You were an agent, so I guess mentally, what would be your advice when you talk to your clientele or people that you're close with when they don't go as high as they thought they would go or they don't get drafted? The mental challenge of dealing with that, and then obviously having to work yourself from the ground up.
Right. I represented a lot of guys that were second-round picks and fringe players, guys that we thought had a chance to get drafted and go undrafted. And it's those guys are the hardest guys to represent for the draft because you have the widest range, right? I mean, you go anywhere from 30 to 60 are undrafted. Essentially, if you're at risk of not being drafted, every single team is an option. And so you have to pretty much deal with the whole league. And so if you go undrafted, right now these agents are scrambling, and it's changed quite a bit since I was an agent. We didn't have two-way contracts, Exhibit 10s. It was more we were trying to figure out what summer league spot we were going to find the guy. And back then it was, sometimes we'd have guys on 2 different summer league teams. It'd be going to Orlando and then to Vegas. And so, I remember multiple times calling my guys that expected to be drafted, and they were upset, and just kind of have to talk them off the ledge. Not literally, but just, calm them down, saying, all right, we've got business to do. We can't be emotional. We gotta be, keep our heads on straight and keep our composure, because us picking the right summer league team could set up your career and could set up your first spot. And so we need to be smart about our decision here. So instead of it being summer league, I mean, some of that will happen right now, but there could be some two-way contracts offered, could be some Exhibit 10s or summer league spots. And so the work is not done. Yeah, and that's the attitude you have to have. You can't just mail it in, or else you're in the wrong business in that sense. You're in the wrong frame of work.
Number 58 is in. The New York Knicks have taken Jericho Sims, as you just mentioned, one of those guys that was still left on the board. Jericho, I believe, a talent at Texas. So what can you guys give me on Jericho? Looks like he's a tremendous athlete. I already mentioned that he basically broke his nose open when he tried to go for a dunk at his pro day. So.
Yeah, I've watched Jericho for years. I remember going to watch Bamba a few years ago. Jericho's, I think it was his freshman year. He's always been a gifted athlete, and he's just improved there. His body is just ridiculous. I mean, I walked in the combine and saw him. I'm just like, this guy is a grown man. I don't want to mess with this guy. And you can see all these nasty dunks this guy's throwing down. And not the most cerebral guy. Basketball IQ is lacking, but he is his physical tools are just beyond intriguing. And so if he could figure out to kind of get his game polished up enough, the tools are there.
What was his role like with Kai? Anybody that wants to kind of chime in on that?
They had him pretty much own the block while Kai was. I mean, you can see that clip right there. Kai Jones was in the corner, and Sims was down on the block. He in the dunker spot. There's nothing you could do. I mean, there was very little. I saw them live twice this season, Oklahoma State and Oklahoma, and I mean, he just ate up both of those teams. He's got some pretty rough hands as far as the way he can catch a ball. A lot of drops down, even on entry passes. Passing needs a little work, but again, if you don't put a true center out there on the floor or somebody who is really, really strong, not only can he go over you, like Matt said, his frame, he puts his shoulder into you, it's done. I mean, he'll just eat you. And it's going to be a load to handle even when he doesn't have the ball in his hand. So I think he can get backup minutes just because he's going to crash the glass, he's going to eat up the rebounds, and then he's going to dunk all over you. And if he scores 4 points a game, then great. But you don't want to play against him down low. It's just not fun for anybody.
I'd also like to point out we were one pick off on him. We had him at 57.
Well done. Well done.
I don't know who's keeping track other than me, but just so you guys know, I am.
Listen, I was going to say, I think you got to just treat it like a March Madness bracket. Sometimes in the front part of it, you just got to rip it up. But the accuracy towards after that, all good. But as far as that goes, how do you think Jericho his fit works on the Knicks? Obviously, might not get playing time right off the bat. And you have multiple centers in front of him right now, including one Mitchell Robinson. But we'll see how that goes. Do you think that he ends up in the G League too, just as most of these second-round picks usually do when they need some developing and some sharpening?
Yeah, at this point in the draft, I don't think you're looking at fit too much. I mean, obviously, there's certain scenarios where, having the draft before free agency, you might consider a little bit of, security of depth at a position, things like that. But usually you're just going for a guy that you think has some upside, that has a chance of being an NBA player long term.
Okay, number 59 pick is into the Brooklyn Nets. It's Raekwon Gray. So, Blake, do you have any analysis that you'd like to give on Raekwon Gray?
Yeah, I mean, he's a good second-round play. He's got good size, around 6'8". Just really big guy overall. Has some playmaking ability to put the ball on the floor. Defensively, he should be able to hold his own as well. So that's pretty good pick there.
Yeah, I watched him at the combine, and he's a big guy, but I think that's a concern of mine. He seemed like he was heavy. I'd like to see him lose weight. I think if he lost weight, he could be a guy that could be somewhat switchable on defense. Seems like he's got some versatility as far as his skill set. I'm not blown away by his upside, but I think the big thing is he needs to get in a little better shape.
Derek, do you have anything else to add on to those two?
Similar to Matt, the way he moves, while it's looked at as almost a pro because of his size, I see it as a negative and almost a hindrance, especially on the defensive side. Has some trouble with his feet on the ball and just kind of gets cooked, quite frankly, a little more than he probably should. But again, the versatility on offense, he can kind of do a little bit of everything, so I understand the pick.
Okay, I apologize if this does not go right, but we have our quote-unquote Mr. Irrelevant, the last pick of the draft, number 60. The Bucks are taking Georgios. Hold on. Kalaitzakis.
Oh, Kalaitzakis.
Yes.
Yeah, that's, I've liked that kid for years, and I think we had him in our mock draft a couple years ago, and he's
last year. We had him in there last year.
2 years ago too. Before you were around, when we just had Babcock Hoops. I remember Matt McKay, Jason Felipe, and I at Babcock Hoops. We all liked him, and then he went to Lithuania, I believe, with the team Nemesis, and played with his brother. Versatile guy. I mean, a big guard. The big question with him is shooting. I haven't watched him recently. I didn't expect him to get drafted, but I do like this pick. I mean, I've liked him. I've been intrigued by him for a couple of years.
So do we end up with another, stash candidates here?
That's a stash guy for sure.
Yeah.
They'll keep him over. I haven't. Obviously, my dad's with the front office there. I mean, his name hasn't even been brought up to me recently with him. But I could. I mean, I could just tell you, just as far as the assumption goes, I'm pretty sure he'd be a stash guy.
Aaron Henry already signed a 2-way deal with the Sixers.
Well, there you go. I told you
they're not messing around. You get to the 50s, those calls start happening. I mean, I remember I had a couple years where I'd have like 5 guys that had chances of getting drafted and whatnot, and you had to scramble to find summer league spots and all that. It's crazy.
It's a rough game.
I was trying to figure out the right word. It's a busy game. A lot of words were running through my mind, and not all of them were great.
It's okay. There's 1,000 words at the bottom there in the ticker, so that's what's going through my mind too right now. But before we transition and get Alex back in here, I did want to ask anybody that's out there other than Aaron Henry, obviously, because he just signed a 2-way deal with the Sixers, that you feel would be a good pickup undrafted.
For me, I mean, Chris Smith's a guy who's coming off a bad knee injury, UCLA. He was a guy. I mean, some teams I talked to last year, he was in it tested the waters last year. Liked him as possibly as like a late first, early second. He's a guy. I bet he gets scooped up right away. Even though I don't believe he'll be able to play at summer league, I would personally look at him as a 2-way. I think that would be really worthwhile for a team. David Duke from Providence, DJ Stewart from Duke. Daishawn Nix is a pretty big disappointment here. He was a guy out of high school that was originally committed to UCLA, went to the G League, and he gained a bunch of weight. I mean, really, I can speak for Derek and I. It really turned us off at first, and we saw him in Vegas, and he did get back in great shape. He was working with Joe Bunasar. Obviously, raised too many red flags, for teams. He slipped a bunch, but I still think he will probably get a 2-way. Joel Ayayi from Gonzaga, a guy that skipped the combine. I mean, at one point there was rumors that he had a guarantee. That obviously was not true. Who else we have here? Leichenberg didn't get drafted.
I think Hauser gets scooped up pretty quick.
Yeah, Hauser, Matthew
People
Hurd.
value shooting.
Yep.
Is Austin Reeves in that? Because I just remember watching Austin.
Austin
play
Reeves
against
in that category.
Cade Cunningham. I remember that game vividly.
Oh, sure. Yeah, Austin Reeves. I would imagine he'll probably have some 2-way opportunities.
Yeah, Blake, do you have any favorites that are left out there to sign to Exhibit 10s or 2-ways?
Yeah, the big one for me was Daishawn Nix, actually. I wonder if he's the guy in that group that went to the G League Ignite that, I really want to know what his outcome would have been if he would have decided to go to college. But now I'm curious just to see how that experience with the G League Ignite translates for him in the summer league. And so hopefully he gets picked up to a team soon and, gets to showcase himself in summer league.
Ayayi's going to the Lakers.
There you go. Derek's on top of it right now, man. He's got all of these deals coming through. But gentlemen, I would like to say thank you for being a part of this. Obviously, the draft is now over, but we have to thank our sponsor, Panini. So make sure to check out Panini's Instant Draft Night cards. They're made available on PaniniAmerica.net in real time as players are selected, meaning that new draftee's first trading card with his new NBA team logo will be made available after his name is called immediately. So in addition to all of tonight's NBA Instant cards, Panini America is continuing to release digital trading cards on its Panini NFT blockchain platform, which include its signature Prism basketball line. So check out PaniniAmerica.net to start collecting Panini NFT blockchain cards featuring all of your NBA favorite players. And that Cade Cunningham one, that was really sharp, really sharp. So let's do this because I know he's eager to get back in here. I'm sure he took off the suit for a minute because it was a little hot. because I'm starting to feel that right now. But Alex Kennedy back in that awesome blazer. What's up, man? Hopefully I didn't do too bad of a job being the Mark Tatum of basketballnews.com doing my second round stuff. But it's good to have you back here, Alex. Alex, you're on mute. Good job.
See, I'm off my game. I thank you for filling in. I want to say you guys were incredible tonight. We are going to stick around for about 20 more minutes. Now that the draft is over, we're going to transition right into free agency talk and do a 20-minute free agency preview. So, Matt, Blake, Derek, thank you guys so much for doing this. You guys, your shift is over. You've worked all year on draft stuff, and you killed it tonight. So thanks so much for your time. Appreciate you guys.
Derek, can you put together the 2022 prospects for me tonight?
Yeah, get on that.
Go for it, man. Come on.
I'm just kidding. We'll talk.
That's the least surprising question I've been asked tonight. Just to do that
24/7, 365, gentlemen. 24/7, 365.
I'm kidding, but we'll be on it soon.
Yeah. I'm sure you guys will. Thanks for joining us, guys. I really appreciate it.
Have a good night.
Yep.
Good night, guys.
And you'll find all of their coverage on basketballnews.com. It's been awesome working with Matt and Derek and Blake. They do an amazing job. So now we're going to welcome in our free agency panel here. We are joined by Jackson Frank and Evan Siddery. Blake, if you want to hang out, you can. It's totally up to you. Oh, here, let's go. Let's remove Blake here.
I think he's trying to figure out how to go.
All right. So just like the NBA offseason, we switch right from draft into free agency mode. We're doing it literally right here. So we appreciate you guys jumping on. For those of you who don't know, we're all writers at basketballnews.com. So we wanted to, now that the draft's over, kind of transition and get a little free agency talk in. Let's start with this. We also had a big trade today. So let's start with the trade before we get into free agency talk. The Wizards traded Russell Westbrook, a 2024 second rounder and a 2028 second rounder to the Lakers for Kyle Kuzma, Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, Montrezl Harrell, and then picks that were traded for Aaron Holiday and Isaiah Todd. So Spencer, before we kind of get into free agency stuff, let's kind of go around. What were your thoughts on that trade? It was really the biggest trade of the day. I think we were expecting many more deals, but what do you think of that deal?
So, everyone's going to talk about it from the Lakers' perspective. So I'm going to do it from Washington's perspective here. I think doing the reset, but not completely resetting. It's almost like a retooling, if you will. You go out and get Corey Kispert, Isaiah Todd. You're looking to put shooters and some defense around Bradley Beal. Now they have Kentavious Caldwell-Pope. Now they have Kyle Kuzma to do that stuff. So it's not like Washington's just throwing the towel in here by trading Russell Westbrook away. They're trying to really put some talent around Bradley Beal. Don't forget they have Denny Avdia. They have a rising big man in Daniel Gafford, Thomas Bryant coming back. So I think that Tommy Shepard has done a solid job of retooling around Beal. Beal has already reportedly expressed his interest to remain in DC and do his thing there. So young talent, also some talent offensively that can help him out. Think about all those shooters around him now. Kispert, Avdia, Bertans, if they keep him. It's an interesting cast, and I think that they got a little bit longer too. So I was a big fan from Washington's perspective to make this deal.
Absolutely. Jackson, what were your thoughts on this trade from both sides?
Yeah, I mean, I understand the idea from Washington. I worry a little bit about just how much of a burden that puts on Bradley Beal to create everything offensively. I get, you have more shooting. Kispert's obviously a very good shooter. KCP is a good shooter as well. Kuzma has been up and down, but you can at least trust him to knock down some spot up threes. But part of the reason the Wizards made the playoffs last year is because Russ was fantastic down the stretch of the season. Obviously struggled in the first round, but it was really key to them making a run there. So I worry about it from that perspective. For the Lakers, I understand it. I get the idea that maybe just someone who can really attack, when the ball swings around him and make plays as a finisher or passer. But I worry a little bit about the sense that what the downside of it is, especially because what the Lakers' upside is the fact that they can win a title when they're healthy, right? I mean, they lost some players from their title team, but generally a lot of the same players: LeBron, AD, Caruso, KCP, Kuzma, a lot of guys who won that title. So it's not a move that I quite can get on board with. While I understand, but I just worry that it's kind of trying to retool when you don't really. I think the Lakers could have just run it back and had good health and been right there at the top. So it's not like a move that I hate for either side, but it's one that I'm not hugely a fan of for anyone involved. But I understand it for everyone, and that's not something I can always say for every trade. Sometimes I'm a little confused for one or both sides, but I can definitely at least see what the allure is for both teams there.
For sure. So let's get into some free agency talk. After all, this is our free agency preview. I want to go through some of the names that are available. I think everyone's been in draft mode. So let's talk about some of the guys that are out there right now. As far as unrestricted free agency, you have Kyle Lowry, Kawhi Leonard, although it seems like he's staying with LA, Mike Conley, DeMar DeRozan, Dennis Schroeder, Rashawn Holmes, Andre Drummond, Tim Hardaway Jr., Spencer Dinwiddie.
I'm a free agent.
I mean, if there's going to be a team out there that wants to sign you, we can't really match that offer. But yeah, Spencer Dinwiddie, Kelly Oubre. It's been a long night. The restricted free agents are John Collins, Jarrett Allen, Lonzo Ball, Duncan Robinson, Norm Powell, Lauri Markkanen, Gary Trent Jr., Devontae Graham. So those are some of the names that are available. There's been talk about this free agent class not being the best. There's not a ton of star power like we're going to see maybe next year or in past years. But I'm curious, what are some of the storylines that you're looking forward to following, Evan? Oh, by the way, Chris Paul, also I was going to mention him, but there were some reports that he's, opting out and extending. So it seems like he's not going to really be available. But Evan, what are some storylines and players that you're looking forward to checking out?
Yeah, honestly, it revolves around two of the biggest names at point guard. I'd go Kyle Lowry. He's 35, but it seems like there's going to be a bidding war for his service here in free agency. You have a lot of teams, New Orleans clearing cap space for him, possibly Miami, the Knicks, the Sixers, the Heat. All these teams, even the Lakers and the Clippers, might be in it as well. I think he kind of decides all the dominoes there, in my opinion. Wherever Lowry goes, it could have a little bit of a shift of where a lot of players go. Like Lonzo Ball, for example. I could really see Lonzo being one of the more intriguing names in the market as well. I know Brian, our producer, dropped in here. The Celtics, the Bulls, the Raptors are showing a lot of interest in Lonzo, as reported during draft night. Those are really intriguing fits for Lonzo as well. So I think those two names really stand out the most to me, Lowry, but also Lonzo. I feel like Jax, you wrote a really good piece earlier this month about Lonzo Ball, where he feels like kind of a guy who's been kind of mislabeled throughout his career, more so as like a wing creator, secondary, tertiary creator, more so than a point guard. I feel like wherever Lonzo goes, he hasn't hit his prime yet. His shot's gotten a lot better. He's going to be a really good signing somewhere, in my opinion, if it's not New Orleans.
Jackson, who are some players that you're keeping an eye on that you're excited to see?
I'm really interested to see what happens with Spencer Dinwiddie. I think he, obviously there's kind of, you're wondering how he comes back from the torn ACL. I know he's been back on the court training for maybe a month or so, maybe a little longer than that. There's some videos of him in the playoffs, maybe some reports that the Nets were able to make the finals, he would rejoin them. But he's a guy, is a very good passer. He can get downhill, get to the rim. Isn't necessarily a good defender, but I don't think by any means he's, among the league's worst at the guard position. Just guys who can get past their defender and get into the paint and also, create for themselves or as a passer with, he can pass from kind of off the dribble. Those guys don't come around very often. Obviously, the jumper isn't great. The efficiency hasn't been great as a scorer, but he had a huge burden on his hands in that 2019-20 year when KD was out and Kyrie was mostly out of the lineup for his own injuries as well. So he's a guy that I think would make sense to a lot of teams. And so I'm curious to see what happens with him. Danny Green's another guy, that is, on the market. I'm wondering kind of what he gets. I don't think he'll get the 2 years, $30 million he got after winning the title, but he's a guy who can knock down threes and still give you kind of, good defenses, maybe the third or fourth best defender in the lineup. Those are a couple of guys. I think Norm Powell, it seems like he's a huge priority for the Blazers to re-sign him. But there's also been reports that CJ McCollum might be available, and so I'd be wondering if they sign him, is there more kind of an impetus to get him on ball touches, get him downhill, let him create a little more than he did. So those are a few guys that I'm interested in. John Collins from restricted free agency as well. The Hawks just added 2 more young guys in Sharif Cooper and Jalen Johnson. They've already got DeAndre Hunter, Cam Reddish. So curious kind of what maybe the Hawks limit is in terms of what they want to match for any offer sheet, what they want to extend him. But yeah, I think it's not a class that's rich with 6 all-stars, perennial all-stars, but I think there are some pretty notable high-end starters that could change the ceiling of a team from maybe a 6 seed to a 2 or a 3 seed, things like that. That I'm intrigued to see how teams get creative financially and whatnot, and how they put some of the suitors for some of these sub sub-superstar level players who are still quite good.
Yeah, Dinwiddie came out in an interview with Howard Beck and said the Nets have an opportunity if they get aggressive. If they come to me and said, "Hey, we've got 5 and 125 for you," I would say there's a high likelihood I go back to the Nets. He's saying 5 years, $125 million. So his asking price is very high. There's also been some reports saying that he's looking for something in the 25 million plus range annually. He said if they come to a table and say, "Hey, we have 3 for 60," well, anybody can do that. So it's clear he's asking for a lot. We'll see what he's able to, generate on the open market, what kind of offers he's receiving, but clear that he's looking for, a lot of money, and there's not going to be any kind of discount for the Nets, it seems. Another player that I'm looking forward to seeing is Kyle Lowry. I mean, obviously he's one of the bigger names available, but it's crazy how many teams have been linked to Lowry now. You had the teams that try to trade for him last offseason that have there's some of them are popping up again. Now you're also hearing the Mavericks, the Pelicans, teams that are, trying to clear cap space. I know with the Mavericks, Nekias Duncan, who writes with us at basketballnews.com, he's been talking about that being a perfect fit for a while because he feels like he could bring the best out of Luka and Porzingis, and that he'd fit perfectly with that core there. So Lowry, I'm just curious because he's one of the bigger names, and it seems like the list of teams interested in him grows longer every day. And then the restricted free agents, there's really a lot of them, John Collins, Jarrett Allen, you guys talked about Lonzo, someone like Duncan Robinson, Norm Powell, Gary Trent Jr., and then even guys that we didn't mention earlier, guys like Kendrick Nunn. There's a number of guys that could be interesting to watch if some team throws a crazy offer their way. Any other names that you guys are focused on before we kind of get into some teams?
Yeah, somebody that was, everyone considered the 2021 free agent class pretty dry after everybody signed their extensions or did whatnot, opting in, whatever. But I think that DeMar DeRozan, being a veteran now, being someone that you're probably not going to surround, as a guy that you're building a team around as someone as like the number one, like megastar, but somebody that I think has improved tremendously over his last 3 or 4 years as a playmaker. I know the defensive end, he can use some, you can use a little bit of better, tactic from him. He's a little bit slow footed on that end, but I think that just the pressure that he puts on the rim, the mid-range game that, as we saw in the finals, can be still very deadly. And the ability to get his teammates involved, I think that can be a good pickup for somebody. Now, again, when you're looking at where he ranks in this free agent class, it's somewhere towards the top, 3 or 4 guys. Then you're thinking, what's it going to cost to bring in a guy like DeMar DeRozan? So that's where I'm interested to see if he doesn't get the payday that he thinks he's going to get, where he ends up. Does he go to a contender, whatnot? Or is somebody going to pony up and pay him and be a veteran presence, but also somebody that, can lead a team of maybe some young guys or push a team that wants to contend a little past the limit?
This isn't really free agency related, but it is some breaking news. DJ Stewart, who went undrafted from Mississippi State, he's going to be joining the Miami Heat. I'm not sure if it's an Exhibit 10 or a two-way deal, or a summer league, but he is signing with Miami. So that's something to note. I'll probably tweet that here in a second.
We're having so many undrafteds coming now. The two-way deals, the Exhibit 10s, they're going to come in just flooding.
Yeah, no, 100%. We're getting some questions right now. Let's try to answer some of these. Let's see. Brand Part asks if the Wizards could make sense for Spencer Dinwiddie. Anyone have any thoughts on that?
I think he does. I mean, it just goes back to maybe why I was a little bit hesitant about, really liking the deal for the Wizards earlier with Russ, because, I mean, Dinwiddie's a guy who can play on the ball, right? And Beal is such a good off-ball player with, coming off screens, cutting, things like that. And so you can feel comfortable playing them together. Obviously, there's some defensive concerns, but you had defensive concerns with Russ and Beal as well. And so I like that fit a lot. Just giving them another creator, it helps Beal because, even though Beal's very good on the ball, he's obviously tremendous off the ball too. So, it's just a different look. It requires a different type of defender to really slow Beal off the ball versus on the ball. So I like that fit. I do want to note, though, I'm curious what happens with Victor Oladipo. We didn't mention him yet. He's obviously someone who is an interesting storyline. He's had a lot of health issues, was on 3 different teams last year. Just wondering kind of what the market is. Is there anyone who's interested in seeing if they can get him the right development and training staff to to maybe rectify some of his health issues and get him back to maybe not to the level where he was when he won Most Improved Player, but a high level starter. I do like the idea of Dinwiddie in Washington.
How crazy is that we're not even, Victor Oladipo wasn't even on that list of players that we named. Guy a year ago we were talking about as a top player. The Pacers were turning down, not a top player, but a notable player, and the Pacers were turning down some big offers for him and things like that. Now to see kind of what this past year has done to his stock, it's pretty wild to see. And unfortunately,
it's a shame.
Yeah,
it's a
shame
shame
for him. Another question here from Jay Murph. What vets did the Lakers target other than Melo? He was asking about Millsap, DeMar DeRozan, any others. Who are some guys that maybe the Lakers could target? Spencer, Evan, you want to jump in?
Dude, does DeRozan accept a mid-level exception?
That's the thing.
I mean,
DeRozan did say that winning is most important to him right now, but that could just be him saying that. You never really know if a guy's going to take a huge discount to go there. Evan, what are your thoughts on some possible targets?
Yeah, honestly, I feel like unless you want to go on like NBA stats.nba.com or something like that, but looking at the Lakers and now adding Russell Westbrook in the mix, Buddy Hield, I think that trade, if it would have happened earlier today, would have made it really interesting from a spacing perspective. But now you add Russell Westbrook into the mix as a subpar 3-point shooter. I think LA should just go all in on surrounding these guys with shooters, veterans, cheap ones in the market that shoot at least above average from the 3-point line. There's probably a lot you can get on the bargain bin market as far as shooting goes. And that's where I go with LA, because like the spacing is going to be a little bit clunky right now with AD, LeBron, and Westbrook. You need to surround them, especially losing KCP, who's a plus 40% 3-point shooter. Kuzma was at least average on that end as well. They got to attack shooting. They got to attack it hard. There's got to be at least a couple guys out there that make a lot of sense in that range. Maybe, Duncan Robinson, maybe, but I don't know if they have even the money for that kind of thing.
How about Norm?
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Yeah.
I feel like he'll probably be out of the price range, right?
He's
got a player option for $10 million. He's going to opt out of because he's going to want a long-term deal, probably worth $15 to $18 million. But I mean, it's just some way. I mean, there's guys. Reggie Bullock's a free agent. Wayne Ellington.
Yeah.
Maybe Kelly Olynyk takes a discount to chase a championship and give them a floor spacing 5 they haven't really had with LeBron yet. That would allow them to keep maybe playing AD as in that 4 to 5 role that he likes to do. So I think those guys make some sense. Daniel Tice isn't really a shooter yet, but he's a free agent. I think he's just a nice quality big. So I think if the Lakers play their cards right, obviously shooting does usually kind of have an inflated price, but I think there are a lot of role players who could go for a discounted price because teams are, really selling out and getting creative to try and find these, sub-star, high-end starters on the market there. But yeah, I agree with Evan that I think shooting's obviously going to be their priority, and as it should be. And that's also part of what makes it tough to really assess both of these deals from both of these teams, right? For the Russ deal, you don't know what the Wizards are going to do. You don't know what the corresponding moves for the Lakers are. If the Lakers don't sign more than like 1 or 2 shooters, then it's like, yeah, maybe it's not great. But if they go out and sign 3 or 4 shooters going to be in the rotation, makes it a little easier when you got three guys who command so much attention and can space up and can draw the attention in or draw the defense in and get open looks for those spot up guys.
So they're the rotational guys is what I was. So that makes sense. And when I brought up Norm, I didn't really think to myself, he did all that work to get paid. So this is his free agency, especially knowing how, shy the class is. So, but no, that's a really good point. And I think that those kind of, they're high end shooters, but they're not going to cost you too much of a penny.
Yeah, I think the Lakers always have an advantage too because so many guys want to be in LA. That's a contending team. So if you're a guy and you don't have many options and it's like, okay, I could take a minimum deal here or the biannual or something elsewhere. Maybe some guys do just say, hey, I want to go play with LeBron and AD and Russ and try to chase a championship, especially guys that are from LA. We see that a lot. I mean, last year, I don't think anyone thought the Lakers would be able to go get someone like Montrezl Harrell. So maybe there is someone that, if the money dries up and, a guy's considering 2 mid-level type offers or a mid-level offer and one slightly higher, he says, I'm going to go try to win a championship. That's always very possible too. So we'll see what LA does. They're always a team to watch at mid-season too, whenever buyouts start happening, because guys just want to be in LA and play on that team. And it's also a great way. I mean, they go on national TV all the time. I know there's plenty of agents that have pushed their guys over to LA and say, hey, go make a little less money, play there for a year, go try to win a championship, be on national TV every night, have the LeBron microscope on you, and then you'll get paid a year from now. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with the Lakers. I didn't see them getting Russell Westbrook. That surprised me. I heard the rumors about it, and I just didn't think it made sense financially. But they got creative. We'll see how that all works together.
We got to shake Tommy Shepard's hands, by the way. He got off of the Russ deal and he got off the John Wall deal in back-to-back seasons. That's pretty impressive.
Never say a contract is untradeable. There's always some contract out there, someone that's willing to take it. You never know. Another question here. We can give this one to Jackson first because you did write that great article about Lonzo Ball's free agency. I was jealous that it wasn't on basketballnews.com. I'll be honest with you. What kind of deal do you think it'll take to make the Pelicans not match an offer for Lonzo?
Yeah, there's been some reporting on this. I think Shams Charania at The Athletics had some, and maybe it's Sam Amick as well. Sam Amick has had some stuff, but like it's been a pretty fluid situation. Obviously, the situation's changed for the Pelicans after they just traded Steven Adams and Eric Bledsoe, a couple of guys who maybe their front office didn't deem worth their contracts. Brought in Jonas Valanciunas. For me, kind of the limit would be 20-ish, 21 million. It seems like it's maybe a little higher for the actual front office there. I think maybe the reports that I've seen, I could be off base. So feel free to correct me for anyone who knows that limit. But I think it's been like 23 to 25 million. I think it's been the high end for the Pelicans. I don't think that's much. I don't think Lonzo can get much more than that without hitting the rookie extension, with triggers a 5th year. So for me, it's like that $20-21 million range. There is some credence to the idea that Lonzo has been on a bunch of different circumstances. He played for 1 year with the Lakers, and then LeBron came in and they were trying to win. And then with the Pelicans, and they had kind of this mismatched team. And then Zion came in halfway through the year, and they retooled again. They brought in Eric Bledsoe, Steven Adams. This is going to be his 4th coach in 5 years, so I could see going a little higher, just because maybe some stability allows him to find his role, maybe develop a little bit of a pull-up jumper to maybe get in the right system where he can make some athletic gains with strength and his downhill burst. But for me, it's kind of that $20 to $22 million range. But it seems like the Pelicans might be a little more liberal with their limit there. But he's still a very good player. He's going to get paid regardless. So it's maybe splitting hairs a little bit there. But I think New Orleans has some pretty interesting young guards in the full already. Najee Marshall, Kyra Lewis, Nickeil Alexander-Walker, that maybe can replicate some of what Lonzo does. So that's part of why I would be a little hesitant from them, even if I think maybe another team might be worth going a little higher than what the Pelicans should set the limit at.
Now, I know this is our free agency show, but we did get this question from Lawler's Law. Tonight's winners and losers. We talked to Matt and Derek, and everyone kind of gave their thoughts. But Evan and Jackson, you guys weren't on, so I do have my winner for tonight. I think the Hornets were. I'm sorry if I take anyone's answer, but I love the James Bouknight pick. I thought he'd be a top 10 draft pick, so I think that was an amazing selection. To get Kai Jones shortly after, he was a guy that some people were saying, could be an option for them at 11. Instead, they got Bouknight, and then were able to trade up and get their guy at 19. I think they did a fantastic job in tonight's draft. Anyone else have any teams that really stood out?
Yeah, I'd probably go with Charlotte's a really good one. I love what they did with James Bouknight and Kai Jones. I'd go Orlando too, getting Jalen Suggs and Franz Wagner in the top 8 there. Spencer and I actually spoke about this before. This Jalen Suggs in his interview during his pre-draft press conference, and he just sounds like a guy who's well above his years. His maturity level is incredible for his age. He's a great fit with that core, though, as well. You add in Cole Anthony, R.J. Hampton, Mo Bamba if you can revive his career, Jonathan Isaac, Chumo, Kiki, and you add Franz Wagner now, that front court too. Like, that's a really interesting team now in Orlando. You had really 2 win-now smart players, have very high floors as well. I really love what Orlando did in this draft. You add in those 2 guys to the mix, they could be a team maybe a year or 2 down the line. It could be a consistent playoff contender of those 2 guys. So I'm very confident in Jalen Suggs hitting too.
One guy I forgot to mention for Charlotte was JT Thor, and that was one of Matt Babcock's favorite players in this draft too, saying that he's a diamond in the rough, 18 years old, freak athlete, could be a guy that a few years from now we're talking about as a special player. So you have just a lot of guys that are going to be fun, exciting people to watch. I think they're going to be a really fun League Pass team. Some people are saying that they can't hear us on Twitch, so not sure what the issue is there. Hopefully people can hear on Twitter and YouTube and Facebook, but interesting. Hopefully we're not having other issues, but yeah, so that's why I just want to mention Thor as well. Anyone else want to jump in with a team that was a winner?
Yeah, I always do want to preface too. Like, obviously, these are just preliminary winners and losers. It's tough to know exactly what it's always just kind of based off what we know about these players now.
We're holding it to this. This is guaranteed. This is it.
No, but I know there are some people who kind of push back on the idea of doing
Sure,
this stuff right after the draft. But so it's important to know it's just kind of surface level stuff. But no means doesn't mean that anyone's destined for success or failure. Particularly the latter. We'll always be happy to destine people for success. But I like what OKC did, getting a guy in Josh Giddey, getting another guy in Trey Mann. I know some people maybe thought those two guys might be redundant around Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, but the Thunder do need more kind of ball handling and shooting. They've got a lot of defensive-minded, skill-based players, whether it's Lou Dort, Darius Baisley, Kendrick Williams. Kendrick shot well from through this year, but wasn't great early in his career. So I like that. And I know Giddey has to improve his jumper, but Trey Mann was a very good shooter at Florida. Shai obviously took a big step forward as a shooter this year. So I like that. I loved what the Hawks did getting Jalen Johnson, Sharif Cooper. Obviously Sharif maybe slid a little bit of his range and be really big based off just every pre-draft report that came out, but seemed unfortunate for him and on the low end. But I love that fit for him. Just an incredible passer, gets to the lane kind of similar to Trey with his speed and his shiftiness. And so I think that's a really great spot for him and the Hawks. So I like those teams especially. I like what they did. I may be forgetting maybe another guy that the Thunder got, but with all the trades, it's always tough to know exactly who's actually a player for what team. But I like Giddey
Robinson Earl. I think they got him too.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah,
I like that as well. Just as a connective player. My guy was going to make smart passes. Maybe can space the floor eventually. Has a good mid-range touch. Hopefully, you can space it out to 3. I think you're pretty confident in that. So, just a guy who's not going to really have to create for himself. But when you have Trey Mann, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and Josh Giddey, you're going to not really rely on that. So, just two teams I thought did well to fill in some complementary players. I mean, the Hawks have more infrastructure than the Thunder, but the Thunder have a very, very good player in Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and built well around that. So I like those two teams for sure.
Real quickly, I just want to add in just one team actually didn't make a pick tonight that I thought did really well for themselves, the Phoenix Suns, getting Landry Shamet. I think that's a very underrated trade they made for the 29th pick. He's only 3 months older than Chris Duarte. So, I mean, he's kind of like that veteran, young veteran player you can add in and insert to that second unit with campaign who they want to re-sign. Cam Johnson. I think just what Phoenix did tonight, they gave up Javon Carter, who was out of their rotation, getting the 29th pick for a guy who's only 24 years old. He fits the system that Monty Williams wants to run in Phoenix. I know it's just a great move the Suns did tonight, getting Landry Shamet.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that. That is a great one. Just a few more things here. What did you guys think of the Kings pick of Mitchell after they said they couldn't move after they couldn't move Buddy? We obviously saw the Buddy Hield rumors earlier today, and then they went up and picked Mitchell. I know Matt and Derek kind of surprised by that. Spencer, you weren't on at that point. Anyone have thoughts on that pick?
Yeah, I mean, Davion Mitchell's a guy that I was intrigued by, getting back a couple years ago. His first year at Baylor after he transferred from Auburn. It was a little higher than I would have gone. For him, I think he was more of a maybe late teens, mid 20s, that kind of big range. I mean, it's just once you get farther down the draft pool, the talent kind of solidifies a little bit or condenses. So higher than I would have gone. I think the Kings would have been best suited going for someone on the wing, a little more bulk. They've got obviously Davion is a strong guard, but I think someone with size and some strength. I think they've been linked a lot to Franz Wagner. Obviously, he was not available. I think Moses Moody would have been a good pick there for them. But yeah, I just didn't love the pick. I think there are a lot of concerns. It's tough to know whether the jumper is real for Davion. Huge leap in 1 year after had been great for his first few years in college. The decision making as a creator is still kind of up and down. And as good as his defense is, especially on the ball, the fact of the matter is he's a 6'1", 6'2" guard, and it's just tough to really be really good, to be very, very good at defense. As good as Patrick Beverley is offensively, he was in and out of the rotation for the Clippers. And so just kind of goes to show you, when you're that size, you have to be supremely awesome on defense. So as much as I really have enjoyed scouting and watching Davion Mitchell the last couple of years, I just think it was a little higher than I would have gone. But for him, it's really cool to get that sort of contract. And so by no means is it me begrudging him, but just a little higher than I would have gone based on maybe who was available. But cool for him, absolutely. And everyone raves about him, which is always a good sign.
We seeing 3 guard set with him, Fox, and Hallie.
We might. I mean, we talked about the Thunder earlier. They did that a couple years ago. Rode it to the playoffs with Schroeder, CP, and SGA there. So I think we'll probably see some of that, and we'll see what they can do. But you might as well cater to your personnel, right? So might as well lean into it. You got 3 lottery picks. Not worth, if you want. I mean, they're all going to try and be part of the rotation and part of the core. So you gotta see if they can play together.
I do have some more minor news to mention. Jeremiah Tillman from Missouri is signing a summer league deal with the Orlando Magic. According to
We're on the
sources.
summer league contracts now, not even
Yeah,
the
let's do
undrafted.
it.
Let's go. Let's go. It's fully in. Hey, I got one from Shams too. Mac McClung, training camp deal with the Lakers.
Interesting. He's a notable name. So very interesting. Okay, so I want to. Give me 1 second. I'm tweeting out this summer league news.
As you tweet that out, I'll just say this because I didn't get my turn earlier, Alex. But on draft night winners, I think one I want to mention is the Pelicans. I love Trey Murphy III. I think he's just really team oriented. I love his attitude because he's very hard on himself and knows that he has to be better and improve pretty much every day. And that, that started with, his dad being hard on him and him, waking up early in the morning and having to put the work in to be there. He even admitted when he was at Rice that he was a terrible defender. And, Tony Bennett completely, flipped that around for him in his 1 year at Virginia. So I love that pick. Another wing going to the Pelicans to shore up that end. And Herb Jones, too, is somebody that I just kind of have an affinity for. But the Warriors, how about them coming out with 2 projected top 10 picks, Jonathan Kuminga and Moses Moody? I know that there was talk about them moving those picks for veteran help as their players had wanted, but to come out with this, Moses Moody, someone who can score the heck out of the ball, and then Jonathan Kuminga as your quote unquote project to bring along. And obviously he's got the size and he's got the body and the raw athleticism. I think that, them coming out with those two, and Moody dropping almost out of the lottery was a heck of a job by Bob Myers to get those 2 young talents on that team. We'll see if they keep them, but.
Yeah, no, for sure. The Kuminga one, I mean, it's so interesting to me. We talked about on the draft show about, him slipping. There was a time when he was being talked about as like a lock for a top 5 pick. Earlier, in the season, there was talk he may be in the mix for number 1, number 2. So to be able to get him at number 7, very interesting. We'll see what he can develop into. 1 or 2 more things, then we'll wrap this up. I want to talk about the teams that have cap space this offseason. The Knicks have the most space. They can clear up to 50 million. The Spurs could have around 48 million. The Thunder could have around 38 million. The Mavericks could have around 20.5 million. The Raptors could have 22 million. The Grizzlies could have 24 million. The Miami Heat could have 34 million. And then the Hornets could have 27.4 million. Now, we'll see which of these teams use that cap space and are actually spenders. There was actually a report earlier today that the Knicks even could hold on to their cap space and look to target someone like Brad Beal or Zach LaVine next offseason instead of spending, right now and kind of ruining their flexibility. So we'll see who's a spender. But of those teams that we kind of mentioned, who are you guys keeping an eye on? And, is there a certain team that you feel like this is a big offseason for them? You want to start first, Evan?
Yeah, I think honestly one of the more interesting teams is San Antonio, because I just don't know what direction they're going to go. And I actually just wrote a story recently at basketballnews.com about this, where I feel like the Spurs are in a perfect position right now to actually do the opposite and just hoard their money, save it for later on, just tank this season. We haven't heard the Spurs really in a tanking kind of position before, but this is a very intriguing young core. They just drafted Josh Primo at number 12 overall. Maybe they trade one of DeJounte Murray or Derek White this offseason after that pick. We'll have to see on that. But the Spurs are one team. Maybe they go out and get like a Larry Markkinen type. He kind of fits to me as a player to watch in free agency. But the Spurs are a team to me where they can go any sort of direction. They can go make win-now moves with this young core, or they can just do the opposite there and kind of hoard their space and really tank the season for a guy like Chet Holmgren next year, who really would be a great fit in San Antonio. But they're one of the teams to watch. And also New Orleans to me, like they kind of hold the dominoes to me where they can match Alonzo Ball off or they can go out and get Kyle Lowry for probably more than a lot of other people could. So that's going to be one big team to watch as far as aggressiveness goes too.
Jackson, anyone that you're looking at?
I'm really interested to see what the Knicks do. Every year they're linked as like a free agent destination, but this is the first time in a little while where there's kind of some infrastructure in place, a winning season. Do they? They've got Julius Randle's kind of their star in his prime, but they've got young guys and Emmanuel Quickly, RJ Barrett. Mitch Robinson missed most of the second half of the year, but he had a really nice season. He's a restricted free agent too. But like they've got some young guys there. They drafted. I can't remember who they drafted. It was an hour ago, 2 hours ago, but they drafted some guys today. Where do they go? Do they try and build upon that they got the 4th seed, but they didn't really they didn't come close to winning a first round series. Like, where do they try and balance? Where are they going? Because they could try and balance, the win now versus the youth development. They could lean all the way into the win now with their best player in his prime. They could go into youth development, maybe sign some young guys who aren't maybe quite where you think they're going to be in 3 years, but align well with RJ and quickly and Obi Toppin and Mitch Robb. So just really curious to see what they do with that cap space. Do they try and is it long-term deals? Is it short-term deals? What are they doing there? I think it's, you don't want to say, it's a massively important offseason, but I think it is a key one to signal exactly what they want to do for their own sake, but also for their players and the coaching staff to really kind of, determine that. And I just think, it's a tough line when you have a surprise season, how you balance after that, or how you recover after that and respond is key for me. So I'm really fascinated to see what the next do. And I think there's a lot of ways that makes sense. So I think that's a good thing, a good place to be.
Yeah, and they drafted Quentin Grimes and Jericho Sims. I had to look it up too. It's been a crazy night. It all runs together. Especially if you're not a fan of like a single team, you're just trying to keep track of all of it. Spencer, who are you kind of keeping an eye on?
So I'm looking at the Bulls. I know that they've been linked to Lonzo, but bringing in Nikola Vucevic as a part of that big deal last year to play alongside Zach LaVine. You obviously have Kobe White and Patrick Williams, some young players around there, but I'm really curious to see if what kind of win now move they make, because I think that that's the direction they're going in by making such a home run move at the trade deadline this past season. I feel like them bringing in Alonzo or a veteran that's in his prime would make a lot of sense for that team. Even someone like a DeRozan, honestly, but I think that the Bulls. I'm curious to see what the Hornets do now that they have traded for Mason Plumlee. They have Kai Jones, and then they also, like you said, have JT Thor. I know JT Thor is not a 5, but those other two, are bigs per se, and they were linked to Rashawn Holmes. Do they still go with that direction in free agency? And the Mavs, obviously gonna pony up the dollar to re-sign Tim Hardaway Jr. But they have some space to make some moves, maybe find someone at the mid-level, put someone around Luka. I know that probably a pipe dream for them would be to bring in someone like a Kyle Lowry. But those are probably the three that I'm looking at the most as far as activity goes.
Yeah, apparently the Mavericks' goal is or their priority is to sign Kyle Lowry and then immediately re-sign Tim Hardaway Jr. So it'll be interesting to see what happens there.
Bird rights are nice.
Yes. Some housekeeping. We're going to be doing free agency streams next week. Free agency starts on Monday at 6 p.m. So Eastern time. So we're going to be going live every day, Monday through Friday. So it's going to be a long week, but we're going to have a lot of fun.
We are.
And yeah, it's going to be great. We're going to break down every rumor, every signing, every report that comes out. We just jump on here and react to it in real time. We answer your questions. So we'll be going live each night, breaking down everything. So definitely come hang out with us. We want to thank Panini. They are our sponsor, not only for this draft show, but also for next week's free agency shows. It's been awesome to partner with them. I've been collecting their cards for a long time. So it's cool.
Instant cards are awesome.
Yeah, their instant cards for the draft were really cool. Check those out on their Panini Twitter account and PaniniAmerica.net. They're very, very cool. It's like getting the rookie card before the guys even played a second. So pretty awesome. Definitely come back, hang out with us next week. We'll be back on Monday with some free agency talk. And thanks for hanging out with us, everyone. Take care.